They weird as fuck.
Not you want me to jack you up because your mama jacked you up. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's what it is. Hey Liz, y'all tap the screen, please. Hey Sash, hey everybody. Y'all
But
tap the screen, share the live.
it is interesting that the men feel like they're under attack from us. Like women having their own autonomy and not needing these motherfuckers feel like an attack to them is crazy.
I
Me
know my
saying I'm
little
single
circle.
and loving it. Go ahead, what you say?
No, I was telling Coconut was saying my little circle cracking up. I was like, yeah, I know my little circle.
That
So y'all,
tiny ass circle.
so y'all can't
That
see.
shit is crazy.
So y'all
How
can't
your how your
see.
circle smaller than mine? That's wild.
So
I'm hosting this bitch. Me and Liz hosting. You just here.
basically, I don't want y'all to see me, and every time I do the weird turnaround thing, it still be showing my feet.
Now I told you when you start the live, start in the screen like I do it. Push it up and then go to the screen.
Oh, okay, then maybe do that. Okay, you did something and I forgot. But no, but yeah, what
You
you were
be
saying.
forgetting a lot of stuff though, like but I ain't gonna say no, I ain't gonna say nothing else. But
Today makes a week of me doing lives nonstop. I am hey Tareen, I'm
but you
proud of
still ain't put
myself.
them you still ain't put them stickers in there. But it's
I
cool.
know.
I be looking.
Damn. Okay. Anywho, but finish what you were saying because I wanna hear y'all opinion about this because it came up in your panel yesterday, but this has been a common theme I've heard all week. Hey, Breathless, it's been a common theme I've heard all week with men saying like they're expressing themselves and they don't hear themselves. But go ahead, Tara, and then we'll go to Liz.
So I noticed the thing is because early we was in Lynn Live and Joker was trying to explain like how you gotta tell them motherfuckers and get them feedback or whatever. And I'm like, hold up, that's the problem right there. Like when that motherfucker got with you, he knew exactly what he was doing. And you sitting there thinking you telling that nigga off. And he's sitting there laughing on the inside because he like, damn, you fell for it. Right? It's the same thing here. It's like they got a different perspective. We like, we trying to have autonomy, do our own thing and shit. And these motherfuckers like, no, the world ain't like it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to be like I ain't supposed to be out here trying to look for a wife this hard. I'm supposed to already have one and some women on the side. I'm supposed to have this woman groveling at my feet, begging me to be with her because like she ain't got shit. That's why some of these men be at the fucking they love a vulnerable woman because they want to go back in the past so bad. So it's like I think it's very important that in these conversations you like try to see it from the man's perspective because like we don't be talking about the same shit.
I agree 100%. 100%. Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah, I just want to say that men are kings and women are their queens.
Hell no.
Was on some shit. What's going on with you, Liz? Damn.
Liz been acting her color lately.
I just can't get over that. Like the whole. First of all, what king has been like a good person throughout history?
That
They
might
used
also
to.
be but that might also be a cultural thing, Liz, because like we grew up here and these niggas was kings. Like we heard that shit all throughout childhood. The man is a king. The mama said it and the daddy said it.
Yeah, maybe it is because I just like the idea that 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 um that like it has to do with like royalty. I don't know.
That man, that nigga bag groceries at the grocery store. It's a delusion. That's the lie they want us to tell them. They to get feet up and I'm supposed to get in the kitchen. Like stupid shit like that.
Well, and that's obviously that is probably true across all races, right? That dynamic.
Why Greg ass always? Damn, Greg. We ain't see you.
It's my
Men are
favorite
under
women
attack because
on
Hold
women.
on.
TikTok.
I'm not your turn to
Hold
talk.
on, Greg. We get Greg. Hold
My
on.
favorite women.
Okay, Greg. You my favorite woman too. Hold on.
Men are under attack because women. Oh, it went away again. Because women want control, right? Was that what it is?
My
Um,
bad, Liz. Go ahead, cause I gotta do something. But go ahead
How
and
can men take back their masculinity? This is, I mean, I just don't know what any of this means. What is
lady.
masculinity? What even is it?
We supposed to pretend we know what they talking about.
Oh, okay. I guess since men are kings, is being a king masculine? That's masculinity. It was when you're a king.
We don't know what it is. Oh, not you, Kim. Greg. Greg.
Greg said Walker
Greg.
came up.
Greg. You skinny like I thought. That nigga,
Hold on, how tall is he, Mia?
he's 6 feet.
He too tall.
Greg done camped up. Greg,
Too
what the hell
tall
you
for the
got going
grade.
on?
Not Tareem down there. Hold up, Greg.
Y'all love
Tareem
it
been
though.
down there waiting patiently. Hold up, Greg.
Okay, light bright, but go, yeah, go ahead, Serene.
What's up, everybody?
Hold
Men
on,
are
was Liz? Hold on, Liz, was you finished?
Yeah, that's all I had to say.
Oh, okay, I'm with you, Liz. Go ahead, Serene.
all right, y'all. Tap the screen, share the live. But nah, to the prompt, men are not under attack because women want control. Men feel like they're under attack because they cannot control women like they have in the past, and they're not okay with it. And they feel like they're losing. They have a void that needs to be filled, and they feel like their image is being hurt because they're not being put on a pedestal like they used to be. How can men take back their masculinity? I don't really know, but one answer to help them, let's just say, improve themselves is to stop blaming women for their problems, for their issues, and for them losing with women.
I think it's I think it's weird that they don't never that in these conversations the men can never explain how they can take their masculinity back. But I am curious as to how it would happen. Um, yeah, we gonna get to that though. But go
They
ahead,
don't want to do nothing different though. They just want us to say. They just want us to call all of them the leaders. They
Mhm.
want shit to be exactly how it is now. They just want to be. They want to name that and say leader on it. So bad. Go ahead, Greg.
I agree. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, so what this brother said is 100% accurate. 100%.
What brother?
The dude that playing Captain America,
Oh, no, the dude who played on Striking Vipers.
the dude that's on the prom.
Mhm.
We gon' yeah, the dude from Striking Vipers. Yeah, him. Yeah,
I mean, but he played in the Marvel Captain America also though.
he ate that roll up in Striking Vipers. But go ahead,
He
go on.
did. He did.
Ate that
I'm a
roll
Marvel
up,
guy, so
buddy.
but so I agree with him. I would probably say probably over the last 25 years. I mean, masculinity, especially with BLK men, black men, has been lost. I think the answer to how men can take back their masculinity, I think men need to start standing for something again. They need to stand on business. Like they need to, like you know, I say what I say. People don't like what I say, but I don't ever switch up. And that's what black men they need to stand on something, and they need to have a solid foundation, and they don't need to switch up.
He ain't saying shit. He ain't saying
But they need to stand on their standards. As a man, things that they're going not going to accept, the things that they're not going to tolerate, especially when it comes to relationships with a woman. I think the problem is a lot of these men, they're fearful of being alone, and I've never been like that. I've never been afraid of being alone. If I got to be alone, it is what it is. But I stand on what I stand on.
So let me ask you a question because I don't know if you answered the first prompt, but I know that you was talking about what he said, and the quote is right there because he said that in the past 20 years we have witnessed the unaliving of the American male. But you made it about being black. Why can you address the unaliving of the American male since you agree with him?
Is that really what he said verbatim?
Yeah, that's verbatim what he said is right. Matter of fact, hold on, hold your wig. Hold on to your wig, Greg, and let TD go, and then I'll play the clip.
Oh, hey y'all. Um,
Hey, love.
so I think what he means by this is that um he thinks that we've witnessed the death of the American male because they can no longer, or women are no longer allowing them to have their foots on our neck. And women now have the option to be autonomous beings. And for men who are, subservient, based on where they land in the patriarchy, I find this interesting that he is saying this. Because if we want to go back to 20 years ago, that means you would also have to look at where you were. You had no status in this country, in this society as a man outside of your household, where you had your foot on women's neck. So if you want to go back to 20 years ago, you might want to also check and see where you would land in the society 20 years ago. But that's not something that they're going to look at because they only want to go back to 20 years ago when women didn't have a choice. So yeah, it's very telling that this is what he's saying.
Yeah, they definitely do. Go ahead, Liz.
Oh, just real quick. Yeah, and it's interesting to me how when the demographic that is supposed to be doing the best, like in a patriarchy, that's men, in white supremacy, that's white people. Like when they slash we are doing the best, right? Like that's just normal. That's just like when we're being oppressive to when we're like oppressing everybody else, when that's like that's how things are supposed to be. But then like as soon as that dynamic gets like even a little bit shook up, like men now are not going to college as much as they were before. Like women are going to college at higher rates, like women are doing better in school, women are like all of these things, like where women are doing as well as men, if not like surpassing men. Women, I think, are probably reporting being happier. Women on average have more friends. Now suddenly it's like there's like this crisis situation. If it were the other way around, nobody would really blink, because it's like, well, yeah, women are doing worse because they're supposed to do worse. So and it's not even like women are doing that much better. It's just that women are maybe doing a little bit better in some areas, and that now is all of a sudden the like a crisis. Now that's the death of the American male. No, we're just doing a little bit better.
And yeah,
It's
and
okay.
they
You're gonna be
they
fine.
real life crashing out, and I think that's interesting. And I agree with you. And it is funny to see the crash out. But y'all, please make sure y'all tap the screen, share the live, gift the panel. Please support it, because I don't know if people gonna have their panties in a bunch or not. But I want the live to stay alive. So let me play this clip for Greg. In the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities, for one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. They will always open a door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always since they were 2 years old. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night. This alarm is on. You text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up. I love that. Because we're men. If I'm not there to protect, he got to be there to protect. Because you can have all the money in the world, climb through the window, that money means nothing. Right. You can have all the celebrity in the world, jump through the door, that celebrity means nothing. Yeah. So you got to have a little guard in there. You know, and so for me, it's always that idea of American masculinity is very different. You feel it when you go to Europe. Like you see these, and you're like, bust your ass, boy. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You go to Europe, tight ass pants. Yeah, tight ass pants. Going good, boy. You better lotion your ankle. Like you feel it when you go to Europe. Even when you like, I was just in Kenya and I was walking around. I'm like, yeah. Dude was like, you ain't from here. Like, nah. Like, yeah, I can tell. I know you can. I can tell I ain't from here. You know what I mean? It's just that. Nah, we don't know what you mean, motherfucker. You a loser, but yeah, Greg, he said it verbatim. But go ahead, Sarah.
Hold up, not that.
Goddamn, I thought that was the apocalypse.
Yeah, that was crazy. So the crazy part is he's describing how he put his son in survival mode. Like that's a flex. Very interesting.
Adultifying his son.
Mm-hmm.
Putting his son in a position where he has to take on these adult responsibilities, and he's infantilizing his wife. Why the fuck the child that she birthed is her lord when you're absent?
He a weirdo.
Yeah, but Greg, go ahead, Liz, because Greg on.
Just real quick, this is giving me like "Make America Great Again" vibes. Like when, like, oh, back then it was so much better. Back when there was more male privilege because women were more subjugated. Like what? Like this romanticizing the past is a serious dog whistle.
Seriously, and it is a romanticizing. Huh? Go ahead, Liz. I meant Tara.
No, I was just saying it's the same writer. They consume like the MAGAs, the red pill. All the men are consuming the same rhetoric.
But it's like he did the Captain America's the way he internalized the Captain America role in that clip versus how he was as Striking Vipers is diabolical. Cause like he really, because of how men are socialized and how they view themselves and how they view their fathers and other men, like for him to be playing the Captain American role and have this thought process is something it's something ironic about that. It's something very, very interesting about that, to me personally. But I'm trying to withhold my opinion. I want to hear what everybody else got to say. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's him kissing another man right there.
Yeah, on Striking Vipers.
So he's
Yeah.
saying all this. Wow.
No,
Oh,
But you gotta see that episode. He's more than kissing. No, the kissing the man was not the. That wasn't the wild part.
so okay, interesting.
you gotta watch Striking Vipers because Striking. The thing that's interesting about Black Mirror, and shout out to Black Mirror because I don't know how problematic the motherfuckers are, but the way they write those scripts and how the how it plays out in the society that we're in is really really cool to me. But anyway, the Striking Vipers tells a darker, a deeper story about the male psyche. In my opinion, it shows the different things about men and how they interact with each other and how masculinity play a role in it. And you just need to watch it. You need to watch it. Damn, I wanted Greg to answer. Damn. But you need to watch it.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do that.
I'll answer real quick to what he was saying inside the interview. Something that he's doing is he's putting a fear mindset inside of his son, and things like that. That pressure can create all kinds of fear. It can create an unhealthy mindset, an unstable mindset. It can create a lot of anxiety. You're a presence in that house that's supposed to be in charge, just like the mother is. You make sure that the doors are locked. You make sure that things are handled properly. You make sure that they are safe even when you are gone. You know, you figure out how to do that. You shouldn't put that pressure on your child. Now, of course, you can teach your child, you know, what to do, hey, in case something happens, but that child should not be in a mindset where now they have anxiety where they can't even go to sleep or go home properly because they're worried because you're not there now. That's not healthy. And that child is gonna, you know, hopefully not, but that child can possibly grow up to be a very controlling and unsafe person.
I agree. Thank you for reaching my goal. Thanks, Tara. But yeah, I agree with that. For sure. Uh, Patrick, aka Terry, that is a child. That's y'all problem now. Y'all love.
That's right.
You said what?
I didn't know that was Terry.
Yeah, that's Terry talking about a 15-year-old ain't no child. Yeah, we know you need to be on the registry. We got it. We got it. Y'all be loving to tell us that y'all are P3DOs. We got it. We got it. Greg.
Yo,
Okay, so you heard the clip. Go ahead.
yeah, I heard it. But yeah, it's like I thought. He was simply reiterating the fact that masculinity is not a thing anymore in America. Um, men aren't being men anymore. Yeah, men aren't being men anymore. Like I said, I agree with what he's saying. I mean, Hollywood is, Hollyweird. So I don't really get too much into celebrities and what they do and whatnot. Um, but what he said, I back with what he said. So
Okay, so what is the American masculinity?
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing because it's not a real thing in any way, but I'd love to know.
I didn't hear him say American masculinity, but just
He said the
masculinity.
American male. He said the American male. So we translating it to American masculinity because he was talking about masculinity.
Okay. Well, I think men don't operate like men once did. Men they're not they don't have a lot of men don't have control over their emotions. Um, a lot of men are reliant on women. A lot of men allow women to emasculate them. They let women walk all over them. They gotta, a lot of times they gotta get a woman's permission before they do anything. Um, they don't actually stand on anything. They don't have any
Okay, so
standard as men.
then how can men take back their masculinity?
Like I said, they got to put their foot down. They got to
People
stand on what they
swimming
stand
around.
on. Despite what a woman think. Women are going to be women. That's women. That's women's nature. If men actually
Give us an
understood female
example of how
nature,
you put your foot down.
There is
Tell
no
us.
female nature outside of reproduction, is what I
I
got. But
disagree. I think that female
I
nature.
Well,
understand you
hold on. Let me
disagree.
read this real quick, Greg, before you go, because you didn't answer what the American masculinity is. So let me read some of the concepts of it. So it's a cultural thing, right? And we know it can be ever changing. And like TD said, it is fake, but we're gonna play along with this fake shit. So the main thing it is just another way of saying hegemonic masculinity. I talk about hegemonic masculinity all the time. And it's just the more dominant form of masculinity, toxic masculinity, whatever you wanna look at, and it just reinforces patriarchy and marginalizing different groups, conquering, being in power, being dominant, all the things. The emotional stoicism, men not showing up, suppressing. Not let's be clear. When men talk about emotional stoicism, they're talking about men suppressing their emotions because they're going through their emotions. They're just suppressing them. The fake the that fake role of protect and provide. No, oftentimes men do not go into deep. They don't go into deep explanation of it. They simply say protect and provide, and they leave it on the surface. Physical strength and toughness. They want to be heroes because if y'all heard in the clip, Mackie was talking about if somebody break through the window, sir, somebody break through the window and you sleep, that's it. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do? And it also talks about homosociality and male bonding. Homosociality is plays a major role in the toxic masculinity and masculinity as a whole. Men are obsessed with each other. And it's interesting the male bonding. So men are encouraged to prove their masculinity to other men through competition, loyalty, and shared experiences, and reinforcing toxic behaviors. This is a big one. The sexual dominance. A man's masculinity is often tied to his sexual conquest and ability to attract women. The thing that we see often is how, like we just saw it in Lynn's live, where men use sexual dominance as a way to subdue women, as a way to disarm them, to scare them, to intimidate them, to shut them down. And men also bond over them sexually dominating a woman. Like they get a kick out of talking about the deviant, deplorable things they do to women, and they bond over it. That's why I think choo choos are so. It's something that almost every man has done. Some men may never experience a threesome with two women, but a lot of these men experience doing running choo-choos with each other because that's the way that they bond and they can emotionally connect. Because it's something about them looking deep into each other's eyes and dominating somebody that just gets their gears going. And then rejection of femininity, villainizing anything feminine, making anything feminine bad, and doing all the things to distance themselves from it. And the funny thing about them doing that is they will do that when it comes to femininity, but when they partake in the homosexuality. And a prime example is it's okay for men to play football together and smack each other on the ass, but it's not okay for men to be in like a normal setting and embrace with one another because they miss each other and they love each other. So I think that's interesting. So yeah, that's what the American male is subscribing to when he talks about the American masculinity.
Can I tell you why that is? A lot of things that
Yeah.
you mentioned regarding um a lot of homo
And it
homo
was all fact because when you hear this paper, this number research and facts right here, buddy. Go ahead.
well, a lot of this is due to when you talk about like, you know, smacking each other on the behind in sports. Um, a lot of that has to do with the integration of, you know, just integration in general with other races, right? Because sports was something that was kind of created by Europeans, right? You know, the games, you know, whatnot in Rome. I mean, they love to be entertained with the games. That was a Roman thing, right? And the Romans, that's kind of how they get down. I mean, Romans,
Okay, so get to the
European,
point though.
Caucasian.
Okay, that's okay. I whatever. We can concede that, but get to the point. What's the relevance of you mentioning that the YTs created it? Because Mackie said the American male. He not separating. Why are you separating?
Well, I think probably because we live in America.
Okay, so so don't separate. Don't talk about what the YT man did. The YT American man and the Black American man, y'all are facing the same issue. Y'all are being attacked. Y'all are under attack because women want control. And I want to know, what's how to solve the this pressing issue of the unaliving of the American male. What are y'all gonna do about that?
Well, it's like I said before. I mean, I said that men have to once again put their foot down and they have to stand for something as men. Because if they don't stand for anything, they're gonna fall for everything,
This
right?
ain't no opportunity to give us a motivational speech. You ain't Malcolm X. Why are you telling us this very vague thing? If men don't stand for something, they'll fall for anything. I'm trying to figure out. You gotta have a solution. You have to have something that's concrete. What are men going to do? Because it's a pressing issue. You have Mackie talking about it. You have a whole bunch of men getting together in a circle and they are talking about this pressing issue.
Well, look at just for instance this, and I hate to use this as an example, but look at this election, right? The so-called election. There have been more black men that voted conservative than they've done for the last 60 years, right? And we know that black men have voted, you know, Democrat, you know, religiously in mass, right? The overwhelming majority. So that's showing that men are, you know, starting to change their thought process.
I think it's actually showing based on the studies that men are just going more conservative in general while women are becoming more liberal. It's not because y'all actually have true conservative views where you think you need to wait till marriage to have sex or any of the other conservative views. You guys simply just want to get women back to a time where we weren't autonomous. That's all that is. As we become
That has
more
nothing to do with
autonomous,
any.
as we become more autonomous, y'all become more conservative.
No, now there was actually some studies that was done recently that showed that men are actually leaning more toward conservative in modern day, and a lot of it has to do with dating trends.
Just said,
So yeah, that kind of proves my point. We have a
yeah,
lot
that
of
women are
men
becoming
that
more
are not.
autonomous. Yes,
Yeah,
and don't
men.
actually have to deal with men. Yes, that's what I said.
Right. So, but that's what I was getting at. So, like, when the host was asking, what is the solution? I mean, men are trying to create the solution. I mean, they're trying to, they're trying to move away from it. They're
So
trying to
the
move away from this feminist, you know, um,
right.
matriarchal type,
No, we still live in a patriarchy.
setup.
Matriarchal?
We still live in a patriarchy, and your solution, men's solution, is trying to get women to go back to a time where we weren't
But the
autonomous, we
laws
weren't
cater the
educated.
laws cater to the matriarch though. The laws
That is
cater to
false.
women.
Which laws?
What
No, it is
matriarch?
not. We know that the court systems are in favor of women the
That's
majority of
that's
the time.
false.
No,
You
that's
don't
not
read the
true.
data on
No, it is
that.
not.
That's
It's not
false,
false.
Greg.
We could talk about the criminal justice system. We could
Hmm.
talk about the sentencing for women is a lot
Okay,
less
so
for
hold
men that
on, hold on.
commit the
You said
same
the hold
crime.
on. You said the
We
criminal.
could do this all day.
Hold on, Greg, because you said the criminal justice system. Do you know that women face double deviance when they are committing crimes or getting convicted of crimes? Women experience double deviance,
What do you mean by double deviant?
meaning that they get punished not only for the crime, but they get punished because the crime that they committed took them out of the role that they're supposed to play as a woman.
Exactly. When they do
Well, but the fact of the
manly
matter is,
violence, violence.
statistically speaking, women generally receive lesser sentencing than men do for committing the same crime.
No,
Here's the thing,
That's a
though.
fact.
receive
But here's
lesser.
Greg, you don't read the studies.
They
You don't
but
read
here's
receive
the
them.
thing,
lesser
because
sentencing for like petty crimes. Like they might think that women like, oh, she's just, oh, that's petty. She's a little shoplifter. That might be something that gets excused because that is seen that's more of like a feminine crime, and that's because of how men view women. Keep in mind, it's how men view things. So if men think that shoplifting for clothes is feminine and a woman shoplifts, then they're gonna give like a little skibbity pat. But that's a male thought process though. But go ahead, Liz.
but and also you have to keep in mind that there are crimes that
Don't let me
for
post this
example,
study now.
hold on.
Go ahead.
There are crimes that women get charged with that men simply don't get charged with. So you can't even compare the two because women are getting charged with them and men simply are not. The biggest one is failure to protect laws, which exist in 48 out of 50 states and carry as long as a life sentence. And all that means is that let's say you were in an abusive relationship. It could be your husband. It could be the father of your child, right? And he's abusive, and the court could decide that you didn't get out of that situation fast enough and put your child in danger as a result, even if your child was not harmed, right? And then you could get as long as a life sentence in Texas and Oklahoma. It carries as long as a life sentence in prison for so-called failure to protect. Men are never charged with this when it's the other way around.
And
So you can't
also,
compare the two.
women are also going to get charged with neglecting the children when men don't.
Right.
Men don't get charged with neglecting, even if a man is court ordered to pay child support. If he never gets the child, never helps with the child, he doesn't get in trouble for it. Yeah, go ahead,
Right.
Tareen. You can make your statement, and then Black, and then Lynn.
It's actually like a few statements. For one, when it comes to crimes, men usually commit these crimes at a higher rate. They're usually more likely to repeat the crimes, and when they do those same crimes, they usually do it at a higher scale. But I also think it's interesting that when we talk about when we have this conversation, the first thing that we resort to is the crimes, and why we want to be a part of the court system so bad.
And they be lying because if it was about this whole idea that the court system favors women, then why do men keep committing so many crimes if they know that they are such a disadvantage? Why do they keep committing crimes and getting their ass handed to them in the court system? Reports. Somebody looked that up.
But again, like if you're going to compare differences in sentencing, like there are crimes such as failure to protect that men don't ever get charged with. So obviously they're not going to compare the two because there are no men to compare.
But the reality is that researchers are finding that even if they take into account the severity of the crime, women are still going to get linear sentencing. That's just a fact.
If you don't understand what I'm saying, if men are never charged with the crime, you can't compare the two because men are simply never charged
But
to begin with.
see, that's what y'all do as women. Y'all still try to rationalize against the fact that y'all are, there's a bias. There is a bias, and women.
You don't have a bias?
That's why we're not equal. Men and women are not equal.
I agree.
We don't even have equity. There's not even equity there. So,
I agree there is not
this
equity there.
right. So the reality is that women do have a place on this earth.
Okay, you didn't
Have
say
on
anything.
earth is beneath you as men. That's where you think women's place is. And in the home, subservient to you, correct?
That women were created to serve a man. That's what I think.
Based on
Okay, so
what?
women were
Keep
created
telling yourself
to,
that.
women was created to serve a man, but somehow men can't even win in the court system they created. That's crazy. So
I know.
not only do women have men under attack because they want control, and men don't have a solution on getting their masculinity back, and it's been happening for at least the past 20 years. Y'all can't even control the court system where y'all dominate in it as far
So
as
you,
the
you gotta
baby and everything.
you got
And
hold
even
on.
then, historically, it's false that women were put here to be subservient to men.
No,
There's
no,
like
it is
the
not.
only
But
thing that
even
that is true, and the only thing that states otherwise is your Abrahamic Bible.
well, here's the thing though,
Yeah.
is that one thing about black men,
But wait,
we
hold on,
we have always.
wait, hold on, Greg, before you say that, because I want to hear what you say about the one thing about black men. I really do, but hold on, because I want Black to come in and Lynn and then Trail, so that we can open up the panel, and then so write down what you're about to say, because I really want to know. Go ahead, Black. How are you?
Hi y'all, good. How are y'all doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm a womanist, so you already know what my conclusion to what this man is saying is, and so I'm just here to listen to what this brilliant man with his oh so giant mind to tell us little women what we are here for. And it's so crazy to me that y'all come from our body and you think that we are supposed to be subservient to you. That is hilarious. You come from us, not the other way around. And also, and this is random, but like women have been like enslaved to being servants for men because of this nasty ass system, because you are afraid of our capacity and our power. But again, I'm just here to just listen to this brilliant man just educate us women, so go ahead.
Let us know, Greg. Let us know, Greg. Honk the horn on their ass. Toot toot. Go ahead, Lynn. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lynn.
Y'all can skip me real quick. Sorry.
Only the people who love Nene them is gonna get their reference. Go ahead, Trey. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all today?
Oh, girl, we blessed and highly favored, but we tired.
So men are under attack because women won't want control. Um, I don't think women want control. I think that men are masculinity is not dead solely because of women. I just think it's because men and I just think people just fail to hold each other accountable today. I think that we live in this culture of, oh, let me mind my business, and that's the issue. I think that when somebody is doing something wrong, you need to hold them accountable. If someone doesn't have proper morals and beliefs, then you need to stay away from that person. I don't think it's just, oh, masculinity is dead because of women. How can men take back their masculinity? By understanding what it means to be a proper leader. I think, and also taking accountability and holding their counterparts accountable. If it was a prompt in regards to women, I would say the same thing. As everybody needs to hold each other accountable. That's the main thing. I think that society is letting too much slide when it's not properly or morally right. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
What
go
what
ahead.
what do women need to be accountable for, generally speaking? Not like on a small scale. Because we're speaking in general. We could talk about like
Okay.
generally with
Uh,
men and generally with women. What is it that women need to hold accountable for?
I think that starting with a lot of women need to hold it. Like, for example, we got this girls era going around, and we all know that that's fraudulent. I don't really think that that era should even be a thing because we have seen so many times like there's women that take girls trips together and something always happens when it's just girls together. The trip always go wrong. Like that's just one example. But another thing is just women dressing appropriately, like dressing scandalous, not you know and not dressing conservatively. You can't expect you can't dress that way and then not expect to be viewed in a certain type of way. All the twerking and dancing online, the not I don't want to say you have to be completely feminine because I'm a tomboy. I was raised with brothers, so I'm not. I want to say I'm completely feminine. But when you do have a man, you got to learn how to turn that masculinity. You have to learn how to turn that masculinity off when you have a
You know,
man and respect his
Oh my
leadership.
gosh. Can we
lady, do
not,
you know you got 30 minutes?
please? Because
Oh,
30
I
minutes.
don't. I
I
mean, you
clocked
asked me
it
a
when
question.
she
I'm just
said
answering.
that leadership was a part of masculinity, when leadership is simply a human skill that you develop. It has nothing to do with gender or masculinity
I
and
didn't
or
say that.
femininity.
That's not what I said.
You
I
did
said,
in so
how
many
can men
ways.
take back their masculinity? I say, understanding what it means to be a leader. I say, because most of
Leadership
them
has nothing to
say,
do with masculinity.
yes, it does.
No, it does not.
That's a masculine trait. Most leaders in the
That
world
is
are
false.
what? Men.
Okay,
Who,
but that
and
does not
then
mean that,
another
because we
thing
live in a
is like,
patriarchy, that does not mean that they are good leaders. And if you actually look at the data on who
and that's
typically
why
is
their
better, nope,
masculinity
nope,
is dying.
no. If we actually look up the data as to who is typically the better leader, it is women. Why? Because we have empathy. Why? Because we are able to collaborate. Y'all don't, you women like
That's,
you,
that's
Wait,
y'all
fine.
wait,
don't even know
But
wait,
I didn't even
what
finish my point though, for
leadership
wait,
everybody to
skills
wait,
start cutting
are.
wait.
me
Hold
off.
on, wait. Why is because you said and that well that's why masculinity is unaliving. Why is what about what she said is the reason why masculinity is unaliving?
I said because men are not properly leading as they should. And that's why
If they're not properly leading us and it's they're like the natural leaders, right? The biological leaders, then what's the reason why they're not properly leading us?
you said, what's the reason why? Because most of the men today come from single parent households with just women. So they weren't even have a masculine trait to understand what it means to be a proper leader and be a man and what it means to be masculine. For example, the actor on the screen, how he's raising his son compared to a lot of how a lot of people are being raised and a lot of men have been raised in America is not the same. He's raising his sons to be gentlemen and understand what it means to pander to a woman.
So he
See,
raising his son to pander to women?
to not pander to women, basically,
Okay.
is what he's
And how do
saying.
women raise their sons?
No, that's not what I
Single
said.
mother.
What I said is he's raising his
No, no, no,
sons.
no. You said the
No, she
reason why
said to
most.
not pander to women.
No,
No,
hold
what
on.
I'm saying
No,
is
no, no. I know what I'm explaining to you what I mean. You said that most men are not the leaders that they should be because they're raised by their mothers.
that's not what I
How do
said.
they? Okay, you said they come from single parent households
Yeah, that
with
can be a man
mothers.
by himself or a woman by
I
himself.
thought you said with just
A woman
with
job in the
raised by
household.
women.
a woman's job in a household is to
Am I
treat
tripping or
is to
didn't she say
teach.
by
She did
women?
say that. Yes, she did.
She
A
did.
woman's job in the household is to teach her children empathy and to teach
And
them
who
how to
decides
be
that?
kind, to be kind people, to be kind and have a respectful mannerism
Mm-hmm.
about them, whether they're a
So can
young
I ask
boy
a
or a
question?
young
Hold
girl.
on,
Who
Trail.
A
decides what a
man's
woman's
job.
role
Hold
is,
on, y'all.
man?
Hold on. Trail, let me ask you a question.
Go
Um,
ahead.
if women's job in the home is to teach their children in empathy, I'm assuming the male children and the female children empathy. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
it is.
the
To be
girls and boys. Excuse me, the girls and boy children empathy. So why? So when men grow up, they lose the empathy and they no longer have it to teach.
what are you talking about?
If the job of the mother is to teach the children empathy
Hmm.
and she teach the children empathy, do the men lose the empathy like when they get older, when boys grow into
No,
men, do
they
they lose
become
the
too.
empathy?
What happens is they become too emotional. We have a world full of emotional men. You don't notice that?
Mm,
Ma'am, this is not making any
this
sense.
is
This
ridiculous.
is
Wait,
truly not making any sense.
wait,
Ridiculous.
hold on,
Because
hold
if
on.
women are typically more emotionally regulated, if we know that women are typically emotionally regulated, I would think that they are the ones that are able to teach boys and girls to be emotionally regulated. However,
No.
that's not what we're seeing in society today because men in this patriarchy tell little boys that they are not to be emotional and that they are to hide their emotions, which
Well,
is
she
why we
just
have
did it, and she a
emotional
Women do
outbursts.
the
woman.
same in
So
the
you
black
put too
community.
much trip on
Oh my
you put
God.
too much dip on this lady chip, TD. Slow
Wait, what
down,
you said,
slow down,
Pam?
Savannah. Slow down, Savannah.
Okay,
Wait, what do you
so
mean?
why? First of all, I'm
Hold on, wait,
answering
hold
the
on,
prompt
Trail.
and
Let me
y'all
explain it.
asking
Hold
me
on, Trail.
200
Hold on. This me.
questions.
This the host. Trail. Hold on. This the host. So what she's saying, TD, is that Trail just said that the problem with the men is that they're too emotional. So she's also perpetuating that toxic point, and this is the problem when we have these conversations. That's what's dangerous. And the men be talking about these toxic men who subscribe to hegemonic masculinity. Be talking about women are doing X, Y, and Z, and she would be the woman they're talking about. That's what Lynn is explaining. But
Gotcha.
I
Okay.
can't be the woman they talk about. I'm 25 and I'm married, so I can't be the woman they
So
That
talk
doesn't
you
about.
negate
would
that
you
you're the
hold on?
woman.
Would you describe yourself as a feminine woman?
Am I a feminine woman? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to know, in feminine women, it's the woman's job to teach empathy, right?
Yeah.
So I want to know how you are a feminine woman who lacks empathy. It's given
Mm,
very masculine.
Wait, what am
classic.
I lacking empathy about?
You on a panel with women and you can't even relate to our experience as a woman. You
I'm
up here, hold
asking
on,
you, what am I what
hold
am
on,
I lacking empathy about when I came on a panel? Hold on.
ma'am, I'm explaining to you, ma'am. See, that's what I'm saying. You on that man shit speaking over us or whatever. Like, you don't
Very
have
I
much
didn't even
empathy for
finish my
women
masculine.
and
statement.
women
You cut me
experiences.
off.
No,
You
I'm
cut me
answering your
off.
question, ma'am. I'm answering your goddamn
I didn't finish
question.
my
You lack
statement. You
self
cut me
awareness.
off. So how am
You
I?
Trail.
talk. You act just like these niggas. That's what she's saying to you. You act like these
No,
raggedy ass
you
niggas
cut
out
me
here,
off.
man.
I
Your
didn't
Nothing
finish
energy
my
wrong.
is
statement.
masculine.
Lord, it's hella
Hold on,
masculine, ma'am. It ain't giving
Trail.
feminine at
I didn't
all.
finish my statement though. So
But you
how
can,
am I the one that's being
Trail.
rude?
Trail. When you stopped, when you asked the question, how do I like empathy? Tara had started explaining why she felt that way, and then you
Okay.
started talking,
Okay. Go
and then
ahead.
she cut you off because you cut her off. So let her
Okay. Go
explain to
ahead.
you, let her answer your question, then you can respond.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tara.
all right, so we're women up here, and it's a women's space where we share our experiences. However, you're
Okay.
up here giving a male perspective because you can't even share, you can't even see the world through our perspective. You're so male centered that you do lack empathy. Your infatuation with being, getting validation from men and being an epitome of what a man want distance you from women, which is why you think being a girl's girl is a facade because you can't be a girl's girl because you wouldn't be allowed in the group because women would sniff you out real fast. Just like you already been sniffed out here. That I mean, that's the answer. I don't know how
Are
you
you
gonna
done?
take it, but that's the answer.
Okay, let me
You're
respond to
not
you.
done. No, I'm not done. Because you
Well,
masculine
she
and your
said I
energy
can
is
talk
hella
after she speaks.
aggressive.
She said
Hold
she said
on,
I can talk
feminine
after you
woman.
speak. Rose,
Hold
did you
on,
not say that?
feminine woman. This is my vacation home. And you being very masculine and aggressive. Please
Okay,
be
fine. Go
feminine.
ahead.
Please be feminine. Please.
Go ahead.
I don't like masculine pick me.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Lynn,
Okay.
I want to go after you. I just have
No,
one
I just
question
want to
after
let
you.
her know that she being very masculine and aggressive towards the women on this panel,
Okay, sure.
and it's upsetting me and my homegirls.
Okay, that's fine. Can I speak and rebuttal
Okay,
her?
no,
Okay, host, did you not
I
say
need
I
you
could
to
respond and
submit.
rebuttal her?
Let her respond so
Go
Black can
ahead.
respond.
Thank you. Okay, initially when I came on this panel, I stated the problem with society is nobody holding each other accountable. Y'all didn't hear the part when I said men are not holding men accountable. Y'all got sensitive when I said women are not holding women accountable. And then I asked the question, well, what are women not holding each other accountable about? And I answered, I can say the same thing about men. They got pookies out here. There's men who are not in their children's lives, which is disgusting. I can say the same thing about men. I just gave my perspective on women because I was asked a question specifically about women. I
The
can say the
reason why you
same
got
things
pushback
negative.
about women was
Are you gonna cut me
because
off?
it was
Are
pushing
you gonna cut me off?
respectability
Are
politics,
you gonna
talking
cut me
about
off or are you gonna allow
twerking,
me to
about all the
are you
other
gonna cut
fuckery
me
that
off
you
or are you gonna
stated.
allow me to
You were talking
finish?
about
Are you gonna cut me
respectability
off or are you gonna allow
politics.
Just
me to
let
And
her
that
finish?
is
finish.
why you
Let her
got the
finish, cause
Thank
I
pushback.
want to
you.
hear
Because
what
this is
you. I want to hear what
when
you're
I
saying,
initially got
T.
on the panel, I said,
And try, yeah, I want you to, try
thank
to
you. When
land
I
it.
initially got on the
Wait,
panel, I
try, hold
said,
on. Try to land it because I want to say something really quick before Black do. So go
thank
ahead.
you. Thank you. I'm about to land real quick. When I initially got on the panel, I said the problem is everyone is not holding each other accountable. And that's why men feel like their masculinity is dying because you're not holding Pookie accountable. Why you not telling Pookie to be in his child life? It's the same thing. I am a fair person. You asked me a question specifically about what I think is wrong with women and my women counterparts, and I answered, and y'all and the whole panel got sensitive. But if you ask me my perspective about men, I'm gonna get on their ass too.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this real quick, then Black gonna go, and then Sharon. So the thing that's interesting to me is that you think it's comparable that women may not want to dress modestly and men who don't see their children. You think that the accountability that, like, you can say, when you can describe accountability for men and women in the same sentence as, yeah, you women need to not be, wearing certain things, you need to be more modest, and yeah, it is you men need to hold each other accountable about not seeing your children, and that's a lot of the problem. But go ahead, Black, and try to say it quickly so Sharon can get an opportunity.
For sure. I just want to know that is empathy a bad thing for adults to have? Go ahead. And also, it is masculine to think, right? The fact that you said, I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking, it's masculine to think, so you need to like suppress that. But I'll let
About me,
yes, I'm talking about you. But
is this
yes,
not
it's
a thinking
masculine to
space? If you're
think.
not giving your
So
opinion,
I'm still
like what are
talking.
you
It's
talking
weird. I'm
about?
still talking.
What you're
Anyway,
talking about
the fact
me?
that like you don't have your man like talking for you because you're so feminine is wild. Like you better be careful. You're gonna lose
My
that
man
man.
is right here, and I'm making
But
him dinner.
the main question is empathy a bad thing? And that's all.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Sharon.
Okay.
I want her to answer
First,
my question after, please.
Yeah, I got you because I'm gonna ask something too.
so let me say this right quick, right? Leadership is not an inherent male trait. Neither is men pertaining authority. That's something that we created and further justified through religion and the societies we created, which was predicated on the actual subjugation of women, right? So everything that I just heard is very much so a red flag to me because the leadership of men is what has led the world to where it's at. Despite all the alleged good men have done, we also had to do a lot of destruction, a lot of subjugating, a lot of unaliving, a lot of raping in order to get society to where it is now. And we didn't have to do all that to get to society where it's at. Those things happen because of our own ambitions and us trying to justify the conquest and subjugation of other people. So we're really gonna be honest. Some of the things you mentioned are not actual issues. Just because you hear a man complain about it does not mean it's actually important. As I said before, and I'm gonna keep saying, a lot of these niggas are ignorant. They are incompetent. They are petulant little children. A lot of them are entitled, so they will express dissent with certain things, such as how women dress, because they cannot understand the notion of having self-control and not projecting that onto other people. So you bringing up how women dress and stuff in society is a non sequitur that has no relevance to the issues in society. Just because men like to blame that our issues and stuff like that, the things that men do on what how women dress and stuff like that, does not mean
Dan,
that
I'm
it's an
sorry to
actual correlation.
interrupt, but we can't hear you.
We can
Yeah,
barely
we
hear
can barely hear you. And I know you're saying good things, so please use our voice, you know?
Yeah, because she needs to
Give
hear
me
it. Can you please
give
speak
me one
up?
second. Let me disconnect these earbuds right quick.
I appreciate y'all and y'all opinions, but I gotta drop. I'm cooking
Yeah,
my
really.
husband dinner.
Yeah, I
Oh
Oh,
damn.
that man told her to get off that
Her
Hey
leader
babe, you
said
told me to
drop
get off the
down.
panel.
panel.
Hey, you told me to get off the
I
panel.
did. Hold on. I did want to say something about that though,
Baby,
Trevor.
did you tell me to get
you
off
heard
the
me now.
panel?
Hold,
The
hold
fuck is
on.
y'all
Yeah, we can hear you
talking
now.
Hold
about?
on.
Dang,
Trail.
don't gotta talk, baby. I'm about to
Trail.
drop because I'm cooking and I gotta pray after.
Trail.
Oh
I
my
Oh,
really
that
God.
wish.
answers one of my questions.
Whew.
I wish you could. Can you stay for just a second, Trail, so I can ask you? Well, say this statement to
All right,
you.
I got 2 minutes. What's up?
Okay, so the only thing I want to say before you leave is that the thing that's interesting with your husband being there and you know, cooking and having this conversation with
My
us.
husband just walked in the door.
No, that's fine, but I'm saying he's there.
He wasn't
And,
here when I said all I said. You
okay,
assuming.
okay. Well, I'm gonna assume that he knows what you think because you guys talk. So I'm gonna assume that y'all are in a relationship where y'all are talking to each other and y'all bouncing ideas off of each other. And even if that's not the case, you from my perspective, the way you're speaking is like you're speaking in the likeness of men, which is fine. It's your prerogative. And the thing that's interesting though about that to me is if you when women say that they're these feminine women, they have their husbands and they're all these things, but you are speaking when you should be doing things that are soft and gentle. Like you should be relaxing. You should be laid up in your house and the dinner should be made by a chef, a personal chef. You should be getting pampered. You should be so dainty and just taken care of. But that's not the case. You're boots on the ground and you're boots on the ground about pushing this idea about masculinity for men while you're doing all the labor and you're being the mouthpiece. It brings me back to the Handmaid's Tale when Serena is advocating for her husband to subjugate and disrespect her. And that's what it sounds like to me. So I just want to
Okay, are
say
you
that.
gonna allow me a chance to respond since you said
Yeah,
all of that?
yeah.
Okay, you said I should be sitting up, kicking up. I've been doing that since I was 18. I've been driving brand new BMWs motorsports since I was 19 years old. I have never had to pay a bill. The only thing I have to do is cook. I enjoy cooking lamb chops since my husband's going to pay all the bills. I don't have to do anything. My husband put me through college. I didn't have to work. I have dual citizenship in Senegal. I'm about to build a mansion in Senegal. My husband has property in Senegal. I
So
don't have to
why
do
That's
why
what
are you
she
not
anything. What
being
are
asked.
y'all
seen?
talking
Hold
about?
on.
She
So
didn't
why are you
ask you
not
that.
being seen and not heard? Like you
What
should be
is
in the
you,
kitchen and not talking. You shouldn't be
girl?
arguing with
This
people on
is
the
what I
internet.
do for fun. This is what I do for fun. And when I came on here, y'all keep see. This is where the bias come in. Because I came on here and I said, people, all of us need to hold each other accountable. Men need to hold men accountable. Women need to hold accountable. You
But
asked
you
me a
didn't hear me. But
series
you
of
didn't hear me.
questions.
But you didn't hear me, Trail, when I said it's not comparable. When you
At
say
all.
that women's accountability is the things that they wear, but men's accountability is the
That's not
actions
all
that
I
they
said, though.
take.
That's
Yeah,
not
But
all
no,
all
I
of the
said,
things
though.
you said were
Can I
speaking
say
on
something real
respectability
quick?
politics.
Hold
That's
up.
No,
it.
none of
Hold up.
y'all can't say nothing. I'm talking to
Hold
the
up. No,
host.
real quick. Real quick. I'm gonna be quick and I gotta go. Women, the thing about being a woman, all you do is you're accountable for every fucking thing from childhood.
No, you're not.
That's the thing. Hold up, ma'am. Let me finish. Like it's nothing but accountability. Accountable to each other, accountable to ourselves. We are police so much Like every little thing you do, women judge women so harshly. We harshly judge ourselves. It's so many criteria that we have to meet, literally. And it's like, that's what I'm saying. You have such a man perspective. You think it's a 1v1, like as an equal playing
I
field.
don't know. Maybe
But
because I had a father.
ma'am.
I'm married.
God
We have
I
damn.
fathers
told y'all
too,
I gotta
man.
go. Y'all still kind
We
of
have
All
talking.
right,
fathers
all right,
too,
then go
man.
go take a shit and let me finish talking.
You
Damn,
talking
the
to
fuck,
me
I'm
though? You
fucking
said, "Can I
talking.
say
You
something
weirdo.
to
No,
me?"
you said
Okay,
it.
now I'm a
Listen, we
weirdo.
having fun. Remember, let's have a good time and shut the fuck up. It's not a
Oh,
1v1,
oh, but
man.
I'm
You got
masculine.
all the red pill talking point. You sound just like a fucking man. Women are
You're
police
like a
all the
man,
fucking
and you,
time. Every day, all day, ma'am.
yeah,
All the
yeah.
fucking time. What is you talking about? You don't know shit. You don't know nothing about anything. You don't know
I
what
got,
patriarchy is. You don't know.
got you.
You so up these niggas' ass. You don't know what the
Oh
experience of a
yeah.
woman is like. That shit is fucking sad. I'll be
Well,
back in 30 about
apparently
30
it's
minutes,
because we
y'all.
don't have fathers. Like she said, we don't have daddies.
All right,
No,
T.
I said maybe because I have a father.
We all have fathers up
You
here,
Yeah.
man.
assumed what I
We all
said.
have fathers, and I will never be a male censored bitch. Like that will never be my
Oh,
my
now I'm
my
a male
judge.
centered bitch.
That'll
Well,
never be
guess
my
what?
my
I love
judge.
men. I respect men.
We
They built
know.
this country. They
We
built the
well, no, no,
roads.
no.
They
Black
built the
men.
Oh,
If
wow.
bridges.
we're gonna go
Okay.
based
They
on
built the
history,
roads.
black
The
men
same
and
black
black
men that
women
y'all
built this
disrespect
country.
every
They were
day.
not telling
The
black women you could
same
just
black
go
men
in
that y'all
and milk your
disrespect
tits,
every
ma'am.
single
Black women
day.
were out there building with
But
black
Hold
men,
on,
the
don't wait,
same
TD. Hold
and
on,
building
TD.
all of
Hold on,
those
TD.
things.
black
Hold
men that
on.
y'all
We ain't gonna
disrespect
explain to
every
her.
single
Well, I
She's
day.
a
want. Hold on.
dummy.
We ain't
Like
gonna
she's
explain.
a
Hold
Oh,
willful
on.
I'm a
dummy.
Hold on,
dummy.
y'all. Hold on. Well, ma'am, Trail, tell your husband to snatch you off this live so you could do what a wife's supposed to
Baby,
do.
come snatch me off the
Get
line.
sir, come get your property. Come get your property
Come
off
get your
this live
property.
so that she can cook her lamb chops and have you taken care of, please. Because we
I
don't.
just
You right. We're masculine. We disrespect men. We don't want to disrespect that man's property. So we want you to get off this live because I'm about to get
I'm so
disrespectful.
glad to be his
we
property.
know, sis.
Hey,
We
Go read a
know.
book
So
I'm
while
go
you're at
ahead,
glad.
it.
Miss
Go
I'm
read a
Property.
book
Go
while
glad.
you're
ahead.
at it.
Go ahead, baby. Because we don't want to disrespect that man's property. You right. I need to stop disrespecting
I'm
these
his
men's
property, you my
females.
property.
I don't want to
We
disrespect
each
his
other's
female.
property.
Okay,
Can I?
ma'am. Go ahead, Leah.
Okay.
No, this shit is
I
So,
sad.
got y'all mad as hell.
Yeah, because
okay.
you're
Anyway,
trifling and you're
Hold
very
so,
on, TD.
ignorant to what.
hold
Let
on.
Liz go. TD. Let Liz
So,
go.
what's wild is like clearly the way, based on how you're talking, I know she's gone, but your husband doesn't like women, right? And like you think that you're somehow exempt from that.
Yeah.
And nothing that you do will exempt you from the fact that he hates women and you're a woman. And so talk all the crap you want about single moms, there's a good chance you'll end up one.
At 25, talking like that already, and she's combative. So that means she's performing. She doesn't even really fit the role. She's performing because she's showing her ass. She hasn't had any decorum since she's been up here. And the other thing that's interesting too, Liz, is that she knows that her husband don't like women. So she's trying to capitulate to him, and she don't like fucking women.
Right, right. Well, and that's why that, yeah. Yeah.
It's so crazy
Yeah.
that someone would sell their soul, their freedom, their voice, their humanity for a mansion and for all these material things. Your freedom, who you are, and like your voice, that is wild to me. Mm-mm. Rather buy all that stuff for myself than give away my voice and my humanity for a man. She.
I knew she was a dummy when she said that leadership is inherently masculine. I knew she didn't read books then.
I just want to say that I think it's a smack in the face, especially for black people, to our moms, grandmas, great grandparents. When you talk about using the argument saying that men built this world when the foundation of America was built off of slave labor, off of our grandmas, our great grandmas. They did a lot of the labor. They did a lot of the same labor that men did out there in the fields with them. They did the reproductive labor. They were the test subjects, so that shit is crazy.
she was crashing out with that one. Like that's what I was saying. Like she was performing, and then then her mask fell completely off within like less than 30 minutes. Like completely fell off. It's embarrassing, but you know she young, and you know, under his eye, fuck you. I don't know. She got it.
I'm deceased.
Under his eye is
Under his
crazy.
eye. Woo, Lord.
She got it. It's her world. Sometimes, like, but the thing, to be real though, y'all, I get it. Like, I think that, and y'all, bear with me for a second. I'm holding y'all hand when I say this. I do think that information is important. It's important. I am gonna put this on YouTube. Y'all remind me, please remind me, hold me accountable. It is your world, Trail, and I love that for you. And I'm praying for you. Like I said, under his eye, blessed be, um, you know, till the wheels fall off. But when I say this, y'all, education is important. It's important for us to send a message and educate those who may be willing to learn. But when we're in a back and forth with someone, we gotta start. We gotta stop exhausting ourselves with explaining things that they know. They're up here to be combative about it. She crashed out and started saying that the men built the roles when she was first trying to perform this fake femininity and this understanding and this empathy that she does not have, because she is masculine. She don't have any empathy. She doesn't have any way to connect with other people. So what she was trying to pretend to do at first was act like she was feminine and understanding and say that she was gonna hold men accountable and do the both sides thing. And then she immediately crashed out and started talking about men build the roles and we always disrespectful, and trying to pick fun at us because she assumes that everyone is single and she got a man, etc., etc., etc. And that right there is why we don't need to be breaking things down. Right. In these moments, we need to start planting seeds to make them expose themselves and make them sound stupid, make them choke up on their words. That's what I was wanting to do. I wanted to make her explain what women need to be accountable for. And then let's compare what you're saying. What you saying women clothes is what they need to be accountable for, but men's behavior is what men need to be accountable for. And you think those things are potato. You think that men abandoning their children is comparable to a woman wearing a short skirt. Because the reason why a woman can't wear a short skirt is because why, class? Because men are dangerous. The reason why women need men, and you're mocking and picking with women who you think don't have a man, is because you think that women need men to do what? Protect them from who? Other men. So it's odd that women have to be accountable, and accountability y'all talk about is stupid shit. Like fucking clothes. Because if men were so good and they needed to be respected, it wouldn't matter what we wear. We could go back to what it was when we were more tribal, where we was wearing nothing. We was painting our bodies because that was a sign of our status. That was a sign of us being confident. No, we wasn't being the boobs wasn't being sexualized in the manner that they are now. A woman can't even breastfeed her baby. Hell, if you got kids, you might can't even fully feed your child because that man want to get on you and do his business. They don't give a fuck about y'all baby. So I'm not trying to police how we talk, y'all. I'm open to it. I just want us to reconsider when we decide to do the labor of giving information, because we need to start exposing these motherfuckers and make them eat their motherfucking words. That's what we should start doing. But that's my TED talk. We can open it up. Go ahead, Black.
I agree though, because all of us here, like, we know, we read, we are educated, we know this stuff, right? And so I think one of the best arguments I've ever had with someone like that is literally just asking them questions so that they have to explain their logic. Because the more they explain themselves, the more they realize that their logic it does not make sense. So you gotta like slowly question them and question their logic and question. And that's how we promote change. And so I'm sorry for getting a little spicy there.
No, I'm all for the spicy. I love the spicy. I'm just saying we need to withhold the labor for when we have moments like right now where we could talk about it. Like this, the perfect time to do the education, to really like talk to the people who are still here who want to listen, and maybe she'll be listening in the comments, maybe. But in a moment, like you said, we need to expose their how illogical they are. Um, Go ahead, TD, then Liz, and then we got a new person on the panel. We're gonna give him a chance to talk, and Lynn too. Go ahead, TD, then Liz.
Yeah, I was just going to apologize for getting a little bit loud and spicy too, but I see what you're saying about us holding back when it comes to the education. It's just difficult to do, especially when their mind is so set on being male centered. Like, and especially when they say the type of things that she was saying. It historically everything that she was saying is incorrect. And it's like you want to be willfully ignorant and argue back and forth and be combative, masculine, like you said we are, but you just don't want to listen. Like you don't want to learn shit. You just want to be dumb and let it be.
Yeah, I agree. It's upsetting and it's frustrating, especially when you're into education. You want to like stop the lies in the tracks, but we gotta start letting them walk into the hole they trying to dig for us. But go ahead, Liz.
Marriage is
Liz.
not the end all be all. And yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we can
Marriage
hear
is
you.
not the end all be all. So like, and this is something that I know has been happening in my quote unquote community for a long time that we've been seeing. I saw it a bunch of times with even just my parents' friends growing up. Like women oftentimes were in positions where they didn't work, where they were taken care of. Men would walk out. Men do that all the time. Men, like there's horror stories of women suddenly like not being able to afford groceries and not knowing what they're going to do, not knowing how they're going to like pay the mortgage because the man walks out and leaves the woman with nothing because he doesn't care. And if your husband already doesn't like women, again, he doesn't like you either.
Damn, Liz, I'm going
And
back downstairs. You stole my point. We're gonna drop back down. That was all I'm gonna say. Thank you, Liz.
Now you can.
yeah, yeah, and so
Lord have mercy.
yeah, I mean, and so like this idea that like, oh, I'm not in the position you're in, I'm set for life. No, no, the fuck you're not. You are completely at the mercy of this man wanting to keep you around, and as soon as he doesn't, then you are in a world of hurt.
That's your ass, Mrs. Postman. That's your ass. But you right. No, go ahead, Lynn, and then Dark Horse. You can say. Wait, what you say? Wait, race. Oh, Lynn, did you want to say something before Rachel go?
No,
I
Rachel
thought.
can
Hold
go.
on.
It's
Okay, go ahead, Bunny.
it's funny how she says it because like I'm Muslim, but I'm a horrible Muslim at that. I'm the worst type of Muslim, right? So don't ever
Oh,
think.
assalamu alaikum.
Well, alaikum assalam. Are you Muslim?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. The point I'm trying to make though is this: I'm the worst, right? And I'm a horrible example, but I will say this much: what Liz said is very important due to the fact of the nature of this, right? In Islam, whatever a man makes is his and his wife's, or his wife, right? And whatever the woman makes is hers. And the reason why this is done like that is just in case the man decides to try to mistreat her, to abuse her, or try to, say, I'm the one that makes all the money, you can't do this, you can't do that. It gives her a way to leave and exit out of the relationship. It allows the woman to save up her money as much as she can. It allows her to not have to spend anything unless she wants to. And then it keeps her safe because in Islam, it's all about protecting the woman. I know there's a lot of misinformation out there saying that, Muslim men or Muslims don't appreciate their wives or they hurt their wives and all this nonsense, how these mayonnaise monsters want to tell you that and how the propaganda is out there being spreaded. But it's actually the opposite. And it's made for what Liz said, actually, is to protect her, to allow her to leave if she's in an abusive relationship that is not good for her or her children, believe it or not. So it's funny how she says that, though. That's
Well,
all I wanted to say.
I
Allowed to
want to
work.
put
Like, what
I
if the
want to
man
push
is not
back on that
allowing her
because
to
it's
work?
not right. Well, that's why I want to push back on it. It's not. It's not necessarily that it's a bunch of propaganda that's lying about it. It's actually Muslim men interpreting the hadiths the way they want to weaponize it against women because they so patriarchal and they so radical. They take the hadiths and they twist the hadiths into what they want it to be so that they can control and dominate women. So the propaganda is coming from the
Like
Muslim
Arabs.
men a lot of the times. To be honest, I don't know, and
Like,
I don't
sister,
want
you
to
know,
tussle with them. You can, but
yo, that's why they sent the last and final prophet, Russell, alayhi salam. They sent Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to he was the last prophet for a reason because those people were so despicable. Like they would unalive their daughters and do all kind of weird stuff, and that's the reason why God blessed them with the last and final messenger. That's what I truly believe is because those
well, I ain't
people needed the
around them
most.
much. But hear what I'm saying, racial, because I ain't around them. I'm around the black men, and the black men are the ones who are the ones twisting and changing it up. Like a lot of times, the reason why they revert or convert, whatever you want to call it, is because they believe that they're gonna get to have this power over women, and they're gonna get their four wives and all the bullshit they be talking. So, I don't care how you flip it or turn it, because a lot of times it be if it is the Middle Eastern men that's the confusion, then why the hell do black men literally copy the culture of the Middle Eastern Muslims instead of being who they are? Because the Prophet Muhammad said, "Let Africans be Africans," but our Africans be shaking they twisting it, and they end up saying that's why we say "Assalamu alaikum" instead of saying I forget what to translate to. But you know what I'm saying. We're saying we're using their language.
That's what Jesus
Wait,
Christ said
what?
as well. It's what Isa alayhi salam said. He said, "Peace be unto you." That's Assalamu alaikum is Arabic for peace be unto you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I forgot it just that fast because I'm multitasking. I'm being domestic. But whatever. My point is, we could just say peace be upon you. We could just say that if your language is English, based on the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, you would just simply say, instead of you saying Assalamu alaikum, on their culture. So I'm saying my point is black men convert or revert and take on that culture. So we can't pick and choose what part of the culture they take. Because if it is them who diluted or who twisted what the Quran said, then our black men couldn't wait to twist it up. They couldn't wait to braid it up. They put it in, they locked the shit up.
Listen,
Okay?
most black
But
men
you
are
can
not
go
Muslims.
on.
Most black men are Christians, and most Christians are really kafirs. They're non-believers. They just call themselves Christians because they were raised in a Christian
Not a
household.
Kaffir. That's a southeastern word. I mean, not a
But don't
southeastern. That's a
don't ever say
South
that.
African word.
That
What the
that
hell?
is the N word in South Africa. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Kafir does not mean what you know. It does.
You think
That's not.
I ain't
That's not what
cultured,
that
nigga?
means.
Wait, nigga, how much time? Wait, hold on,
What?
racial.
That's not what
Hold on,
kafir means. It means a
racial.
non-believer. It
Racial.
means a non-believer. But go ahead.
Well, please don't repeat that because it is the N word in my country. So please, I'm putting that
No,
boundary.
they're calling you non-believers. That's why they're saying it to you. They're calling you a non-believer.
I'm gonna look it up because that's what I thought
In
too. I
Afrikaans,
seen the
no.
color.
In
Give a
Afrikaans, it
damn.
does
I
Hold
don't
not
give
on,
a
mean
I
damn.
seen
And
the
they
non-believer.
calling
color.
you a nigger. Shit.
Yeah,
I
you
seen the
can't
color of
say
friendship.
an N
I know what
word,
I'm
hard
talking about.
R in
No,
Afrikaans.
listen, I understand why you're offended
I
because listen,
am
I don't even like
asking you.
Arabs.
I am
Listen,
putting the
I don't even like.
boundary.
Listen. Me
I'm putting
personally,
that boundary.
Don't say
Just
it.
say non-believer,
listen. Me
please.
personally, I don't even really
Hold
like
on.
certain groups of people like that, due to the fact that they're very xenophobic and very ignorant. Right. I'm not gonna go too deep into that.
Why you being xenophobic? You talk about they xenophobic. Why you being
Yeah,
xenophobic?
are you
Diabolical.
saying that
But
for
keep
I mean,
purposes
talking.
that
it
I'm
the literal translation, you're right, but they use it as a derogatory term. It's like bitch means female dog. But you're not gonna go around like calling like people bitches. Like, are you racial? It just means female dog.
Black women call themselves that. White women call themselves that. Hispanic women call themselves that. Why not?
That doesn't
You get
justify
it?
Okay.
it.
All right. That's
Also,
fine.
why are you hating on
Go
my
ahead.
country? What did we do to you?
No,
Don't women call
he talking about
themselves the
Middle
B word?
Eastern.
Yes or no?
Yeah, but why?
But
What's the point? Let's focus. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Didn't say
it,
the
Go ahead,
word.
Liz.
He
Say
said
it.
the B word.
Oh, so-called black people call themselves the N word? I mean, what?
So
I
I
mean,
mean,
listen, what I'm
but
you
that's
won't
saying,
even
but that's
say
the
the
same logic
word.
though.
No, you won't even say the word because you know it's derogatory. Both words, the N word and the B word.
the word I use means a non-believer. That's all it
I
means. It's a
know
non-believer.
what it means, but it's derogatory.
Being a kafir, they're the biggest kafirs
Oh
of the
my
earth, but
God.
whatever. Okay.
No, he just want to say it now. He just want to be disrespectful
No, what I
now.
was trying to say is
Isn't
that
it
most of these so-called
Ramadan?
black, yes, it is.
So why are
He
you
said
being
he the worst. He said he the
disrespectful?
Yeah,
worst.
I'm glad whoever said he said he's the worst. I'm glad they said that because I'm trying to tell you I'm the worst example of that.
No, that's haram. Stop.
Yes, I'm the worst example of a
Okay.
Muslim. Yes,
Okay, well, okay, you the worst
I'm
example
not
of
proud
a
of it,
lot
by
of
the way.
things,
I'm
I'm
not proud of
sure.
that, but
Then stop, then be
inshallah,
No, you
better.
think
You
you
can be
proud.
inshallah.
better.
Well,
Oh,
when
he
I go to
proud.
Africa,
He proud
when
of
I when
that
I leave this
xenophobia.
country
He
full of
proud of
kafirs,
being horrible.
when I leave this country full of ignorant, non-believing people, hateful people,
Hold
when I
on,
leave this
Rachel.
country,
Hold
I'll
on,
do that.
Rachel. Hold on, Rachel. You moving too fast. Slow down. First of all, you do sound proud of it. Second of all, Liz was trying to finish saying what she was saying, and then third of all, I got a question.
Oh, I was just saying,
Go.
like, to say that, well, women call themselves the B word, like, so, and so what? Like, why? So you should be able to call women the B word? Like,
Funny, they get mad when a man says it, but they're cool when a woman says it. Isn't that weird?
No, it's not.
it's the
I
same,
know
but,
who Rachel is. Rachel ignorant as hell. I know who he is.
and by that
Okay.
same
It's
I
the
logic,
know,
dude
though,
who
man.
be
Somebody
arguing with
know.
Public.
Far from ignorant, but okay, I hear you.
by that same logic, like, that's what white people say when we want to use the N word. And it's bad logic then, and it's
Yeah,
bad
that's what
logic
mayonnaise
now.
monsters do say. Yeah, mayonnaise monsters use that word to describe someone
That's
who
what I'm saying.
means
Hold on,
that is
Rachel. Okay,
ignorant.
Rachel. Okay, because this the thing. Let me tell you something. I don't care. You can say it if you want to say bitch. Say it. Just whatever. Ain't nobody about to crash out. Not over here. We don't crash out because men want to use the word bitch because they want to be one of the girls. Go ahead. You can say bitch if you want to. Ain't nobody gonna be one about
He said
that.
because they want to be one of the girls. I like that.
I don't even care because whatever I'm a bitch and now you a bitch and we just some bitches. So move on. Life go on. I ain't gonna lose no sleep. Um. So, do you think that men are under attack because women want control?
Um, I think that black men are under attack. Other men, not necessarily. Um, white tea men are so feminine. They're so fragile and so weak that they created a culture where they teach every other culture how to hate and despise those who are the original people of the planet Earth, right? They try to teach others that being a genetic mutation and being a weakened person in every nature of the fashion of a human morsel is cool, and being the natural is the weak or the worse. So what happens is that a lot of black women, they want to assimilate to society as they should. They want to feel protected. They want to be, financially strong. That, and the third. They just want to live their lives and excel in life. However, in a system that is designed to keep their people at a disadvantage, they don't know how to respond to this. So they look to their men to help them, navigate through this world or navigate through American society, right? However, it's extremely difficult once again because you have an inferior group of people who have a nuclear arsenal that allows them in the military, which some of us are, in. I was in the army that utilizes their weaponry to attack certain groups of people, right? I don't know if this is going over your heads or not, but the point I'm trying to make though is this: the women are like, so what do we do? It's a stalemate for them. It's like, do we assimilate, do we conform, or do we segregate and isolate from this? Problem is that when there's no jobs being created by your own people, and you have to employ and have to get you have to get jobs through these people, You have to assimilate to a certain degree, but the black woman, they take it too far. I think that they can generate enough money from any job they decide to work at, but segregate themselves and segregate their wealth from helping those people who are trying to harm them. For example, why would you support an army that's working against you? Every time you make a dollar and you go to Walmart, or every time you make a dollar and you go to a white tea man to support his or her business, all you're doing is helping them with their propaganda and with their motives to destroy your own people. What you do is you extract the money from these people and you pour it back into your own community and you work against them.
Okay, I got
Segregation was
another question.
beautiful for us.
Hold on.
Integration was the worst thing that happened to us.
Okay, all right, yeah. Shout out to you know what? You got to talk to Malcolm, not Malcolm X. You got to talk to Martin Luther King about that. I don't know how you gonna talk to him, but go and get him. How can men take back their masculinity? Then? If what you're saying is true, because that's a conversation I did want to have. And thank you for confirming that I definitely need to have the conversation. Um, but how can men take back their masculinity, or black men specifically? We'll go ahead and have the conversation because you're saying that black women are wanting to assimilate, and it makes it and it's difficult. It's difficult for black men. I'm assuming, right? So how are black men? What are black men going to do to work through that?
Great question. And I also want to answer a Black Magnolia's question. She said, if black men are the superior race, then why aren't they dominating the world, right? So once again, right, certain groups of people
And when you
have.
say black, hold on, because I want to clarify something, racial buddy. Let's be clear. When he says black people, or when he talk about superior black people, he's not talking about women and children. He's talking about black men. So I'm glad you asked that question, Magnolia, because I do want to
The
know.
entire race. I'm talking about the
No,
entire race.
no, I know, no. He's talking about black men. That's my interpretation of it. Let me interpretate it how I need to for my brain. Okay, but go ahead. You go ahead. Talk your shit.
So, a lot of people ask this simplistic, naive question about if they're so this or they're so that, then why is yada 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 yada, right? Well, we already know that Chinese people created the G powder, they created the GUN, they created the cannon, and so forth and so forth. We already know that the Asian people dominated Eastern Europe. We already know that 60% of Europeans unalive because they were diseased and famined, and they had bubonic plagues. And we already know that they went around the world spreading diseases and unalive multiple, should I say, millions, if not billions, of people. Smallpox alone in the 1900s unalived about 300 to 500 million people. So we already know that they're already diseased, right? This gave them an advantage, and it gave them a strong points in certain kind of locations, and allowed them to create international networking, and allowed them to create, it allowed them to create where they're at right now. Long story short, and through the means of African American people or so-called black people, they were able to create the atomic B word through geniuses such as J. Ernest Wilkins Jr., Lloyd Quarterman, who created the hydrogen fluoride solution, which
Okay,
allowed
all right,
the
hold on, because somebody just left because you was
yeah,
talking.
yeah,
We gotta wrap it up a little bit. So,
right, right, right.
um, okay, I I'm gonna be honest.
It's gonna take me too long to explain it to you, so it's not a simplistic answer. But go ahead.
No, and let me tell you, I understand. That's what I said. Let me be honest with you. Let me be honest with you, and I'm gonna hold your hand with some sage in between it, and a bustle
I really don't need that.
no, I'm gonna hold your hand with some sage and
Yeah.
some collard
Okay.
greens in between.
Okay.
Hear me out. What it boils down to me is that the reason why you have to give such a complicated, complex answer is because you're lying and you're bullshitting. Because if you can, no. This is something that like a lot of men like you do. It's like you're saying that you're talking about the black community being superior, but then you're putting black women as
When
the
I say that,
responsible ones, the
I
ones who
mean
made it
I mean on a
difficult. Hold on.
genetically,
I know. Hold
physically,
on.
spiritually, on any aspect of the nature. Yes, we are. However, with military and with weaponry, that becomes a different.
Okay,
This is
so
becomes different
why
now, right?
aren't
Because
you
if I have a
taking
nuclear warhead and you
responsibility
don't,
as a
if I have
man?
a
But you're not
GUN,
taking responsibility. Hold on, Rachel. you're not taking responsibility as a man because you're arguing about this superiority thing, right? Within the black community. But then you would also say that men have a certain amount of physical strength and dominance over women because of nature, natural, whatever. So why is it that a superior man cannot protect the community and help the community and prevent certain things from happening?
Okay.
Why are you talking about this?
Okay.
Why are you talking about
Okay.
this inferior group of people who was plagued by diseases, but they was
Yes.
able to dog
Yes.
walk your ass?
Not my ass. Maybe your ass, but not my ass. The thing about it
No,
is
your
this.
ass. 'Cause you the
So,
one. You
can
the
you
one.
prove that?
You the one in trouble, sir. You the one. I can
Okay.
prove. You probably got a record.
Yeah, yeah, I'm in
No, I ain't
trouble.
gonna prove
Okay.
that you probably.
You're not in trouble. You're not in
It
trouble.
for a
Yeah, you're
fact.
not in trouble. I'm in
I
trouble.
bet
Okay.
you money.
Yeah, you're not in
I
trouble.
bet you money you a felon. I bet you
Yeah,
money you a
you're not in
felon.
trouble. Okay.
I bet you money you done had to bend over and call.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
bet you
yeah.
money. No,
I know how
no,
to
I
bend.
don't care if
I know
I'm.
how to bend
Don't
over.
worry about me being in trouble. Hold on,
I
sir.
wow, wow.
Hold on, sir. Don't worry about me being in trouble because you don't
Keep
care
to them
about women being in
crocodiles. I'm
trouble.
sure you know how
I'll
to
lean on the
kiki and
women for
kiss
that.
their ass and turn on that white
But
voice, right? Yeah, I don't know about you. Say I do. I'm sure you turn sympathize and cater to them with all their needs. I'm sure you do that. I'm sure the women do that. I don't think the men wear wigs and weaves. I don't think you see
Yeah,
us
he's
wearing
and
an
that's
Donald
fine.
incel.
Trump
So the women
wigs
do
He
it.
and
is
Okay,
an
perms.
cool.
incel.
I don't think you
Hold
see us out
on.
here doing.
Okay, racial. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on 1 second. Hold on, racial. You right. Black women, that's what they do. They submit to the YT man. They put on wigs and lashes. They go to
It's
work. They
humiliating, and
assimilate.
they want to
You
be mad at
right. You
somebody.
right.
It's
Hold
humiliating.
on.
I know it is. It
You
has to
got
be.
it. No, no,
It
no.
has to be
No, no,
humiliating.
no. No, you're absolutely right. No, it is. You know what? It's not humiliating because we do it with grace. We love it. We signed up for it.
Lower
So my
yourself
question
down
is,
to
what are men
a
like
weaker
you
group of
going to
people
do? So what are
for a
you gonna
dollar.
do about? What are
Lower
you
yourself
gonna?
down to a weaker group for a
Hold
dollar
on.
with grace. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
What are you gonna do about it though? Bitch, what are you gonna do about it? We doing it. We assimilate for a dollar. We twerk our ass for
I
them
thought I was the
men.
worst mother.
Okay,
She
because they
called me
got the
out my
money and the
name.
resources. We doing the damn thing.
That's
So what you
crazy.
gonna do about it? Cause you can't do shit.
That's crazy.
You can't do shit. Them YT men put they nuts on
You
your
know, you a
motherfucking
Muslima, so
head. What you
I'm not
gonna
even gonna come
do?
at you sideways like that. I'm gonna go ahead
What
and
you gonna
exit
do?
because I ain't gonna come at you sideways like that.
No. What you gonna do about it? Cause we doing it. Wigs, weeds, and lashes. And what you gonna do about it? Absolutely nothing. Y'all be doing all that talking. And when the heat gets to y'all ass, y'all can't handle it. Cause at the end of the day, if black women are doing all this for the white man, then what y'all gonna do about it? Shit. Y'all don't do nothing but complain. Y'all will spend y'all time talking to. You say that we put on wigs, weaves, and lashes. We change our voice to bow down to the YT man for a dollar. So if we're doing the bowing, why the fuck are you doing the bending? Over, not the bending. You getting bent. Let me change that. Y'all be getting bent for these motherfuckers. But even if I entertain the fact that black women are literally assimilating to the Watiness and to our oppressors, and we're weak, why the fuck y'all not checking them and grabbing us back? Because if it's that easy for us, if we just in survival mode and we want resources and they got them, so we assimilate, why y'all can't get y'all shit together? I bet y'all can't give me that answer. It's crazy. Cause y'all risk going to prison to assimilate. Yeah, they always complain with no actions. It's crazy. But go ahead, Black. I know you were trying to say something, but I want to address that. But go ahead.
Like that man's an incel. He was screaming incel. He wants a woman so bad that but he can't get one because he's deplorable. So he's just like, I hate y'all, and I'm mad that the white man's getting y'all and not me, and I should be the one because I'm superior, and being a superior person, I should get what I want. That man was throwing a tantrum, a whole ass tantrum. Like, bless their hearts.
What the hell happened to the panel?
Oh, I don't know. Everybody disappeared. That was crazy. Let me see how long I've been in the room. Mm-hmm.
Ran.
I'm trying to eat
Bad
lunch.
man. We left.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Roy.
left because of him. You know my patience ain't shit.
He was crashing out. But go ahead, don't hurt. I know you want to say something.
I was trying to respond to Liz's point. That shit dead. That shit unalive now.
No,
Uh,
you can still say it.
um, I think she was talking about the way these pygmies who claim that they're giving men the
That
control.
men don't like women. Mm-hmm.
hmm So they're doing the pick me behavior. They're doing the man as the leader kind of thing, and they're giving the men the control that the men say that they want. But unfortunately, and I may do some research on this, but men rarely, initiate and follow through with a divorce. But in my personal life, I see a lot of pick me women getting left by the men. They'll use them
Mm-hmm.
up and then leave them after 20 years or whatever's going on. And it's weird that she puts up with everything, eating outside, babies, whatever, you not coming home or what have you. And she continues to be this docile woman. And then she actually gets left. He actually divorces her. Um, this is weird. That's the dynamic. So what the men are saying that they want and what the submissive, docile women are saying that they're getting that's supposed to make this forever relationship isn't what it is. Now, if there are women who are initiating the divorce, those are usually the ones who are standing up for themselves, right? And they're saying, no, no, thank you. And they're walking away from the men. But we joke all the time, even as men, when they're boyfriends, they're not even your husbands, they won't leave. They won't break up. They'll be deplorable. They'll be disgusting human beings, but they won't leave. So if you've done something to make a man leave, please know, it's a rare, rare thing, but it's a sad thing that it's usually he's been doing a lot of abusing, and his respect for you is so low that he doesn't want to be bothered with you anymore. So that's what it is. It's eroding your eroding your respect. And when someone says that you you such a sorry human being that I don't want to be associated with you anymore, that's pretty damn sad. And I think that's what it comes to. Hold on one second, the little one's calling. I'll be right back.
Where did everybody go?
Okay, but I agree with you, Darko. Oh, you made it back, Greg.
Thinking
Go
everybody was
ahead,
gonna be in here
Greg.
waiting for me. I mean, they didn't even wait on the Negro. Like,
Yeah,
but
you shouldn't
I
have
was
left
gonna
without telling
say.
me.
I mean, I was gonna come
Hold
right
on,
back. I
Lynn.
had.
You ain't see. Wait, hold on, Greg. Hold on, Greg. Lynn, Greg cammed up, baby. I don't know if you
Greg
was in
before.
here.
I seen Greg beaming
Oh,
his self
I'm not.
before.
I said, look at Greg. Look at
Yeah, he
Greg.
got a beam
Oh,
head.
Greg.
Yeah, the
He
ladies
got
they love it. They
a
love it.
medium yellow, schmellow looking ass.
Yeah, they love it. They love it.
Yeah, I was
I
like,
bet beam
Lynn.
head.
I was like, he light bright, a loser. But hey, Greg, at least you know what, Greg? You know what?
Like that nigga from Friday who tucked his chain in.
He do. That
Red.
is who you look like.
Oh
No, he look
man.
like
Red. That
red.
is who you look like. That's exactly what you look like. The one thing that save you, Greg, is that you skinny.
Yep.
No, go
I'm
ahead, Darko.
6'2". I'm 6'2" and I'm slim. Yep. Uh huh.
I was gonna ask,
Yeah,
Mia
that's what
has
save you, Greg.
every Mia, has every man came on the
Has
panel and
everyone?
answered? Every man came up on the panel and answered the second question.
No. They they give
Oh,
long answers or vague answers. Well, long vague answers or short vague answers.
okay. I just
They
wanted
got
to
the
know.
answer.
Um, yeah, I just wanted to know because, of course, I don't know. I ain't gonna give it away this early in the live because you're still gonna go for a while. At the end of the live, though, I'm gonna make a comment about the second question. I'm just gonna observe the answers that are given to question number two about the masculinity.
All right, so this is what I wanted to say before I had left, right, regarding black men. So you got to understand that black men. So let me say this first: all patriarchy is not created equal, right? You have white patriarchy, and then you have black patriarchy. We perform patriarchy better than whites do, and white men did not like that, right? That's one of the reasons why we were marrying at higher rates than they were, and we have always been marrying at higher rates than they did until after the civil rights era. So integration is honestly what caused the demise of the black family. We didn't have the same problems that white women had with white men. To be clear. So the whole feminist movement, they use, you know, CIA ploys like Gloria Steinem to infiltrate and indoctrinate the minds of the black woman to believe that, well, you don't need a man and that, your man is holding you back. So that's one of the main reasons why we have so many black women that hate black men. So, but what I was going to say before is that black men, again, they actually exercise patriarchy better than white men do, and white men are envious for it. So when y'all try to, equate everything that goes on in this white supremacist system, this white world, it's not the same. It's like night and day. When we rule, when we're in rulership, the way we do things is totally different. Totally different.
I got a question. When you say y'all, Greg, when you say y'all do masculine and I mean patriarchy better than the white team man, can you explain that a little bit more?
Um, our form of patriarchy, our dynamic of patriarchy is not oppressive to women. It's not oppressive to our women, right? That's one of the reasons why when you look at back before we integrated, women had jobs, women, they were able to kind of do what they wanted to do, bank accounts, work jobs and, everything. I mean, we never held women back from, doing what they wanted to do to exercise, their right to be able to, be educated and things of that nature, right? On bank accounts or whatever the case may be. But white men, when we integrated, all of that changed. So when we integrated, everything that white women were experiencing, black women were also experiencing that.
So, what is patriarchy then?
Cut it plain and simple. It is a male dominated society.
Okay, so if it's male dominated, who how do men dominate in a patriarchy?
So men are generally in rulership, men are in authority, men are in control. Um, that is in a man's nature to be controlling, right? Contrary to what people might think, but men is masculinity. Control is a part of that is a masculine trait. Independence is also a masculine trait, which is kind of funny because now we're
Thank
saying
y'all.
it's funny because now we're saying that women are masculine.
Hey, Yonda. I ain't seen a Yonda in a long time. Go ahead. Right. Hey, right. No, I didn't say. Right. Oh, and Mari, I heard what you said. Don't be telling people that I ain't Muslim. Don't be doing it, dummy. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah. So it's funny that you have men that are saying that women are masculine today. Because they're claiming independence, and the independent woman, they had a whole song about it and everything, right? That is a masculine trait. When you look up what a masculine trait, it will tell you that independence is a masculine trait. So a lot of women today, they are moving like men move.
Okay. What else?
Regarding
I'll specify. And also, y'all cut me off. Who are men dominating over?
men are dominating over the earth.
Barely.
Well, I mean, men, they have subdued the earth, right? That's what men do. They conquer, they subdue, everything that's on the earth. You know, uh the animals, everything.
They conquer the animals.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Yep, everything has its place, everything has its order in nature.
Guess who?
I mean, for one, says that if you don't believe in God or you don't acknowledge God, you could say the universe.
Yeah.
There's
So the thing is, the universe doesn't say that. So, like, she's quite literally never said that. So, and I know that because I know her personally, and she hasn't said that.
Well, if you truly knew her personally, then you would acknowledge that there are certain universal laws that are set into place that cannot be changed.
Yeah. Men ruling isn't one of them. So I don't know what to tell you.
So, where do you not see in a society that men do not rule and subdue the earth?
Well,
No.
it seems to be a certain demographic of men that rule the world, but it's not all of you, is it?
Right.
Well, there's
Well,
actually a reason why that is. I mean, because the black man is a superior man. Period.
oh, okay. Why aren't we
So,
seeing that then? Why aren't we seeing it reflected in society?
well, a lot of this has to do with uh, a lot of black men pandering to women. A lot of black men are operating in their
Oh,
masculinity.
okay, okay. They're
A
pandering to
lot of
women. Hmm.
yes, a lot of black men that doesn't have any standards, and then they're not obeying God.
Okay, okay. It has nothing to do with racism. It doesn't have anything to do with white supremacy. It's just they're
No, I
pandering to
mean,
women. Yeah.
It's the women. Oh, it's not the YT man. It's the women. Okay, all right.
Convenient.
You cooking? You
Convenient.
cooking with mayo, Greg? You cooking with mayo? You
now
got it.
hold now hold on now y'all listen. I didn't say all that. Y'all still got to take accountability for y'all shitty choices, though. Look, let's not get it twisted.
What does that mean? Would you agree that the shitty choices means that there's shitty options at a
Y'all,
majority?
but we
No,
back in the gym.
it's a lot of great black men out
All
there.
right,
It's
now
just
get
that
them bones
black
together,
women.
Fatima. Get them bones together.
Yeah,
There's a lot
yeah.
of great black men out there, or are black
You
men
look
great?
good, girl. First day back. First day back.
We love
Period.
it. We love it.
Yeah.
Promoting. We love a fit and friendly girl, okay? Her.
She got to be feminine too, not just fit.
Anyway, hold on. Let me say something. Somebody,
Oh no,
hold on,
nobody
Chris.
asked.
If
Chris,
you
hold
if you
on.
feminine, that's
Wait,
cool
hold
though.
on, Greg. I
Do
gotta
your
say
thing.
something to Chris. Hold on, Greg. Chris. I don't know if it's the equivalent of the $20. Is a Galaxy the equivalent of $20?
No, no, it's
About
not.
10.
A galaxy is like $15.
It's more like 10, but okay.
No, it's $15. Literally.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna translate to me because you know they take some off the top.
Yeah, so with the Galaxy, you only get like $4 after
Yeah.
TikTok takes money.
No way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you only get $4.
Right.
Inflation is crazy.
Yeah, it gotta be the 20. Cause when we drop it serious, cause
No, you
we
gotta do 100, Mia. That's why people do 100.
I know they doing. But I'm trying to get my, I'm trying to get my shit together. But
Hmm.
okay, I'm a, I'm gonna up it one day. But right now, I'm trying to, get my
Keep it
pieces.
cute. Keep it cute.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it cute. But go ahead. Well, look, Greg, I think the prototype want to hold your hand and say the same thing you saying. So, what up, prototype?
No, I came to be ratchet, man. I came to promote my party.
You said what?
Hold on. Y'all can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I said I came to promote my party, meal. I ain't really got shit to say.
Well, aren't you a
Me,
superior black man like Greg is saying over here?
superior. I think everybody equal. No, I don't see myself superior to nobody. But Greg, I
Well,
would
twin,
like
I got good night, everybody.
Good
it
night.
like that, Lynn. It's
Yeah,
like that.
Good night,
I gotta go to
Lynn.
bed. Good
Good
night,
All
twin.
night.
right, bye.
Love
Bye.
you.
Love you
Love you all.
too.
The
Love
team.
Good night, darling.
Yonder.
love
All right,
Love
let
y'all.
it go,
you.
y'all.
Good night.
The prototype. Ain't nobody talking to you.
Mhm. But Greg, yeah, expand on that, Greg. I really missed it.
What part?
The superiority.
You talking about just men in general, or you talking about black men?
Oh, black man. Listen,
Yeah, let's
So
talk about
are
what
you?
you are.
Well, let me ask this. So, are you talking about black men being superior to other races of men, or black men being superior to women?
well, however you stated it before I came in, I really missed
The thing where you said that you conquer the earth.
Oh, so men subdue the earth.
Yes, but is that men or is that black men?
Well, it is men in general, right? Um, because the Most High. I mean, He puts up rulers and He sets rulers down, right? Um, but men in general, they do subdue the earth. They conquer. That's what they do.
What kind of
Um,
men?
what do you mean? What kind of men?
What
Just
kind of
men.
men usually subdue the earth? Because I think that is a specific type of man, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I mean, this can be righteous men or it can be wicked men,
Hmm.
right? I mean, because right now, wicked men are subduing the earth. Wicked men are in rulership, right?
Hmm.
So, the righteous men, when they come on the scene, they do it better, right? The earth the earth is not in a state of misery and mourning when the righteous are in rulership.
you suffer from depression, Greg.
Say it again.
You
What
suffer from depression.
the?
You said suffer from depression.
Hmm.
Damn.
You said, do I suffer from depression? What do you mean?
Yeah. Hmm.
No, I live. I live a great life. I don't suffer from no depression.
Okay. Well, are you religious?
No, I'm not religious.
Okay. I heard you say something like
Wait, but
that.
you said righteous. I'm confused. Then you said if we believe in God, then we would believe in men
He's gonna
ruling.
say he's spiritual. He's gonna say he believes in the nature and spirits.
No, I acknowledge that there's a creator of the universe. Be it you call him God.
So then why did you try to involve him when you were talking about men ruling?
Well, because there is some type of spiritual force that created this world.
Mother Nature. That's what they call it, Mother Nature.
How
If
can
you
you
believe in
confirm that,
nature.
Greg? How can you confirm that?
I mean, if you just look around, I mean, if you look around
Mother,
our world, and you look around
mom.
our
It's that
yeah,
mama.
you
We create you. We create life. We create you. So
you
mother,
birth you birth life.
mother,
You don't create life. You birth it.
mother. The creation of life happens in our body, not
The
yours.
man has to implant his sperm inside of you for you to bring forth life,
No, no,
though.
no, no, no. It's fertilizer, honey. The egg
Uh,
implants.
okay, but yes,
Fertilizer.
sperm
So
fertilizes the egg. Yes,
so
yes.
you
But
bring,
a
but
man has to ejaculate in you
oh
before you
Lord,
be able to do that.
sorry
Let's not be
TikTok.
crass. Let's not be
Yeah,
crass.
dang.
Demure, please.
Yes, please. Um, First of all, because you gave me an ingredient doesn't mean you made the cake. Everything that happens with creation happens in a woman's body. She is the one who is giving the nutrients, the environment, everything for that life to even exist. So I'm sorry that your sugar that you
Listen,
brought to me making a cake doesn't mean much. Sorry, mother. It is mother.
now listen
That
though.
is
But
boring.
listen,
Nah.
the man is the one. The man is the one that made the batter, right? And the woman is the oven. We put the cake
No,
inside the
okay,
oven.
Joanna. Okay, listen.
When I got
He's making
oh,
me
I got a
okay.
question.
oh,
I got a question, Greg.
hmm
Um, what's the purpose of you minimizing women to being an oven?
That's not minimizing women. Women play a part in it as well. I mean,
Hmm.
it doesn't
Hear what I'm
minimize. It
saying?
just
Hear what I'm
we all
saying?
play a part.
Because you're taking your sperm and that is connecting with the woman's egg, right? So that's those are two things that happen. But as the baby grows, it's growing inside of the woman, and she grows a placenta. She has to monitor what she eats. She has to her body changes, and it is built for the baby to grow inside of it. Gives it room to grow. All these things, the oxygen, her water, everything is there. Like she's doing everything to get the baby here. Why are you minimizing it to just like you're like the way you're putting it is in reverse? Because the way the oven is like one thing, but the ingredients is what like you can turn the oven on and won't shit happen.
yeah, you could plant a seed in an environment that's not suitable, and nothing will grow. Nothing will come of it.
But if you
Yes.
because you got your sperm be all over socks, and them socks don't do nothing but get stiff.
Well, I
So
never actually minimized. I didn't minimize it. What I was saying was that the woman that spoke and said that they bring forth life, right? Or
yeah, why
however she
aren't you?
has said it.
Yeah,
Well, what I'm saying is that the man is the one that has to implant his sperm into the woman before she's
No,
able to conceive and bring forth that life.
y'all don't know nothing about science. Okay, listen. the egg, the egg in the woman. There's an egg. It's not just you, your little swimmers, just jumping into the oven and being made into a cake. No, 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 no. The egg is the one that implants into a woman, not the little swimmer. You're missing a fine piece there. Again, swimmers are fertilizer for the egg. Once the egg gets fertilized, then it implants. Y'all don't implant. Jesus.
So what we both play a part, right? But women don't like to acknowledge the role that the man plays.
Yes,
That's what I
I
was getting
told
at.
you, you brought the flour, but I had the other stuff. I had the sugar, I had the eggs, I had the baking soda, baking powder, and I had the oven, and I had the environment to
Yes, you
ensure
play a role.
life
Nobody's denying
is
that.
what is gonna
but the
grow.
thing, hold on, this
Without
is the
this
thing,
body, there is no life.
because
Yes, and
Without
without
you,
right.
I'm
So, but
missing
vice versa.
everything.
Without the man's sperm,
okay, great,
he
but I
can't
just
bring
hold
forth
on,
life.
Greg. I acknowledge that. So both of us contributed. I had my egg, you gave the sperm. That's it, right? But then there's other steps. And a
I don't
woman,
understand what are you trying to prove here?
so
I
the
mean,
woman
we
is
both
the
have to come
woman.
together to make a child. I don't understand.
So why are you okay? So then start carrying the baby.
So next thing, what
No,
y'all want to
well
say
then why
now?
men won't carry the baby?
Well, because that's just not the way God designed it. God designed it to where a woman's body is designed to carry the child.
Actually, be surprised how we could make y'all carry these babies. You got the parts. We just got to rearrange them a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Greg up here talking like that guard bullshit. Damn,
Mm-hmm.
Greg.
Well, nobody asked you to come up in here, so you need to be quiet.
Tara,
Actually,
get
they
him. Get
did.
him,
Actually,
Tara.
they did.
Oh dear. She must have knew I was struggling. I'm trying to eat lunch and go off on Greg. It was hard.
We just went to the store, got some
She
ice
just knew I
cream.
was in here.
Oh, no, I did too.
She
I got some ice cream. It was so good. And also, Greg doesn't know science.
Yeah, I know. They got womb envy. We already know.
Mm-hmm. Greg don't know
Girl,
shit.
I've been like hella studying on that and like honing in on that since one of your lives. It's changed my life. I believe in womb envy, and Greg is literally demonstrating it right now.
like
Yeah.
why can't women understand the fact that you need a man to cover you? You need a
But
man
you
to
know,
lead
you
and
know what's
guide you.
interesting?
Beg the
That's
Hold
what
on.
you
You know,
need.
Magnolia, you know what's interesting? Notice we never go to their spaces and try to exert that we're the dominant ones or that we
never.
should be respected or anything. But they
Mm-mm.
come to our space and they beg us see them a certain way. Ain't that
But
very telling?
literally, but they're the superior gender, but they be coming to beg us. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm,
We be minding our motherfucking business.
literally.
Ain't nobody going over there trying to convince them or nothing. Like, whatever,
No.
y'all got it. Ain't that
Mm,
crazy?
And then the other thing that's
Very
crazy,
crazy.
the other thing that's crazy too is how he's saying how dominant men are, and like they love to oscillate between men in general and then just black men, like because they want to black men want to victimize themselves. Like they want to take the credit of the YT man when it's convenient, and then they want to be the victim of the YT man when it's convenient. But he's up here talking about how superior men are and this and the third. But then it's
When
like, why are y'all in a situation where weaker women are emasculating y'all? How are weaker women able to emasculate y'all? And this
Well,
weak race is able to emasculate y'all, and y'all
it's
can't figure it
because
out.
the reason why is because the men allowed it. The men are allowing the women to emasculate them.
why?
But you're in a space where you don't even know what it's like to be a superior man. You don't even live in a society that allows you to even be that. Right? Like you're in like 11th place, right? In the rankings, right? And then black women are like 12, right? You guys love to compare that. So it's just very confusing. Like conveniently you guys speak about experiences that are not your own. And
Yep.
I'm not even speaking anecdotally. I'm literally speaking like societally. Like your experiences are not even your own as a group.
That's why
Like
they look
you're
up to
in
white
last
men.
Well, one
place.
thing about it is that,
He a black
well,
man.
that
Hold
might
on,
be
real quick,
true, right?
Greg, because you submitted to that white T man the other day. When you hear when that happened, the white
Oh,
T man
did
came out with him and the other
he?
dude, and he submitted because they put him on the pedestal.
To be the YT man so bad. They want
Mm-hmm.
that power so bad that they will subjugate and well, they'll try. They won't succeed. They'll try to subjugate and silence women and beg women to be beneath them, so that they can feel superior like the YT man. Again, just another tantrum being thrown. All the mantrums so over.
And that's why he up
Well,
here. That's why he up here with all the guard stuff. Because when he think of God, he think of a white man. Like, let's be for real. He think of a
Mm-hmm.
white man, and he like, oh, y'all gotta listen to what this man say. Like, he's been fully colonized, fully indoctrinated. Like, he's already like been defeated. You know what I'm saying? And these type of men are detrimental to black women specifically because like all he see us is like a resource in a stepping stone so he can get to the YT woman so he can get close to the YT man. This is a self-hating ass Negro. You see what I'm saying? Like
Sarah.
this shit is fucking sad.
So, but be okay. You gotta understand this though, right? You gotta understand the fact that women want a man to lead them. They want a man that's going to be
You
a
breaking up?
man.
You want to what?
That's
Say it
not
again.
women.
Huh?
They're
Huh?
not women
Your
that.
shit fucked up.
So
You're
women
breaking
that.
up.
Greg, you think they lied to you, nigga? You breaking up. Like that, you literally breaking up. God damn, that nigga,
He thought it was a tactic.
he being trolled. He like, he gonna be phone. God damn.
I can't
Nah, I was
understand
pulling. I was pulling into my
here.
garage, so
Oh,
I
you
had
got a
lost my
garage,
little connection
Greg.
for a
Show us
second.
your garage.
Yeah, please.
I do got a garage. Yeah, I do have a.
Ooh, everybody
Absolutely,
can't
yeah.
have a
I do.
garage, Greg.
Yeah, show us the garage. You know you want to.
Let's see.
You know you want to.
Y'all, and Greg got a pencil, okay? Just know that. Let's see,
They love
Greg.
to, he let us show that dad. Show the garage, nigga.
I can't see
Yeah,
it.
for the garage.
He must have backed in that
Your car
thing.
has a lot of gizmos
Hold
and
up.
gadgets.
Greg, show us the registration.
Okay, Greg.
Oh, I see you.
Now show us how tall you is. Stand up, Greg. Come on. Come on, Greg. I want to see.
I'm not trying to do all that now.
Oh, look at them legs. Boy, you is skinny.
Oh,
He
he's tiny. He is
Little.
tiny. That nigga tiny.
Oh,
You
You
look,
guys.
Sarah, I believe he's 6 something. He lying about how much he weigh because he
he
ashamed.
definitely a pencil.
He is one. He a pencil and it's a pencil, but he is definitely 130, 140 at the most.
Right.
That's why them women be upset. Hey, Miss Lula. That's why them women be upset. Greg. Don't nobody want no pencil. They want girth. It ain't about the length. It's about the girth. You don't got it. You little. You a little.
You don't want no puppy. She
You
want a
want a
big
big dog.
dog.
That's why they. That's why
Greg,
that
don't let
car
him
don't
talk to
matter,
you like that,
Greg.
dog.
That's why the car don't matter, Greg. You disappointing. You're a disappointment. But anyway,
Fight
Greg.
back, Greg.
Nah, don't fight back. Cause Greg be letting them men sexualize me. It's his turn.
Greg said, fuck that.
It's his turn. Pencil Peen turn.
Prototype feel bad for you, Greg. Damn.
Greg,
Relax,
Yeah,
Wanna,
mommy.
they
Greg
hate,
want to
man.
give
They
us the
hate.
full tour, don't you, Greg? You want to show us all your shit. Greg want to be
Not
like, look, I
today.
got all this stuff. Look at all this shit I got.
He got
Go
it.
ahead, peacock for us, Greg. You know you want to peacock for us.
Y'all be playing, man. Why y'all be
Hold
playing?
on, Greg. Put your fingers back on the screen.
Don't worry about all that.
Let's see how light you is. Light bright. Come on. Don't be ashamed.
He gives me light bright vibes.
Now
He
he
I
was
got some
do.
paying. That's
Cialis
I
that'll
fight
how.
back.
fix all that, Greg. Don't worry about it.
I
Just
fight
send me
back.
your address. I'll ship it to you.
Why y'all always
Man,
do
they
that?
hate man.
Hold up.
They
Hold
always
on,
want to
y'all.
hate. They want to hate on the young black
Hold up.
successful
Y'all,
man.
that shit crazy. Y'all, y'all some weak ass bitches. Like every time somebody say something to a man, here y'all go. Got the circle jerk that motherfucker. Like let him be, nigga. Let
That's
this nigga stand up.
The
Damn.
way you gonna have to circle jerk is crazy, brother prototype. You gotta like. I know y'all can't see,
You
but
so
this how you gotta
uncomfortable.
do it. That
Hey,
motherfucker
that
so
don't bother
skinny.
me.
You gotta grab it like
When a
this.
brother in trouble, I gotta come to his
It's
aid,
like a
man.
pencil. Like it's gonna be like this. You're gonna be rubbing.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that
So
sound good.
it's gonna be easy because that shit gonna be like boom.
Oh yeah, come and find out. Then come on.
Mm-mm.
Greg, we
You
know.
know
Get
what
him
the
off
circle
your
jerk
dick,
is.
Greg. Just get him
Greg,
off your dick.
Greg,
Greg, we
we
talking about the circle
believe
jerk,
in
not come and
making
get
sure
you.
that men feel like they are not discriminated against. Like we are about equity here, okay? You don't need to be ashamed for how
You be
tiny you are.
solo.
No matter your body, your little man, you don't have to be sad.
And you
We
know
said
what, Magnolia, I need to. You know what? I need to up my collection. I got a 6 inch, 8 inch, and a 10 inch, but they all thick. I'm gonna get a skinny one, a long skinny one, because I think that's what Greg can take. So I got you, Greg. I'm gonna get a long skinny one.
What?
we have hearts over here.
I gotta make sure. So when you tell me to come find out, I'm gonna come find out how tight it is. That shit probably tight as hell.
Mia.
They always want somebody to find out. I'm gonna come find out. I'm gonna see how tight that shit is. I'm gonna start with one
It's
finger, then
only
two,
tight because he
and then
gonna be
three.
clenching his
You
muscles. That's
only
the only
need one
reason why it's
finger.
tight.
Yeah.
You'll need one
They be
finger.
they
That's
be
it, honey.
shy.
They
It's
be
gonna be
they
that
do be
booty.
shy. They be clenching that shit. I'm like, let it look like the more you get relaxed, the wetter it'll be, Greg. Like let that shit cream.
I mean, why are y'all
Let
trying
that
to jump on
no.
my D like
I'm
that? I
trying to get
mean,
in your
dang,
ass. Let it cream
I
up.
mean
I want
that.
it to
Look,
cream
listen,
up.
man. I mean, if that's what y'all trying to do, that's cool and everything. But damn, like, I mean, y'all are just bombarding the
That shit
brother.
gonna be
Like,
Yeah,
creamy.
they
I can tell.
violating it out, boy.
But mute up, Greg. Don't be creaming in your pants and fucking
I
up your seat.
requested Solo come up here because he following motherfuckers. And you, fella, why you don't never come and contribute to the goddamn conversation?
Yeah, Solo. What type of time
Some
you
of y'all just
on?
be listening. We see y'all. Y'all just be listening. Don't want to talk about nothing. Like, what kind of shit is that?
It's going so good. I ain't trying to stop nothing.
No,
Going good. They violating on. Solo, they violating
It seems like
hard.
y'all having a good time.
Greg
Y'all getting
fine.
freaky.
No, Greg fine as a motherfucker. Like I look, man. I treat him right. I treat him right. He got too many problems. I can't wipe him up, but I treat him right. He'll be my fun girl.
Look at the
Damn, you.
charity.
Yeah,
Oh
she
my
trying to turn you
lord.
to a
Everybody
trade,
be
Greg.
stalking. Cause that probably sound like a good time to him. That shit crazy. He already cammed up. He cammed up earlier. He want to be seen and shit.
I was attracted when he cammed up. Yeah, I was attracted. I was like, oh my god, this my type. This my type of baby right here. I was like, oh Jesus. I was like, oh, we. I was like, that's what I like right there. I was like, that's what I like.
Bend them over. Bend them over.
I was like, bitch, bent over, over,
Hey.
over. I was like, I can't wait to meet Greg because Greg said he gonna come see me. So I'm gonna tear him out the frame. Don't worry about it. I'll let y'all know. And one thing about it, I kiss and tell. So when I tear him out the frame, I'm telling everybody how good that shit is. But let's get focused. Hold on, cause y'all mannish over here. Let's get back to the prompt. Let's focus. What is going on? Why are men under attack? And why do women want control? Solo, let me know.
I don't even think men are under attack, to be honest. You need like legislation like against you to be under attack for real. So I don't think men are under attack.
Well, Greg said that men have all the control. Ray, I don't know what you're talking about, Ray. Come up. I ain't even talked to you in a while, Ray. Ray got the
I
answers,
disagree with
y'all.
Greg
Ray
though.
got the answers. I bet Ray got the answers because y'all niggas is
Ray,
weird.
come on up here, Ray. Help me out, Ray.
Hey, Gaslight, buddy.
I thought he was.
Hey
That's
Mia,
it.
how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Oh man,
Always good to hear.
I'm jealous. I don't want her to talk to you. Anyways, I thought he was talking. I thought.
Ray.
I thought he was talking about black men in particular. That's what I thought he was saying.
Oh, no. Did you hear the clip?
I heard. I seen the full interview, but I
Oh,
think
okay.
I thought in context he was talking about black men, like with context, or he was just talking about masculinity because we was saying like what he do with. Well, I'm sorry. Hold on. Pause. Does he have a snow bunny?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. I think he the snow bunny.
Somebody look it up.
You guys, somebody tell me. Somebody look it up. Do he got a
I really
snow
don't
bunny?
know. Somebody else gotta look it up. I'm being domestic. Y'all gotta help me out. I don't know, Ray.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
he ain't, who you talking about? Anthony Mackie?
Yes.
Nah, he ain't got a snow bunny. He got a little light skinned girl.
Who's that?
Not a girl and not light skin. He on the screen, yonder. He the star of Striking Vipers.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I think I've seen it before.
Yeah, y'all had to
Captain
see Striking
America.
Vipers. Huh?
Captain America.
No, striking
No,
vipers
Black
is the
Mirror.
best word.
Black Mirror, good. I ain't gonna lie. Black Mirror, fire as
Yeah.
No,
hell.
he was in that. He was in that movie, The Banker. I love that movie.
No,
Anyway,
Yeah,
Ray.
he's
My
friends
favorite
with
movie was
Chris
Striking
Evans.
Vipers. He was his true self in Striking Vipers.
that's he. Hi, I'm Tupac. He's like, hi, I'm Tupac.
Them niggas was in that video game going crazy, bro.
Going to town. But I don't know about that, but regardless, we had played excuse me, before I start washing these dishes. We had played the clip and he literally said the American male, and he even talked about when he went to Europe and how he could tell that American masculinity was different. And then he even said when he went to Kenya, he said that the his masculinity was different when he was in Kenya. And assuming does make an ass out of you and me, but in this situation, he the ass, not me. So I'm gonna assume based on him comparing Europe, which is most people are gonna associate Europe with YT, and Kenya, most people are gonna associate Kenya with black. I'm assuming that he was speaking collectively. Collectively, he was a black man, yes, but he was speaking about men, American men specifically, with endearment. It was full of love. Like he loved American men. So yeah, y'all
That
can.
shit, that shit fucking up. They get that nigga that shield and on our head.
That's what I said too. I said that it's something very ironic about him playing the Captain America and then having this conversation, because when he was talking about the striking vipers, he did not, like, I don't remember him saying this stupid stuff. Although he has always said stupid stuff, I just don't remember him being as stupid as he is in this interview. But even within this interview, if I'm not mistaken, he talked about taking roles that are a part of the community. So he's an
I think,
interesting character.
yeah, I think, he talk about like masculinity being like under attack, like the idea of like women trying to tell men what a real man is would be an example of that. Like you hear a lot of women like a real man, a real man, a real man, and it's like, well, why are you as a woman, or why do we hear more women trying to tell men what a real man is?
Because
Because
maybe those men don't exist.
You know,
Okay.
weird. Can I
Think
ask
most
y'all
about
for
it.
real?
majority
Majority.
Think
about
No, can
about
I
them
it.
ask y'all
messing.
a for real question? Like a serious question. Where these people be at? Like, I believe y'all, but like I never hear women say a real man nothing.
Hold
Am
on,
I
wait a
that in a
minute, Tara.
bubble?
Hold on, yeah, hold on. You
Shows a
gotta be
closer
in
to
a
her.
bubble. You have never heard Tara first say
No, no,
a real
no. I
man.
didn't say I never. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't. I don't hear it all the time. When I hear it online, it's always coming from a man. Right, very rarely do I see like a pick me say that shit.
Well, it.
Why do you? Of course you going. Of course you would say you don't hear a pick me say that shit.
I think
Like
we.
The last
I
time I
think
heard
we
it, a
need
pick
to
me
be.
said it.
I think we need to be specific here. Let's also state that it's black men. I don't think women just say men. Cause and if they are saying a real man, they're not
they not saying a
referring
real
to.
black. Are you saying they say a real black man?
No, I'm saying that when women refer to men lacking in these areas, they're speaking about black men. They're not speaking about just all men in general.
I wasn't even saying like lacking in these areas. Like I'm saying that like
Now
if
hold
it's
on, because
something.
I get what you're saying, Ray. Because let me correct the record real quick, so that we can like really progress the conversation. Two things. It do be pygmies who said they are expecting you to perform in a certain type of way because they're trying to perform in a certain type of way. We had one come up here earlier and say that. Or the women who are male centered are going to be like, hey, you need to do this. So even if it ain't like a full on pick me, women who are still male centered and have internalized misogyny will say that from time to time. And they might even be ones who are on the feminine side. They may say it because that's how we condition. And where they're getting it from is because this society tells us what a man is supposed to be, and men are supposed to adopt that idea and behave in that manner, and women are supposed to know what that looks like so that they can know what they're supposed to be getting into. So that is why women would say that, for one. And then Yeah, I think that was both my points. Is that that's why women are saying it, because we're being told like it's very simple what being a man is. Like it ain't that many. Oh, that was the other thing. It ain't that many rules to it. It's protect, provide, have sexual dominance, and be in a heterosexual relationship. Have access to women.
That's it.
That yeah, that's the gist of it.
That's a prerequisite.
Yeah. And what happens is that you have men who want to switch it up when it's convenient. So you will have men who subscribe to this idea of masculinity, which it is gonna be. I'm missing some little points, but I'm just trying to keep it simple. You're gonna have men who are going to try to play this like Jedi mind trick, like, oh no, I'm supposed to be emotional. No, a part of man. Oh, that's the other one. A part of manhood is being stoic. But now you want to try to make me believe that manhood is you being emotional. No, no, no. You subscribe to the idea that manhood is supposed to be stoicism. So it's like that's what happens. When men are talking to women, they are arguing like, "Oh no, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what a man is." But if you listen to me and have a conversation with each other, they're saying the very thing that women are talking about. That men are supposed to be protector, providers, stoic, have a woman, and da 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 da. So that's where the confusion happens, is when y'all talking to women, y'all try to make it seem like it's more humane than what it is.
Because I mean, like, then you get into like conversations of people like who believe, well, a real man gonna pay all the bills, right? Well, a real man is gonna, you
He
feel me,
is.
do all this, right? Then like it's like it's not only
Hold on,
coming
Ray,
from
because let's pause
technically.
right there. Hold on, Ray, because let's slow down, because I hear what you're saying, but I want to slow right there. You said that they'll be like a real man is paying the bills. That is literally what it say, that men are the providers. That is literally what the argument is. The argument has been that men are the ones who provide. And if we go back to the time where they say when relationships is great, women were not able to work or have bank accounts, and men are saying this is what it's supposed to be. We're supposed to provide.
We're
Hmm.
talking about a certain demographic, though.
Which
Yeah, but
demographic are we talking about?
We're talking about obviously white T demographic, but
Yeah.
we all agree that black women all have jobs. This
okay. So
is
hold
known.
on. Okay,
So when
so
we so when we say these things, right, we talking about like it's a
hold on,
certain
y'all.
demographic.
Okay, so hold on right there, cause I forgot that's what y'all do too. Y'all switch it.
Y'all jump back and
So yeah,
forth.
so the black male patriarchy is, excuse me, black male patriarchy or black male masculinity is what? That the man is in control, but the woman is working and protecting too. Like
Yeah, like
No,
define it.
this
how does it
isn't
make sense?
this isn't complex. This is only complex. The reason why this is complex is because you only have heard one version for so long that if black men tell you that there's a different version of masculinity, you're thinking to yourself that they're going back and forth. When the reality is that you've only heard one side of the story this whole time.
Okay, that's
So
So
fair.
now that
Hold on,
someone
that's
define it.
fair. Hold
so
on,
So
y'all.
now
define
it
Hold on,
it.
y'all.
sounds like
That's fair. Wait. That's fair. So tell me what it is when black men say that they want that masculinity, that they're masculine. What does masculinity look for black men? What is it?
masculinity is having structure. It's obviously having principles. It's obviously living by those principles, right? And having integrity in those principles, right? When you
What are
say
the
like protecting,
principles?
and those principles can vary, but I just want to give a vast. I don't want to get
Wait,
lost
hold
inside.
on,
I
Ray,
don't want to
because I
get
know.
lost in the
Hold on, Ray. I know you don't. So hold on. Let me make. Hey, y'all, look. I want to hear Ray say it.
Hmm.
I want him to say it from start to finish, because I got a follow up question after he say it. But let's. I know it's aggravating for some because it's not. It's gonna be kind of vague. Maybe. I'm not saying it is. Where I'm just. I want you to be able to finish without getting interrupted, because I've interrupted you a lot, and I hate when that happens to me. So I do apologize, but I want them to know not to interrupt you and let you say it from start to finish. But don't be like long winded, because I do got to follow up, and I hope I don't forget. But go ahead, Ray. You can say it from start to finish how you want to say it.
And I was gonna say, like, when you talk about like protecting and providing, I think like a lot of people think about a man with resources, but I think a lot of people when they say protect and provide, they're thinking of a man who's resourceful. And there's a difference between a man who has resources and a man who's resourceful. right? I think that is I think a man who is stern in what he believes, right? Like a man who he isn't overly stoic, but he has some form of stoicism, right? And like we can keep going down the line between like what masculinity is, right? Sacrificing, using your willpower to create or to bring things into fruition. We can keep going down the line, but that's just like the gist of it, some things, you know, from being a black man.
Okay, so what is it that black women need to submit or need to stop doing to first of all do what is it that women are submitting to is of all you're describing is a person who is resourceful, has some stoicism, and have
Principles
principles
that they live by,
that
or
they live by.
unwavering inside those principles, or willing or using their willfulness to bring things inside fruition. I mean, that
But what I'm
depends.
saying is, what do women? Why would women need to submit to that? Because
Right.
that's not that. If you don't have resources and all you're doing is being resourceful, women are black women by your own logic because they've been working and navigating through the same things you've been navigating through. They're just as resourceful. So why
I'm
do
Let
not
me
women?
saying that. I'm
let me
not
help the brother
saying.
out.
Hold
Let
on,
me
no,
help
no,
him
no.
out.
I want
Well,
him
I
to.
don't think you can help my
No,
love.
I want
No,
him
Yeah,
to.
yeah. I'm
I
not saying.
actually can. No,
Greg, I
yeah.
don't want to lose my train of thought, please. Ray, I
Yeah,
want to
I'm saying this.
know that.
Yeah, I'm saying that usually when a woman is looking for a man, right now, in the characteristic traits that I named, right, some may have more than others, and it's up to that particular individual to submit to whomever you feel me like they feel as though, right, like the
No,
guys who
I
go
get that,
around.
Ray.
I'm saying
But
this
here,
like the guys who go around asking and demanding like submission, like those guys are weirdos, like
no, I'm
right,
not
like
talking about. Hold on, Ray. I don't want you to lose what I'm saying. I'm not talking about none of that. And I lost my other point because Greg interrupted me. But I'm not saying that it don't matter if women do submit or should submit or men want them to or not. I'm saying just us on the outside looking in. What is it that you're saying about black masculinity that needs anything that we would think that we would connect to being traditional to YT masculinity? Because you're saying that black women only know one side and we haven't heard or we don't
I
listen to
think
black men in their side. So why would we shouldn't have the same dynamic? We wouldn't even be having this conversation that it's under attack based on your logic right now.
okay, okay, I see what you're saying, right? So, for example, when you talk about, let's just use fatherhood, right? Like one of the things that not we're not gonna use the example as like, oh, she ain't let me see my child, right? Okay, like you can say, well, that takes away from black masculinity because that's taking away that his role as a fatherhood, right? We're not even gonna use that example. Let's just use the example and say that I am a person, or usually a man is someone who usually enforces consequences. But the consequences that I usually see, or people that usually see, is that he's unwavering inside of his consequences that he has for someone versus like a mom, right? Like usually, if he said you grinded for 2 weeks, it ain't nothing good that you can do to get outside of that punishment, right? My word is my word. I say that you was grounded. That's it. That's it. Like that, you're going to face these punishments. Versus somebody, you feel me, saying, well, I believe that you feel me, even though they have these consequences, I believe that maybe they should be grounded, and if they prove or show something to me, you feel me, it may be shortened, or oh, it may be 2 weeks. I'm gonna just let you get a week. Or I said that this person can't do something, and this person said went behind my back, so why I said that you can do it, right? Sometimes they believe that their word or the principle or consequences that they're giving out as a man, as a father, inside of his role is being challenged, right? That's how people feel when these things happen, right? That's just one example. And a lot of men feel as though they aren't being heard, or their words and decisions that they're trying to enact are being sidelined, right, by women, right? I didn't want to use the cliche, oh, you're not letting me see my son, right? But this all boils down to the word, or that I like to use, emasculation,
Right, but
right?
that's not a cliche, Ray. That's a lie that men have collectively told because they know that it's a negative connotation
I'm talking about
about.
just the discussion that people always want to bring up,
Yeah,
like,
Right, but this is my point. So this is what I'm saying. So it sounds like, regardless, even if I concede to what you're saying, it really boils down to what we said in the beginning. It is this oscillating between the two ideas, and like, because at the end of the day, if we are different, if black men are different, their masculinity is different, and black women have had to operate differently in their femininity, then we would not be having the same conversation about masculinity as a whole and women, what women need to do to stay, to be put in a certain place. Because if women has always worked, and working and providing is a masculine thing, in general, and when black women are doing that, then the black woman and the black man need to step out of the chat, need to exit.
Hey,
Yeah. Mia,
you bring
that's
up a
the
good
issue.
point. Mia brought up a good point, right? Like when we look at white women and we look at black women and we look at their femininity, I think that everybody, men or women, can look and tell the difference between their femininity and acknowledge that it's never been the same. But I think that some people, not you, Mia, but some people look at white men and black men and believe that their masculinity is the same. And that's an
No.
interesting point that you
So
look. I'm not saying everyone.
missed
I'm
it
saying
so
some
hard.
people.
So here's the thing.
But that's
Here's
what I
the
brought
thing.
out earlier.
I think men conflate the two oftentimes. The black woman experience never mimicked the white woman's experience. The black woman always worked. She always brought something to the table. She was always a force. That's always been her existence, at least in this country. So when men conveniently want to talk about submission and what black women need to bring to the table, it never adds up. You guys conveniently like to switch it. One minute you're describing the life of a white woman who was married to a master and what her experience was, and you want to conflate it with a black woman. And then it's very simple for you guys to describe what a feminine woman is or what a woman should be. But then when it's your turn to describe what a black man should be, it's always very general. It's always speaking to like your nature, right? And never your resources. It's always about you being resourceful and being able to think on your feet. It's always about your stupid ass survival mode, but you're never ever talking about the specific things you require from a black woman. You guys
But see,
jump
but
back
that's
and
not.
forth.
That's not. She asked me about black masculinity. She didn't ask me what we require from women. I think you're
No, but
bringing up something that's not in the conversation.
no,
No,
it's
that
in
That's
the
not
is
what
not. Hold
Mia
conversation.
on.
asked
That
I
me.
hold
promise
on,
it's in
y'all.
the
That
conversation.
is in the conversation, because the whole point about this is, if we want to say, if we're talking about general masculinity and men saying that women are in the way, and then black men come up here and say, well, that's different. Y'all are not listening to black men. Black men have a different masculine experience, and black women have a different feminine experience, because y'all have always worked. So y'all can't say that providing is financial when our
I'm
dynamic
Right.
talking about
has
working. When
never
we
been.
talk about black women's femininity, I'm not thinking about the capitalism or the labor force. I
All
think that
right,
that's
man.
very surface
Let me
level.
get in here because
That's very
y'all are
surface
struggling with this
level.
guy. Like, come on.
That's
Ain't nobody
that's
No,
struggling.
we're
I
not
think
Y'all are
that's
struggling
struggling
very
with
with
it. Come
surface
on
level
now.
when we talk about all the black women always having to work. Right? We're just talking about the ideologies that we have as a
But
community
the but
about the, it's
that my love, that is
Relevant.
associated with the experience of a black woman and why she's the way she
but that's
is.
not
But
If
associated
as I
she
with her
has
brought
to
up,
femininity.
hold on.
perform,
Let me say
if
this.
if
As
she
I
has
brought
to
up,
perform like that since the beginning of time, this femininity, this nature that you speak about in her is going to be affected. She's not going to be this dainty natured person that you're requiring or that you're seeking or that you're yearning for, like a typical white T woman who has actually had that experience. And when women are saying, listen, we will concede, we will submit, most women just by nature will submit to a resourceful man with resources. That's why white tea women submit so easily, because it's in their nature, because they're surrounded by men with resources and who are resourceful. They don't have to think as hard, they don't have to survive as hard. So by nature they perform a certain way
Is
automatically.
by nature.
So
I think it's
black
uh,
like
men
child
cannot
rearing and culture.
ask, so black men asking black women to perform in a certain way when you guys are it's impossible for you to even create certain environments, because the minute a white man who is smarter than you,
has more access to things than you, comes in your space, you're no longer a hierarchy. You're not.
It's
And that's just the
funny.
reality.
This
All
is.
right,
I
but
want to say this,
listen
and I'm gonna
though.
let Greg go.
Hold on, real
Greg. I'm gonna
quick. Can
say
I
this, and
say something real quick?
I'm gonna
Oh,
say.
no, no. Let me add on to what she's saying so you can respond. Not only that though, they don't want dainty women. They don't want women who sit on the sidelines and let them take care of everything. They want us to help out. Like it's the thing y'all require of us. Y'all don't even want that shit. That's the crazy part. That's what I'm saying. Like something not clicking.
Break that down, Tara.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
I
So
Hey,
disagree.
Griff,
yeah,
can I
men
speak?
will. No, nigga, don't nobody care what you say. You can't talk about now. We ignore you. But anyway, um, the thing is, y'all always saying, "Well, what happened if things get rough? You won't hold me down. You won't have my back." It's realistic to be in a white supremacist society and expect that shit things could go bad one time or twice, and you may need your partner to help out. Like that's realistic. But y'all be like, no, I want a woman who's going to submit and just let me take care of everything. But at the same time, I want you to be on standby because if something go wrong, I need you to be there for me. That shit don't fly. That shit don't tick, and that's not what y'all want.
I
Y'all don't
disagree. I
want it.
And
disagree
that's
with
not
that.
okay, Greg. I'm
Hey,
gonna let
yo,
you go. I'm gonna let you go, Greg. And that's not true
yo, Greg, I'm in
either.
Turks and Caicos right
Hold
now. These women
on. Okay,
submissive.
TBD. We don't care.
Right, yeah.
Hold on, Greg. I want to say one thing. Let's be clear. They don't want women to be stand by while they do it. They literally can't do it. They need black
They need the
women to
help.
do it. Like it ain't even like I'm a do it for a little while and then you do it. The, black men cannot survive without black women doing something for them. Generally
Nia,
speaking,
Nia,
black women
please,
have to
No, I
work.
agree. I agree.
please,
I'm just saying
Nia.
when they talk about no, what I'm saying is I definitely agree. Like y'all, they ain't got it like that. But here's the thing: when they talk and they say they want the dainty, hyper feminine women, they can't keep
They
that
can't
out of
handle that.
at the
No,
end of
they
the day,
can't handle that.
they'll still be like, oh, and will you be there for me if things go like it's like that caveat shouldn't even be there. Of course, y'all can't do
But the
it, but
reality is that
even hold up,
those
sorry, let me land. But even in your fantasy, you can't dismiss the fact that like that is a possibility that shit would never come to fruition. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all can't even live in the fantasy because reality kick in some type of way.
Yeah, go
Come
ahead,
on,
yeah,
Greg. Go
no.
Phil. They
ahead.
So
want
Okay, Greg,
they
go ahead.
so what a lot of these women have a tendency to do is project, right? So when y'all say that men don't want dainty women, those are the men that y'all pick, right? Y'all pick the men that want to go 50-50.
My
Y'all
feet
pick the
get kissed
men.
every night. My feet
Y'all
get kissed every night.
well,
This is not a personal issue. The women are not
maybe that
having
may
a
Yeah,
not.
that ain't no
personal
real
I
issue.
don't
man.
I don't understand how you can say that that's what men want if you're not living that lifestyle. That don't make
No,
sense.
I can because we can have this
It
conversation.
really
I can
don't
see
because
that it's
it's plenty.
happening amongst a lot of black men. I can see that. Listen,
Okay,
you
but
don't have to live an experience to be able to speak on it. Like
well,
it that
that's
that's
not
not
your
how
that's
it
not
works.
okay. Understood, but that's not your
No,
experience,
no, but
right?
you know,
But what I'm
Greg, you
saying is
know
that
exactly what she's saying because you don't live the YT
no, I
man
don't.
experience, but you live through
I
him
don't.
Like,
every
Greg,
Nia,
you don't
Nia,
date
I
white
do.
tea
I don't
men.
need
You
to
don't
live a
date white
white
tea
man's
men. Hold on. You don't date white men, right? And you didn't grow up in a space, right? Like, I grew up in a very suburban
And
space, right?
these are
With
swindlers and
proximity to white
bedwinners.
tea men, right?
Can I finish though?
You cannot say that this is an experience that I feel like these women are projecting. It's not a projection. Trust
It
and
is
very
because I'm
well
saying
believe
how is
that
it that you don't experience that
just let him
lifestyle,
finish
right? You're not even
Yana. Let
experiencing
him
that.
walk it out.
Like I don't understand. Like women will
I
say
don't
certain
experience that.
things, and
That's the
it's like they
truth.
be claiming, which honestly, that's even questionable. Because why would these women
Okay,
even
Greg,
bring it
stop
up?
making it personal to her and just make your
All
point.
right. Well, I'm not making it personal to her, but I'm just saying in general, right? So what women do is they have a tendency to project based on the men that they pick. If you're picking a man that you have to work or you have to, you know, provide just as much as the man does, that's your fault because you chose that type of man. It's plenty of hardworking men out here that want to,
in
you
this
know,
economy.
They're not
Li-
oh my
Listen,
god.
In this
yes,
economy,
yes, in all
tell me
economies,
how
it's still
many
it is plenty
single
of men.
worker home are
Listen,
there now
I'm
in this
I'm one of them.
economy?
There's plenty of men out here that are hardworking men that make great money that can take care of themselves and a family if they wanted to,
But
right?
Greg,
But the
unfortunately,
reality is
you
that
don't meet
women.
the
Hold on, let
qualities
me.
of a
Can
high
I
value
finish?
man either.
Can
Like
I? Can I
you,
finish?
if we
Can I
even
finish?
ran a statistic right now and
Y'all
did it
see,
just
this is
based
what
on
the
the
women
eight
do. They
people
won't
up
even let a man
here,
finish talking.
you
Okay, hold on, y'all.
no, of course,
I
because
know
there's no
he aggravating,
substance.
but just let him finish. Let him get his whole point out so we can really dissect it because we know he on that bullshit. Sometimes y'all gotta let they be toilets. Let them shit.
I'm saying like when women are dating, they don't strategically like date hypergamously. Like when women are like in their youth, they don't generally date men in that way. They date men just for fun. It's just a casual thing. I'm just trying to catch a vibe. These women want to be independent. Let's just be for real. So the men that y'all saying that y'all want, y'all are the men that you say that you want. That's how y'all move.
So it's not based on the choices, right? It's based on the options, right? So at a majoral rate, when it comes to black men, the options are slim pickings. So you can't say that the girls are just picking the wrong guys. If you show me four men and your idea of being successful is you leasing a Mercedes or you own a barbershop or whatever the fuck it is, it's a very slim picking of what successful is and what it's deemed in the black community. So that has nothing to do with if Tara dates Hispanic guys, white guys,
How
black
is it
guys. It
slim
has nothing
pickings?
to do with her choices. It
How
has
is it
everything
slim?
to do with the fact that at a majoral rate, black men do not perform at the rate that you're claiming that they do, which makes the option slim. It
What are
does
the
not give a lot of people. If you want to date a black guy, you do not
Thank you,
have
have
a
mercy.
million options when it comes to his income,
so let
when
me
it
ask
comes
you
to his
this.
Can I
resources,
hold
when it
on, cause
comes to his network. You don't have a ton of options. You have to go to a certain network
They
of
don't
black
pick
men
super
who
hold
are
y'all
on,
don't
cause
pick
performing in a
Brett
certain
superior
wanted to
men.
way.
say
Y'all
something.
look
Hold
for men
on,
that's on your
Black wanted to
level.
say something. Hold on, Black wanted to say something. Go ahead, Brett.
I lost my train of thought, so I'll raise my hand in the comments once it
Okay,
when I remember.
Can I
okay.
comment on the
And
slim
I
pickings?
Wait,
Hold on.
hold on.
Let
Go,
me.
go, go ahead, Tara.
Yeah, I want to explain the slim pickings. Let me give you an example, right? Because like if we follow in the hierarchy in a society, like they're all class divisions, right? And usually when you're more educated, you associate with people who are more educated. Actually, when it comes to marriage rates, people who are more educated who marry each other do better, right? But in black community, because black women are way more educated than black men, some of y'all who shouldn't even have access to having conversations with women that you do every day is the slim picking. It's literally like we gotta deal with what we got. Y'all, I know y'all like to say y'all got all this money and all these resources, and shit,
You
but
don't.
y'all don't have shit. We know y'all don't have shit. We're more educated than y'all, and like if we want one of y'all, this is what it is. We gotta settle for this shit. Like goddamn, like you are the slim pickings. That's the thing. That's
And
really
then
what
they,
I
and
but
then
think.
they,
those are
and then
men.
you
Hold on,
guys
let
don't
okay,
talk
Black.
about.
Remember her point, y'all. Hold on, let Black go. She just remember her point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So again, I'm gonna come back to this question over and over and over because they never answer. Why is having choices, autonomy, our own money, and being an adult a masculine thing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because as a woman, you're supposed to prioritize marriage when you're young, right? You're not supposed to be trying to get educated, get all these degrees,
So sexual
climb the corporate ladder.
slavery is what we should be looking forward to
No,
instead of being independent,
you need to fulfill your primary purpose on this earth.
which
That's what
is
you
to
need to
be a
do.
sex slave to
Wh-
y'all.
Which is to
Be a
serve a
sex
man and bear his children.
slave
That's
to
what you're
But
supposed to
y'all.
do.
even if you do that with a black American man, because let me be clear, let me be very clear. With a black American man, you're not guaranteed the benefits that are supposed to come with that. Listen, a woman who fully submits and lives in that purpose of just birthing and existing for you, she's not even going to benefit fully. You're not going to be able to take care of you, of a baby, a family without blinking. Also, you don't even mention your access to a network.
What are you
You don't
talking
even
about?
mention, we're talking about medical opportunities. We're talking about having the best doctors on a roster. You don't even have access to that.
How
And
do you
that's
know
not
that?
even your fault. That's
How do
not
you
even your
know?
fault. You live in America. You don't have access to the best medical opportunities. That's just, as a Black American, everybody knows that.
But
So
if you're healthy, why do you
so
need
what
that?
needs to be clear, no, what you need to be clear about and what you need to understand is that in this country, there is a hierarchy, right? And there are systems that are set in place to make sure that Black people do not get access to a certain network. That's just what that is. Whether you want to disagree with it and you feel uncomfortable about it, that's for you to deal with on
Yeah,
your own
because if you're
time.
healthy, why
But
do you
it's
need
not the
that? Why
truth.
do you need access to the
It's not
so-called
about
best
if you're
medical?
healthy. Listen, it's not
Why,
about
why
if
do you
you're
need
healthy.
that?
If you haven't,
Are you
if you
mortal, Greg? Are
I've
you
never,
mortal?
I've
You
never.
listen,
gotta
it's
get
not
Listen,
about
screened.
listen,
it. Listen, we're
listen.
not going to get into the whole if you
I'm
eat
32
healthy and
years
if
old.
you,
I've never had to go to the doctor for
and
anything
that's
major.
fine.
No
Listen,
vaccine, none of that. So I don't know what
that's
you're talking
fine. We're
about.
not here to decide if you're healthy or not, and if you're a
I'm
vegan and if
telling
you
you.
eat
I'm
leaves
just
and
saying you
trees.
be.
We're not
I'm,
deciding that. What we're saying is your access. Okay. We're not talking about if you got sick, Greg, and you didn't take antibiotics. I'm saying that your access to the best medical attention, having access to doctors that are going to hear you, and even as a Black man, that's something in this country that is not available to you. Okay.
why?
And
Why is that
so,
relevant
and
though? I
so
don't.
it is relevant. It is relevant because you want women to choose you. You want women to be dainty and choose you and say, I'm going to pick this Black man and serve and submit to this Black man. And I'm going to be this, everything he wants me to be. But then what does she get out of it? At least when you did that to a master, you were getting the benefits. You were getting access to his network. You were getting access to his resources. You had a roof. You didn't have to think for anything. You could run around the house barefoot and pregnant and do the things that a simple dainty white woman would do.
I don't know
My
what
thing
you're
is,
talking about.
don't
A lot of
act.
these white people that work these jobs, they have access to the same health insurance that Black men do. So I don't
Not
understand
true.
what. Yes,
Not
they do.
That
true.
is
And
Yes, they
not
not
do.
just
What are
on
you
Hold
true.
court.
up,
talking
can
That's
I
about?
add
not
something real
true.
quick? Hold up, I want to add something because you struggling to follow along because you never been to the doctor. We got it right. But when you say like y'all not supposed to be getting educated, you're supposed to just be like marriage or stuff. That's what I'm talking about because
Mm-hmm.
y'all are in competition with us. You see us elevating. You know, and it's funny because of the position Black people in, Black women and men are supposed to be on the same fucking like it's supposed to be on par. But y'all motherfuckers want to be the YT so bad. You like, oh, you don't need that education. You don't see that as Black women seeing what the fuck it is and like, oh, we gotta elevate. But because y'all so insecure about where you are, you would tell a woman, don't go get your education. Just be my housewife at a very young age so you'll be stuck with me. Cause that's you wanna be the wife. You wanna be that man so fucking bad. That
I
don't make
never
no fucking
said.
sense.
He doesn't
Sir,
even go
you
to the
don't have
doctor,
to
but
say
he knows
it.
a
I
white
never
tea
said
woman.
that women couldn't go to college. I didn't
Tara,
say that.
he doesn't even go to the doctor, but he knows that a white tea
That's
person
not
is
true. I
getting the
didn't say
same
that
medical
either. I
experience as a
never said
Black
that.
person.
I never said that.
You
I didn't
did
say that
say
I didn't go
that.
to the doctor. I
You
didn't
don't
say
go
that.
to the doctor.
Hold up,
No,
real
what I
quick.
said was
Hold
that
up, hold up,
I
hold
don't
up,
need
hold
to go
up,
to the
hold
doctor in
up.
certain
Hold
instances.
up,
So
Greg.
you do need to go to
Hold
the
up,
doctor
hold
if
up,
you do.
Ayanda. Ayanda, where the fuck me at? Hold
Go
up,
ahead,
y'all.
Tara. Go ahead, Tara.
Harlem.
Damn. Not y'all. Y'all fucking heard me. Damn.
Harlem.
Go ahead, Curly. We all got new people up here. Damn. Go ahead, Curly.
Oh, yeah. I just think it's asinine to say that it's women's place to basically be bang maids towards men, particularly when these same men don't even have $30,000 to their name.
Bingo.
How are you going to have a whole entire human being in your home who has no education, who has no skills to speak of, who's going to be a drain on your resources, and you don't like the average Black man does not even make enough to sustain two people. That doesn't make any sense. If y'all are actually logical, y'all would applaud women for getting their education, getting their degrees, getting their jobs, actually making money so that when it comes time to join forces, y'all can double your income. Y'all can double your wealth and start generating wealth for Black people for the long term. But instead, you're stuck on this weird, like, women ought to be submissive to me and serve me and live for me, even though we're whole entire human beings before we ever met any of y'all. And you think that we ought to sacrifice our ambitions for the sake of men. I think that's completely asinine, and it's one of the biggest things that's shooting the Black community in the foot.
So I never said that women couldn't go to
Wait, hold
college.
on before you go, because we got new people on the
You
panel.
said that it's a masculine trait, which
No,
is
what
like,
I said
which
was
is really
being
idiotic.
Hold
Hold
on,
up,
Greg.
Greg.
being
Hold on,
Hold up,
independent.
Greg.
Greg. Hold up.
And hey,
Damn.
Curly.
Go ahead, E. No,
Hold
Curly
on.
went already. Man, you
And
weren't
hey,
paying attention.
wait, who? I know. I want to speak to Curly. Hey, I was saying, hey, Curly, and I.
What's up, Mia?
I fuck with when you was well, I ain't fuck with it like that, but I thought it was it was crazy when you said a damn bed maid, girl.
That's what they want. That's
That's
what
what
they
they
want.
want.
They want women to be. They want women to be both like their daughters and also their mothers. They want us to be stupid and not know anything, and to ask them for all guidance in the world like a child would do, which is weird. But then they also want us to mother them, to do all the chores for them, to do all the cooking and cleaning, the child rearing, so they can be
I
out the house
said
and do whatever
prioritize
so
marriage.
they
I
can
didn't
be
say you
out the
should
house
go
and
to
do
college.
whatever they want to do, while we're stuck at home
What you
being like
said.
stupid and dumb and doing everything for them and also giving them sex. Like y'all want bang maids. Like just
It's
keep
a
it a
Yeah,
buck.
snake
bang, that's what you
slave.
called it.
Y'all
That's
just
all
don't
what
want
you
Keep it a
want. A
independence
buck,
from a
smek
you
man. That's what
slave.
know?
it is.
Yeah.
Curly, you're so right. It's a smek slave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's all they want.
Yeah, y'all are the most
Hold
You
on,
promiscuous.
Greg,
you
because
don't
we're
want
gonna
a
let
partner, you want a
hold
pet.
on. Okay, right. Okay, go ahead. Hey E, let me speak to E first before he pissed me off when we start arguing. Hey E.
What's up, Mia?
We gotta speak first, then we can start arguing. We gotta get the
You already know I
judges.
came up here to piss people off. You already know.
I know, so I'm like, let's get our speaking out the way before I go off on your ass. But all right, we got that out the way. Now go ahead with your bullshit. Go
All
ahead.
right, come on. I asked that I don't get muted. Let me land. Come on now, Mia.
I look. I was nice to you for as long as I can stand.
Wait, let me fill my wine up real quick because it's gonna take some alcohol to
Yeah,
get through
it's going
this.
yeah, this nigga is crazy. But go
Yep.
ahead. No,
All right now.
seriously though, seriously,
Oh
E.
no, all
Okay.
jokes aside, all jokes aside. I'm gonna
No,
be serious on this one.
I'm gonna let you go from you gonna be able to say your stuff. Nobody gonna mute you. We gonna let you go because
Okay.
that's fair. Go
No, I'm
ahead.
not gonna troll in here. I'm not gonna troll in here. I'm gonna be real honest. Everything that I'm saying right now, I truly believe in real life, off this TikTok panel. All
Okay.
right. Okay. Now, men are under attack. We answering all of those, or just which one are we on?
You can do either one or both or all of them. It's up
Oh,
to
okay.
you.
So I'll answer. I'll answer all. Okay, cool. Men are under attack because women want control. I'm going to. I know it's gonna sound crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and say that women already have the control. This is in a way. Um, I know that I know that y'all are controlled by the patriarchy, but y'all are controlled by the patriarchy when you guys are trying to get in office. But this, in all reality, this is a woman's world. We're just living in a way that we have to, how do I say this? Pander to you guys in certain aspects of our life. Now, the next one, how can men take back their masculinity? Ooh. I don't think we can fully take it back because there's women out there that is suffering from childhood trauma, raised by single mothers that's forcing them into that masculine role. I would say the independency, right? A lot of women don't want to be taken out of their independence because they've seen their mother do it on their own, so they believe and truly already believe nothing can change their mind that they're capable of doing it on their own. That's all I have for right now, honestly, for those two.
Okay, so this is my
I'm
question.
shocked.
So this is my question. Because I know that last one was a doozy. But what is it when you say that women are, this hyper independence or masculinity? What is it that men like? What is it that men are supposed to be doing? What does it look like if a man could have his masculinity within a relationship or just navigating with women? What would that look like if men could have full autonomy over their masculinity?
Two words: leading and providing. Providing does not only mean financial, and a lot of people, meaning a lot of women, do think that that's what only providing is, and they totally forget about the mental and emotional part of providing. Is he there? Is he there when? Is he offering you the safe space to be vulnerable? Is he listening and not judging? When it says providing, I'm going to now speak on the financial part. Is he providing not in all aspects of your life, but is he helping you out in a way where it takes pressure off your shoulders?
Who are
Now,
you and what have you done with E?
I said I wasn't trolling this one. I said I was
No,
going to
this
be.
nigga sound the same. Ayana, what you hearing? This nigga sound the
Now
same.
he still sounds
No,
stupid. You
he
tripping? He
sounds
sounds
different
stupid.
to me. Okay.
No, you
The
tripping.
only thing that's different about what he's saying is that he not being super antagonistic or like he said I'm gonna say trolling because I troll like E, so I get it. Like that's the only thing, but he's saying exactly what he's saying, Franklin
Yeah, but
Panther.
he still sounds stupid.
Mm,
He's saying the same
No,
thing.
you don't provide emotional support. This nigga lying. Like you
No,
ain't
but
saying
she
shit.
asked. I'm not saying that that's what we're doing now.
No,
She asked
I
if.
know, but I'm just saying you ain't saying shit. But go ahead.
But yeah, but E, so to your point though, The way you're describing it, why do men have the authority though? Based on what you're saying, if all you're saying that men supposed to do is not really provide in the financial way, it's more so like emotional provision. And then it's not, if they do provide monetarily, it's only going to be in certain aspects, and it's kind of like to get the weight off of their shoulder. So to
Hmm.
me, it sounds like you're describing the black version of masculinity. And again, my question still would be, what is it? What about what you're describing separates men, black men, from black women to the degree that black men should have the authority? What's giving y'all the authority?
I think it's the fact that we're called that we're the man. I think that's what it's all based on the gender. Because
Subscribing.
no,
A
so I
billionaire. Hold
can't.
up.
I
We
understand your
got a new
question.
subscriber.
Oh,
Wait,
Me,
what?
me. I was just saying you got a new subscriber. I know you be doing.
Oh, I got a new subscriber. Yeah, because I'm washing dishes. It took me forever to wash some dishes. Hold on, E. Hold
Yay,
on.
new
Billionaire.
subscriber.
I'm trying to do. I
Billionaire.
can't find the fucking button. Every time the pressure get on me, y'all get off me. Get off me. Y'all
And
made me
E, I
nervous.
want you to please be specific when you answer this. What gave you the authority as a man? What was it? What was the thing?
that's a hard question. For me personally, I can't speak for all men. For me personally, is what identifies me as the authority, the leader, and the provider. By me providing those things, by me everything that I basically said. If that answers your question, being there for you in all aspects of your life, not just there for the beneficial of me, but so that way we can build together in a way. I think that's my answer to that question.
The answer, my brother, the answer is God. God instilled the traits and characteristics inside a man to be able
But
to
we
Else
can
that
say
yeah,
God,
he
but
doesn't
Greg,
exist.
we can say
So
God, but not a lot of people believe in God. So you know what I'm saying. So I do, but
He
we can
just
sit
said
here
he
and say
don't
that all
believe in
day.
God.
And there's a lot of men out here that believe in God but still doing the fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? So I would. That's why I didn't want to say that. I had that in my mind, but I didn't want to say that.
That's the thing, though. That's what I was talking about earlier. As a man, we got to stand on shit. We don't care what these women think. We
which
got to say
God?
what we got to say.
Which God gave you this authority?
There's only one and one God only.
The
Is
white
there?
king. We talking about the white
Is
king.
it the why Jesus?
The black one.
We don't know what color
So get
Jesus
out of
is.
Yeah,
I
here.
would
don't
say
let these
God
women
Himself.
gaslight.
That's it. There's
Okay.
only one and one
Are
God.
you
They
sure
trying
it
to they
wasn't
trying to play
like
you.
What do y'all think women do before they meet men? What do you think we're doing?
Woman doing
Yeah, what do you think we're
I
doing
think
before?
y'all be
They're being
sleep. Y'all be
promiscuous.
before
sleep
we
in the
encounter
bed,
y'all?
bro.
They out here jumping from dingaling to dingaling. That's what
Oh,
they
so
do.
okay, so like
But
when
dinglings would know because
hang
they're the
on.
dinglings that are sticking their ding in the lings.
So when
So what are we
girls
talking about?
so when girls are
Man,
like, going to primary school, going to middle school, high school and stuff, trying to get their reading and writing in, trying to get their degrees, you
And
think all they're doing is going from
going to
men to
Pookie and
men?
Ray Ray house too,
No, I'm
getting his
asking a
back blown
genuine
out.
question though.
You're
Do
asking
you
me, or are you asking the whole
I'm
man?
asking
Shut
both of
up
y'all.
and
I'm
let her
asking both the
finish.
men.
Okay,
I'm
so Greg, you
asking
can go ahead
any
first, and then I'll go.
I'm asking any man who like genuinely thinks that
That
women
is.
need men to lead them. Do y'all dead ass think that we're born into the world just like aimlessly focusing on men and only men, not doing anything in terms of ambitions and hobbies and setting up goals for ourselves, having experiences outside of y'all? Do you dead ass think that when we get to the age of 18, the only thing that we've done with our lives is setting us up to meet men?
Nobody ever said that. But
Okay.
a
So
man is
then,
definitely on your
if you
agenda
can
though.
acknowledge that we have experiences outside of men, and we're being able to build experience and learn how to live on our own without y'all, why would we ever need
Okay,
y'all
but
to lead us?
why does that matter? Because at the end of the
Well,
day,
it
as a
matters
woman,
because
Wait,
it
hold on,
means
y'all. Hold on, Greg. Why are you trying to antagonize the women on the panel instead of just having a conversation? Because
I
if
no,
you, because hold on, I'm being serious. Because if you think that women, like you think the answer is women are going from cock to cock, then why would you want
right,
to be women who
which
are
is a really fucking weird thing to say, by the way.
Thank you,
naturally promiscuous?
Vivian.
Because it's like you're saying women are so naturally promiscuous that before they get a husband, they just throwing that thing everywhere. So either you mean that and it's weird because why would you deal with women who are like that, and then or deal with women at all? But if you not for real, you just being antagonistic. Can you stop being Can you stop antagonizing? the women on here so that we can have the real dialogue. Because if your point is real, like if you like if it's a real point, you can stand on business. It will last. Okay, I know you don't last that long, pencil, but your point will last if it's real.
That's
So
what we
just
doing.
answer the point. Just
I mean,
answer
if
the
you can
Listen,
disrespect women, she can
point.
disrespect.
Go.
you come over here and find it out. We gonna see. But
But
All
like,
right.
yeah,
what I
I
was
just want to.
saying,
Wait,
I
hold
just
on,
want to.
Curly.
I
what I
genuinely want
Wait,
to
hold on,
know.
Curly. 1 second. Okay, cream pie. I got you. Go ahead, Curly.
I genuinely want to know. Like, do you think that we're like? Do you think women are people? Like, maybe let's start there. Do you think that we're human beings who have experiences outside of y'all?
I
Yeah.
Okay.
answered that in the comments.
Okay, cool. So if we are human beings who have experiences outside of men, if we are able to generate experience and to set our own goals and to function and survive without men, because again, we're not born into the world with a pee inside of us, like we are doing our own thing. If you can acknowledge that, why would we ever have like an inherent need for y'all to lead us if we've been living our damn lives for a long time without ever meeting y'all? Can you explain that to me?
That ain't true.
What's not true?
What you just said about women not needing a man to lead them.
Yeah, I would have to
So
disagree with that
I mean,
too.
you can disagree, but then again, I asked you a question, so you're gonna have to explain the why.
okay,
You know how that works.
so to answer your question, the reason why is because we look at the state of our community, the single motherhood rate. We got a
Oh,
lot of these
interesting. Cool
women.
for that.
We got a we have a lot of these women that are raising children by themselves, and these children are at higher risk of becoming degenerate children. Right?
It sounds to
Talk about the
me.
men
It
becoming.
sounds to me that like women are kind of doing okay until they meet a man who then makes them single.
No. The thing is
Ooh.
that these women
Can
they
I?
open their legs to these men. That's the
All
problem.
right,
Yeah, I
so
would like to
cool.
go
So
into.
you're conceding that women are able to have a life and to be able to survive. They're able to eat food. They're able to go to work. They're able to function without you guys. But suddenly, when we get entangled with y'all, suddenly like the degeneracy and the desperation starts.
No.
So
I
So
think
will
that's what we're
y'all?
getting
can
Well,
to.
I?
let
Can
me
I
let
say?
me say let me say this real quick. You got it. So the reason why these women are making these these poor decisions and they're having all these problems dating is because they're not picking men that are superior to them. That's the problem. They're trying to look for
You're
men that's
missing
on
her
their level,
question,
Okay, but
that's
Meg.
men
going to
with
let
money
them
lead
do.
too. Men
I
with
don't know
men
Men,
with
about that.
money
men who are
lead
Let's go
too.
back
superior
Men
to
with
to
money
Curly's
lead too.
question. Let's go
so
back
what
to
makes
her
them
question.
what makes a man superior to women, first of all? And secondly, like again, if you can acknowledge that we were fine before we got involved with any kind of man, whether you think he's superior or not, if we were able to function without you guys, and suddenly when we're getting involved with y'all, that's when things seem to fall apart.
Okay, so can I
Why
respond
would
to
I'm
that?
still talking? Why would you assume that we would ever need y'all? If anything, the statistics are kind of indicating the opposite, because we see, to your point, the rate of single motherhood, aka deadbeat fatherhood. We see the rate of poverty that heightens
They're
with women
also
when they
unaliving
get
before
involved with
us.
y'all. We
They're
see the
also
rates of
not
unaliving.
living.
We see
Bro,
the
let her
rates of
finish.
DV. We see the rates of sexual assault when we get involved with y'all. So, and this is all documented data that's out there for people to access. So again, if the common denominator is y'all, when we get involved with y'all and things get worse for us, when we get involved with y'all, why would you ever tell us that we need you to lead us?
So
It sounds like
as
we
I
can do
as,
that all by ourselves.
no. So as I said before,
Yeah.
you're not strategically picking men that are superior to you, i.e., they're not mentally, they're not physically, they're not
Not the
spiritually superior to
question,
you,
Greg.
right? So if you're
Annoying. Like,
picking a
you fucking
man,
annoying.
if you're
She's
picking a
dodging the
man,
questions,
You're
driving me
annoying.
hold
You
crazy.
on,
can't
that was the
answer the
question
question.
that
That's
she asked. Hold
why.
on, that was one of the questions
You
that she
can't
asked,
answer the
right?
Can we
question.
let him
You
Can't
land?
answer it.
Can we let
The
him land,
superiority
please?
thing doesn't make any sense because it sounds to me that we would be
It
like whether or
actually
not we're
does.
picking a
It's
superior
This
man
is
or
just
not,
nothing
Wait,
but
whether or
turbulence.
not
This
we're
is so
picking a
ridiculous.
superior man or not,
because
it
if
sounds
y'all
like
was really about,
hold up.
Curly,
Whether or
can
not
we
we're
just
they
picking
let
a
don't
him
want me to
land?
superior
finish.
man, it
you
sounds like
don't. You
women would
sound
be better off
I
dumb.
know,
without
I
y'all.
know, I
I
sound dumb because
understand that
y'all
he
don't want
may
to hear it.
sound
That's
dumb,
why.
but like, can we allow people to land their points? That's the only way a conversation is going to be constructive.
You guys are asking him questions and not allowing him to
Calm
finish.
He's
the
not.
fuck
He's not
I
down.
answering my
agree.
Calm the
question.
fuck down. He's sitting here. He's still antagonizing. You shut up.
He's
Okay,
a
so
big
let
boy.
him
He can
land. If
handle
you
No,
himself.
disagree, just respond.
He's a
no,
big
no.
boy. He can handle
No,
You're
no,
himself.
look,
He can
allowing
speak
him
for
to
look.
himself.
antagonize
I
you.
want to
Chill,
truly
yo.
answer that question, but if y'all keep cutting him
I
off, he's
think
gonna
you
keep
should be telling
repeating
him to
himself.
stop.
Oh,
Hold
but
up.
he hasn't
No,
made
no,
a point
no.
all
Tell him to
night.
stop
You
But
should
I'm
antagonizing
tell
telling him to
you.
you
He
should
stop.
hasn't
tell
made
your
a
boy
he
to answer
hasn't
the
made a
question.
point all night.
You should
Hold
tell your boy to
I'm
answer the
telling him to
question.
stop, but Curly's directing her question to him, so
on.
he's not gonna.
But he hasn't made a point all night. I
So
Okay,
think
let
he
him
he
does
stop
that
asking
make
Haven't even.
questions
sense.
then.
I actually have, and I
Okay,
have
so
brought
well,
up.
we can
also
move on.
dodging the
I'm
question.
asking him
No,
the
but
question. Hold
Can
you
on.
I
don't
finish
have an
answering the
answer.
question,
Hold on. Wait,
please?
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's everybody calm yourselves, gentlemen. In the words of fucking the dentist, calm down. First of all, hold on, because we gotta be very, very careful in having these conversations that we are not like going on and on and on to try to pull something out of people like Greg.
That's true.
He start talking crazy. Just that's why I be saying I be wanting y'all like that. That's why I don't like the political correctness and the respectability shit. Step on these bitch ass niggas' neck. Just step on his neck instead of trying to pull it out of him because he playing. Just step on his neck. That way, that shuts it down because he gonna have to try to figure out either he gonna have to get his stuff up or he gonna cower like the coward that he is. So just remember that I ain't trying to police what nobody do. I'm just saying like we just gotta be. We be like going on these long drawn out things and they be playing when we need to have the
That's
control.
because they don't
I
let me finish.
agree.
They don't let me explain what I'm saying. That's the
Go ahead
problem.
and explain and embarrass
Because
yourself.
I know that they date men. I know that Ayanda claims she got this great man. I'm
So
sure
just
that
go,
he's supposedly
Greg, get it
superior
out,
Can
get
we
to your
to
stop?
her
point,
as well,
get to your
right?
point.
Can we skip past?
So
He ain't
I'm
saying
really
my
shit.
I'm
point.
too
No, we're
sick for
not
this
going to do
shit.
that. No, I want to finish my point if I could respectfully.
No,
So
E actually
with
has something to say. Let E go. You're not saying nothing.
I mean, but
Go
I
ahead,
just wanted to
E.
finish
No,
answering her
no, no,
questions.
no, no. You
You
had
wasted it.
a second
You
chance and you
wasted it
wasted
on
it.
the
We
shade.
know why you single
Oh,
though,
all
Tara.
right,
We know
that's
why you
fine.
single.
That's cool. Go ahead,
Again,
E.
like we apparently are
Okay,
better off
so
without you.
All right, let E
so
go.
That's
yeah,
not
so
an
I,
insult.
after all of that, I forgot the question. Can Curly, can you ask the question again, please?
I'm asking if you acknowledge that women are worse off when we get involved with y'all, and if you also acknowledge that women are people, like hello, that we have experiences outside of y'all, why would either of those variables ever lead you to the conclusion that we need y'all to lead us?
Okay, so one, I never acknowledge that you guys are worse off when you're with us. I do acknowledge that you guys don't. I do acknowledge that you guys do need us in certain aspects, not all aspects. Why? Because I have encountered independent women, and they've shown me that they're capable of living their life not without the entirety of a man, but they're allowed to do a lot more that we're expecting that they may need us in. For example, right? When you guys need us, you guys need us when it comes to the labor and when it comes to the not even for the vitamin D. That's something that you want from us.
What, like
But
pack
when it comes
mules?
to, huh?
Like pack mules? Because I agree with that. Like y'all do like serve a function physically, but that
You
doesn't
said
mean that we need. That doesn't mean that we need you to lead us.
no. So, ma'am, actually, in a way, you do
No, I
need
don't need a pack mule to lead me. What are you talking about?
not a packed meal, ma'am. I never mentioned anything about a packed meal.
But
I
if
said
you're
labor.
distilling men's usefulness to their physical labor, then why shouldn't I compare you to like a pack mule? It's the same thing.
Nah, so okay, so let me just expound on what I'm talking about here. So when it comes to the labor, also when you guys go for your college degrees, right? There's a man more than likely teaching either one of your classes. So in that aspect, you guys
Depends on
need
your
us because you
major.
need a degree, right? Now, I'm just gonna mention all aspects of life of why I would say you
You
guys
just
need.
said something that wasn't true. It depends on your major. That's
Yeah,
not
it's
It
not
depends on your
true.
major, but
Right.
one of your classes, you can have 10 classes. One of your classes will more than likely be a male in there
all
teaching.
right. 1 out of 10. What the fuck is the point?
But my point is that is just disingenuous to say that you don't need us.
Oh wait, so that's weird.
And it's been
So
So
shown.
after
Hold on,
okay,
can I land? Can
go
I
ahead, E.
land,
Go ahead, go
please?
ahead.
I
sure.
didn't interrupt nobody. Please allow me to land.
Go ahead, E. Go ahead.
Right? So it's just disingenuous for either men or women to say that they don't need each other. We're here to benefit off one another. And women have been benefiting off of men, and men sure as hell has been benefiting off of women. So
Yeah, we
the
don't need
argument that we're
y'all.
So
the
women,
the
Well, you
argument
may not need us, but we got women that
No,
do.
we don't
the
So
need no. We
first
argument.
of
don't
all,
need that.
first
Okay,
of all,
I see I'm not going to be able to land. So
okay,
just go ahead.
land your
He,
plane,
No,
he
no,
please.
I'm
say
done.
that
I'm
shit
done.
quick. Shut up and stop whining. Say that
I'm
shit
not
quick.
whining. I gave
You
y'all the
all
same
whining.
respect.
The
I'm
fuck?
asking for the same
No,
respect
no,
back.
you didn't say it
I
fast
land my
enough.
plane.
That's
That's it.
on
I'm
you.
done. I'm
All
not
right,
even.
bye.
Okay,
Crash and
so
burn that bitch.
like, thank you for landing your plane.
that's
I'm
why these
personally
women
not
ain't got no man
convinced
because they
that
want to argue all the
It's
time.
true.
women need men because y'all A, provide the same services as a pack meal would, and B, that y'all are professors in universities. Like, women can readily be professors in a university. Like, that's not a compelling argument at all. Also, like, y'all do this weird thing when women call out your failures. You're just like, well, that's just the men that you're picking. That's just the men that you're choosing. But when y'all make generalized statements about how much we need you, how incompetent apparently we are, y'all never stop to think like, whoa, maybe those are the women that I'm running with. Maybe I should change my circles, because none of what you said applies to me, and I'm sure none of what you said applies a lot to the women in this panel and who's listening.
Yeah.
So
So
maybe you should just pick better. I don't know.
let
I
me say
just want
this.
to know.
Let me say this. Let me
Go
say this
ahead,
real quick,
bro. Go
right?
ahead.
So let me say this. So let me, and I'm gonna ask a question, and I'm gonna see if it's just biased or if y'all being real with yourselves. I'm gonna ask this question: if somebody, not so much as a woman, if somebody is running into and they're experiencing the same mishaps. When I say mishaps, the same interactions, the bad interactions with that every man or woman that they're going into, would that person be the problem, or would the person that they're
See,
choosing be the problem?
here's the problem with that. This is the thing. Y'all think when y'all hear that, y'all be like, "Oh, just the men you've been with." The problem is y'all fail to realize that women are talking about shared experiences, okay? And it don't stand up. Like if you say, "Oh, everywhere you go, you keep talking about you experiencing racism," it maybe it's a you problem. No, nigga, racism fucking exists. Like we talking about shared experiences that we hold up. We talking about shared experiences that we have, and we're talking about some shit y'all really doing. But y'all can't. Y'all have no self awareness. You can't see yourselves from our perspective. That's the problem. Y'all believe it's a hierarchy. This nigga down here talking about a man being superior, but then when we point it out, now we don't know what the fuck we talking about. Like, be for real.
Okay, I get
Like,
you.
I'm
Um,
not trying to like be like anti-black man or whatever, but if we are going to go down that route, y'all are genuinely the common denominator. Like, even when, like, regardless
I beg to
of
differ.
like what socioeconomic status the woman is, when she marries, or not even marries, if she partners up with a black man, her status is going to conform to the black man. Even if she started somewhere else, statistically, her socioeconomic status is going to change, and unfortunately oftentimes go down because
Ooh,
of y'all. And
so I,
even when y'all date outside of your race, like this is the case, you're talking about single motherhood, but when y'all marry outside of your race, y'all leave them as single mothers too. It's not just black women. Unfortunately, the common denominator is you guys.
But
okay,
y'all are the ones
I hear
that's
you.
opening your legs to these men, though.
Okay, I hear you.
Right,
Hold on,
sure,
don't
but so
even
is
respond to
everybody
that
else,
because
and yet, like, they're
that's
But if
still
it's a
suffering the same
majority of the men, that
consequences.
goes, hold on, but that goes back to the options. If a majority of you, not Greg, who considers himself a high earner and a high value man, which he's not, but let's exclude you because you're special. A majority of you perform in similar masses. You are very much alike more than you think. So when you think black women have
that's
so
crazy statement
many
to make.
options of incredible black men who earn at a high value and have an access to a great network,
Y'all do.
it's not the truth. It's not. It is
Okay,
not.
so let me say this, right? Just since we're speaking about she made a crazy statement earlier, Curly, right? And then you can search this up because I have it pulled up on my screen right now, but I don't have live access to even show it on my screen. When it comes to the dating world and the dating apps, BLK women and I hate to say this because I love BLK women and I have a BLK mom. You guys are the least desired. I don't
So,
know why.
like, what does that have to do with
Hold on.
anything?
Why? What is that? That actually has a lot to do with it, and
White man, that
I'm
question.
trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out why.
Not true.
Because if what you guys are up here, ma'am, that is true. I'll switch over to
That's
my.
for white
This
man, that
is you
question.
just
You don't
getting,
date white men.
this is you,
You
you,
guys, black men don't date white men.
Y'all, hold on 1 second, cause I'm multitasking. Shit. Oh damn. Woo, that was a close one. That was a close one. Y'all almost saw some ass.
oh well.
That was a close one. But
I'm joking.
Lord God is good. Jesus, I would have been embarrassed. But anyway, E, I want you. Hold on, y'all. I want y'all to let E finish, okay?
Go
Because
on.
I want to hear Lee complete. Damn, Lee E. I want to hear E complete his full thought because, and I'm about to have to mute for a second, E. So I want to go ahead and ask my question in advance so that you can answer it as soon as you finish. Go on with your talk your shit, but why are black women undesirable? I want you to explain what caused black women to be undesirable.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
I can go ahead and answer that. And I can answer that based off of the men that I've spoken to that helped create this statistic in a way. Because I mean, we can't always go by statistics too, because statistics is an opinion based from people, a group of people, and that was just made into a collective data to provide us what I just said now, right? However, why are they undesirable? This is what I'm hearing from the men that are interracially dating and that don't desire them. Combative. They don't offer a safe space to be vulnerable. They the likelihood of them being successful with that woman, depending on the option that they or chose or whoever they chose, that's more on them though. But what else? What else? Oh, they won't things won't be weaponized. Their vulnerability won't be weaponized against them. And then also I do hear this from a lot from a BLK woman, the 50-50 thing. But that's just yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, damn,
Mia,
hold on,
please.
wait, hold
Yeah,
on, hold
I'd
on,
love
hold
to go
on,
after you,
hold
Mia.
on. Okay, hold on.
Mia,
So,
I beg to go next. I beg to go next.
damn, I gotta be careful. Lord.
That's what I heard from the
I
BLK
know.
man.
I'm fine with that. Hold on. So with that being said, based on what you name, which we know is all like that's some bullshit. That's whatever. But based on what you just named, how is that not expecting when y'all say that there's this masculinity and there's this understanding of masculinity and it gets to be multifaceted, it gets to be so many different types of it. But with what you just described, you're describing a certain type of femininity that you're saying black women don't have. So you're saying that black women are not able to perform in a certain type of femininity, which is YT woman femininity. And I'm trying to understand how can you put black women in a box like that and you can follow that and y'all can perpetuate that and say that it's true that that's why black women aren't desirable, but yet black men get to be diverse in their masculinity.
I get what you're saying. So those black men, I would have to ask them that question. That's not the way I think. However, I can agree with certain talking points that they did make, which was the combativeness. Any BLK woman I've ever not ever but there's a majority of BLK women that I have encountered that rather when I was trying to give advice or criticize because I was asked for my criticism in certain
Hold on, one
ways.
more thing, E. Sorry, E. I'm sorry, because I'm trying to wash my ass and talk to you. Hold on, listen, bear with me. This the thing, E. Me and you done got into it hardcore. Now think about it. Think about how we're interacting now, and think about how I deal with you outside of us trolling in the nature of that environment, right? The nature of the environment. So how combative am I? Like how deplorable, how hard is it to get along with me, honestly? And you don't gotta
Okay.
I want you to think about like as much as I be going in, cursing all that stuff. And I be meaning the shit I be saying. I be standing on business, but just thinking of it realistically, I am not that hard to get along with you. We would get along like no. Hear what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny. We would get along fine like we're getting along fine in the nature of this conversation outside of the environment. So when you try to minimize black women to certain situations where they should be able to be combative in the way that a lot of women and men are combative, I want you to think about it. I'm not trying to change your opinion. I just want you to think like more deeply about it. But
No,
go
I
ahead.
hear
I'm
you.
gonna stop
I
interrupting.
hear you. So the way that we're sitting here having a civilized conversation is because we're understanding one another. You're not taking anything that I'm saying personal, or in a certain aspects. But there is certain conversations where I've said stuff about the BLK woman, maybe trolling or not, and it was taken personal. And I feel like if we lived in a community where if it don't apply, let it fly, we would be just fine. There's a lot of people that try to advocate for situations that they've never been in or have never experienced or know anyone that they have experienced in. You know, they just come up and they start talking out their ass on certain topics that they don't have any knowledge or relevance to. I've done it a couple of times, but I've done it in a trolling manner. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they were doing it in a trolling manner or whatever the case may be. That's their business. But I can testify to what I do and what I get on panels and what I say.
But
Everything that I've said on this panel so far was not trolling. It's 100% what I believe and what I have experienced.
so
Okay.
based off of
May I, real quick,
personal,
before you know that the fact that uh, black women have been seen as less attractive does not have to do with our
Not less
characteristics as
attractive. Not
people.
less attractive.
I'm
It's not
not. I'm
attractive.
talking. I'm talking. Thank you.
Not
Less
attractive.
attractive, less desirable, whatever the hell. Is because of the double oppression that we face, which is that we're women, and it's because we are black. It has nothing to do with the characteristics of a black woman. And it's so funny to me that you were like, oh, this is what the stats say, and then turn around and say we can't believe stats, like you are gonna cherry pick it. So do not isolate and pick and choose when you're gonna use resources like stats and research, and then decide that you're gonna trust your homies when you were talking about how unattractive we are. So
yeah,
I'm not
also
asking you. I'm not asking you guys to trust them. I'm just telling you what they said. Whether it's false or true, that's their experience.
The
So
only
you can't sit
okay,
here
reason,
and try to
the
okay,
only
so
debunk what their
reason,
experience
the
was.
only
okay, so the
reason.
study that you did on a panel, whatever, that's fine, that's your study. However, when it comes down to it, the least desired maybe amongst black men. Okay, we can see that. We can see that. You guys come up on these panels and describe ways in which you hate BLK women every day. So we don't even need a study on that. We can see that. Now, when we're talking about least desirable, let's be very clear. As men, you guys don't date white men. You don't date Arab men. You don't date men outside of the community. So when you say these things, there are a majority of them want BLK women. And when you guys date outside the race, you date girls that emulate blackness. You don't get the little white girl Sally with the blonde hair and the blue eyes who is super dainty and went to Yale, and you don't get her. You get the white girl who wants to emulate a black woman. You get her pregnant. That's the proximity that you guys have. Same thing when you date Hispanic girls. You date girls that emulate a style and a nature that is associated with the black woman. So when you guys are even dating outside because you think you're getting an experience, you're getting a dupe. You're getting a dupe with someone with a lighter complexion. That's all it is. And so when you guys sit up here and you come in these spaces and you're like, oh my gosh, she's so amazing because she puts sazon in the chicken and she doesn't argue, but then let the girl curse you out in Spanish, you guys call it spicy. You don't call it masculine when a girl tells you you're a pendeja. You think it's hot, you think it's sexy, but let a black girl tell you you're an idiot, which is the same thing, you don't like it. Like, just say the real thing out loud, right? You like what it comes with. You like that the girl's a little bit lighter. You like that the texture is a little bit looser. Just say the real thing. But those men in the world want black women. And if they can't get an actual black woman, they're going to find them a white girl that's emulating it, a Hispanic girl that's emulating it. J-Lo from the block, Jenny from the block, before she became what she is right now, had to emulate a black girl. Like, what are we talking about? And then it's like, oh, black men, they least desire black women. But then, according to actual stats, you guys marry majority black women.
Speak to it.
So we gotta pick one. Like pick one and pick one tonight. You're either marrying them.
So wouldn't that be contradictory,
No,
Ayanda?
exact my
No, no, no.
exact point.
But no, what you
My
said
exact
earlier, you
point.
said that we get on panels and we describe how we hate women. We don't hate
Yeah,
women.
my point is
We're
that you're
sharing.
lying. My
No,
point is that black men are
you
No,
lying.
marry
You
I
like
women.
haven't heard of. I haven't heard a black woman besides Cusifer say that he hate women. I've heard them share their frustrations about the woman. But why would we be sitting up here saying we hate women and turn
A
around and
man
marry them?
literally got on here and publicly said that women need to sacrifice their youth in favor of
That's
marrying
one
men.
man compared to millions, though.
Right, but do you agree with him? If you were caping for him, So
Caping for
that would be
who?
two men.
Caping for
Let's
who?
be clear.
You're,
Black
you were
men, you
caping
guys
for
are called.
Greg.
I
Y'all
was
Nah,
don't
not
have to
caping for
say.
Greg.
Y'all don't
I
have
Actually,
don't
to
agree
say
with that.
I
This is
hate.
I
Y'all
Y'all
said
don't
I
call
was
have to
because
agreeing with
say
black
some
I
men,
certain
hate women in order to.
you guys call each other brothers for real because you're more alike than you fucking think. And you come up here and you swear that you're speaking from a space where it's exceptional, where it's like I'm not amongst them, but honest to God, you're more alike than you think.
And you were
Way
caping
more
for
alike than you
him
think.
as
Okay, I
well.
wasn't caping for him, but
Yeah, you were.
if that's
Also,
what
the
you
only reason that you brought up desirability is because I was talking about how black men literally ruin women's socioeconomic status and also elevate divorce races or
exactly, I was
divorce rates
debunking what you were
across.
saying though.
How is that a debunkment, though? How is
To
that
the
debunking?
You're
debunkment
saying
because
that
you
we're
literally
ruining. You're
will
saying
not understand why black women are rated at that rate. Again, it's not the characteristic or the human being that is the black woman. It is because of
The
systems. It's
blackness
it's
alone.
blackness and it's
Mm-hmm.
being a woman. It's a gender. It's the system. It's not the black woman. It's a system. And any black woman that most black women that marry other races actually succeed versus with y'all it's the opposites. This is the statistics. This is the
but we're
science.
sitting up here.
Black women who marry outside of their race have more successful marriages than when they do in their marriages
That's false.
because of
They
y'all.
do. They
It's
Yeah, it's
do.
literally
That's
true,
false.
but
It's
it's
very
close.
research
true.
based, sir.
A
It's
white man is
science.
not
But hold up,
concerned
can I say something real
about a
quick? Hold
black
up, real
woman
quick,
having an
Diana.
attitude.
Hold up, cause
And
y'all
then
gotta
after
make
you
sure.
say
Y'all
something,
said them.
Tara, let
Yeah, I know.
Joe.
I feel.
Okay.
Cause it's interesting when y'all had this conversation. Cause like, all right, we can talk about the shared experiences, black people, blah blah blah. But y'all just gloss over the fact that as women, we have issues that we face that y'all can't even wrap your mind around. And it's like y'all want to have a conversation like it's an even Steven. Like, oh, this our grievances, which y'all grievances, we just going back and forth. Y'all again, y'all know the hierarchy exists. But when we have these conversations so that you can still be the victim and so you can still be you don't have to take responsibility, y'all want to pretend that hierarchy does not exist. And that's some bullshit. Because a lot of the things we're talking about, like literally is ways that we face oppression from black men. And y'all don't want to acknowledge that.
Y'all
That's
face
funny.
oppression.
Mm-mm.
Y'all
Hold on,
face.
hold on. No,
That's vice
E. No,
versa.
E. No.
That's
Y'all
vice
just
versa.
heard her. No. Somebody else is next. Damn. And
That's
I was
vice
still
versa.
talking. I'm still fucking talking. Cause you talking about you go antagonize women, be like, oh, but I'm just trolling though. Do you know that the shit you think fucking funny, that men really mean that shit, and that shit is triggering women? You know how
Okay,
many women? Shut the fuck up.
there it
You know how many
goes.
women,
But what
nigga?
does there it goes
I was
mean?
still talking.
You want to know?
Damn.
You don't want to know what that means. But
Shut
go
the
ahead.
fuck up.
Yeah,
She's proving my point.
Damn.
no,
All right.
she's not.
Anyway, shut up. Because you sit here talking about ha ha ha, go antagonize whatever. I get a good kiki, but y'all don't know how many women deal with DV. How many women have issues with SA and men who tear them down mentally. And you like, oh, I'm getting a good laugh though. This is funny. It's just us versus them. Y'all trying to pretend like this hierarchy doesn't exist because y'all want to be an even playing field. How about all the ways y'all uphold the system and oppress black women specifically? Y'all don't want to talk about that though. But shut up, because it's JoJo turn. Go ahead. I ain't saying the rest of that shit. It's too long. Go ahead, JoJo. Y'all want me to answer the prompt first before I respond to that Just last say one? what you gonna respond to, nigga. Go ahead. Um, Men are under attack because women want control. I agree. But you said something. Can you specify how necessarily black women are being oppressed? No, you ain't
Oh,
said nothing yet.
hold on. So
You You ain't add
yeah.
enough to the conversation. I
So
mean, I'm
instead of
trying to
us
make
specifying,
conversation.
hold on, JoJo, because you said you read the prompt. You said men are under attack because women want control. So
Yeah.
I want to ask you, how are men oppressed?
I don't even think it's specifically tailored towards BOK men and women. I think it's overall masculinity in general. I think there's a mean scheme in place to kind of control population and tear down the family structure. So you see them often trying to push agendas as far as demasculating men. The rainbow community is being more and more forced upon the youth. I think there's a serious agenda in place to destroy the old adage of what a family
Okay,
structure
so before you go,
So
what
are we just
year is
so,
condoning blatant
so,
Can I
homophobia?
finish? Can I
so hold
finish,
on,
please?
because yeah, when they be in the closet and they always tell on themselves, but
All right, I'd like to finish before y'all start trying to make
no,
attacks. on
It's
me.
not the '90s.
no.
Why are
All
you
right.
still doing that argument?
I
That's
mean,
old. It's
Hold
an
I'm
old
on.
not being
song.
a bigot. I'm just putting my point upon. Anyway,
But it don't let him
yeah,
show
I
his
mean,
ass. Cause
Like,
before can I finish? I've been
hold
going.
on,
Don't
trust
answer the
me.
question if you're just gonna
Hold
interrupt.
hold on. I'm trying to get order, JoJo. Hold on. Like I can't even let my jokes land because y'all triggered. But go ahead, I missed that opportunity. But JoJo, I want you to instead of going down that road, the reason why I want you to focus on explaining how men are oppressed is because you asked Tara to explain how women are oppressed. And
I didn't
big
say men are oppressed.
no, but if men are under attack or masculinity is under attack, that means that they are being hindered, they are being stopped, they're being paused. So whether you call it oppression or the okie dokie, the thing I want to know from you is how is it that men are allowing women to attack them, especially when the next question is how can men take their masculinity back? We want to get to some solutions. We know what happened in the 90s. We know about the agenda with the community. We know your talking points. I was there. And I understand. I respect you, my hotel brother. But I really want to hone in on what's the solutions. How are men, whether it's black men or all men, gonna get some control over these unhinged women who are attacking y'all manhood that's natural, the natural born right that y'all have of being a man in the mandom. How are y'all gonna stop women from taking control?
Well, I think the best and fastest solution would be uh, men in general getting their shit together. I think it's very hypocritical for men to scream that they want respect and they want their masculinity respected, but at the same time, they don't have a leg to stand on. You know what I'm saying? Stop creating broken homes. Stop getting arrested. Stop, being on the bottom of the totem pole as far as financial gain. And then, you can garner some respect. That's like me walking into a dojo saying, yo, I want y'all to understand my rules and I don't got a black belt. So, I mean, it starts with men holding men accountable. I think that's the easiest way to kind of garner respect, especially from women, because at the end of the day, a man's goal is to get a woman. So to get respect from a woman, you got to have respect for yourself. It's the easiest way.
See, I knew PG was reasonable, guys. I knew.
Wait, who is
I'm
PG?
not an idiot.
That's
No, that nigga dumb. Yeah, no.
What? Who's
I,
calling
I
like
you
she
listen
hates
to
reasonable?
this
men. She
man.
hates
This
men.
nigga dumb as hell. You ain't
I'm
hear what he
ignoring that.
She
said.
hates men.
I'm ignoring
This
that.
man is a raging homophobe. What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, what you talking
What did
about,
I say?
man?
I love when people say that. Can you tell me what I said that was homophobic,
You
please?
You
said
want
that
to
the thing
stretch
that's
out. We
leading
heard.
to you said the thing that's leading to the downfall of masculinity or whatever is the agenda of the rainbow community. Like,
That's
did
not
you
what I
not say
said.
that?
Let me correct you. So what I said was there are multiple systemic plans in place to destroy the traditional family structure, including the pushing of the rainbow agenda. Not once did I say that I'm against inclusion. I said there is a mass push toward.
But with that being said,
Well,
JoJo, hold on. With that being
Damn, I
said,
can't finish a sentence.
no,
He
you did
finished
fit.
it.
Oh my gosh, you did finish. You said that's what I said. You was just letting her know. No, this is what I said. Now that's what I said. That's the end of the sentence.
All
Like
right, you're right. You're right. You're right.
that's crazy. Um, the problem with what you're saying though is, do you believe that there are no like? Do you think that there are no people who would choose to be with the same snakes? You think that that is all curated by the system?
No, not at all. That's not what I'm saying.
So this is the point. What relevance is it? Because if you when this is what always confuses me, and I don't be meaning to be. No, I do. In me being shady, it's because I'm pointing out what I think is so obvious. Because hear me out, and I'm gonna hold your hand with a box cutter in between it, and the sharp side is on your side. If you are a heterosexual man, right? And you see the agenda, but it doesn't move you. Why do you think the agenda is gonna move anybody else who's
I'm
not?
glad you said that. Can I answer?
Yeah.
So when I say the inclusion aspect, I'm not talking about um, equal rights and equal opportunity for that community. What I'm saying is they are now starting to seep it and gray the lines into the children's mindsets. So I'm not saying that children don't know or can't decide whether or not they want to be in that community or not. However, they're stripping the roles of masculinity. The definition of masculinity are characteristics and traits that are often associated with men. So by them now forcing this mass inclusion, they are now tearing away gender roles of the traditional family home, meaning the male is the provider, the woman is the nurturer, et cetera, et cetera. That's why I'm saying masculinity is under attack.
So
Yeah,
you
I know.
think
Oh, sorry.
so masculinity, because y'all trying to go somewhere. So masculinity, so black and YT men have the same masculinity.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Black and YT men have the same masculinity
In what aspect?
in the provision aspect. Because you just said that men are supposed to be providing. The gender role is the man's supposed to be providing.
So are you saying in a relationship standpoint or for themselves?
I almost fell off the wagon just now and hit my head. And if I would have fell and hit my head, that would have been your ass. Cause
I'm
what the
just trying
fuck
to
is
make, before I
happening?
answer, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as you.
Sir, you said that there's an agenda that's
Mhm.
being pushed that confuses the gender norm. And the gender norm is that the man is supposed to be the provider in the home.
Right.
And the only way that the agenda of the reign of the community would affect the gender norms in the home is if you're talking about a relational aspect. Because if I am a man who is at home, I'm a bachelor, paying my bills, doing my thing, making my protein shakes, going to the gym, what two men or two women doing ain't gonna have shit to do with me. So you must be talking about in a relational sense.
Right, because it would
So
include kids, yeah.
okay, so do black men and white men have the same type of masculinity in that regard? It's the same that y'all are supposed to provide.
I mean, every man is supposed to provide, but black men and white men are different. So,
How?
well, I mean, the standpoint of the difficulty of it all.
So are black
Black men give
men?
out. A black
So
man
do
give out.
black men provide
A
for the
black
family the way the white men would provide, or is it different? And if it is different, what's the difference?
No, they both can provide the same. I'm saying it's harder for a black man to do so.
Well, we ain't gonna worry about how hard it is because it's nature. And somebody up here said that one thing a Negro gonna do, he gonna be resourceful. So if it's harder, it don't mean it's impossible. So in other words, you saying black men are supposed to be providing. That's a part of their gender role is to provide.
Well, yeah.
But I think that's when that concept of like struggle love comes in. That like I start thinking like survival mode when I hear like it's hard, but you got to be more resourceful. Like just even the thought is just exhausting.
Just
Well, what
confused.
is struggle love to you guys? Because I often hear women saying, "Oh, you don't got to sign up for struggle love. Get someone." Like, what does that mean for you
It's
guys?
like
Helping
that
you,
ride or die.
like
Okay.
helping, paying bills with you. Like you needing me to pay bills because you can't afford the mortgage on your own. You can't afford our health insurance on your own. You can't afford a rainy day situation. You can't afford if the dishwasher go out. You can't afford if the air conditioner unit goes out. You can't afford the new washing machine if need be. Like those things are
I
that's
call
only
it the
struggling.
So,
I
so,
call it
so
the
you
trial and
subscribe to gender roles?
tribulation prerequisite.
Yeah, let him answer because I gave him specifics.
No,
So
I'm
yeah.
asking you. So you subscribe to gender roles?
Wait, I'm sorry.
I'm saying you just listed a matriarch of things. So I'm saying, do you
I listed
subscribe?
a matriarchal thing.
No. A myriad, like multiple.
Oh,
So I'm
I thought you
saying,
said matriarch.
so do you
Um,
subscribe to gender roles? Is that what you're saying?
so what you're saying is that you are arguing for gender roles,
No, I'm asking you because
but
you just made a
but
list.
what you're asking me as a way to deflect.
No, I'm just asking a question.
No, it's a weird question because if
Wow. You just
okay,
listed
I know.
things that you want a man to provide.
Slow down, buddy. I'm about to tell you. So slow down and walk with me here. You are pushing your personal opinion about how gender roles should be, and you got an idea about it. And then you ask the question, well, what's struggle love? I'm like, struggle
Did I
love.
though, or did I say what's traditional? I didn't say I agree with it. I just said what's traditional.
What type of relationship do you want to be?
Exactly. All I said
No,
was they're
no,
changing
no,
it.
no.
It's
It ain't.
shifting the
Hold on,
narrative.
hold on, hold on. It's
What?
not exactly because this the thing. I'm hosting a conversation, and people are coming up here giving me their opinion. I didn't say nothing. I didn't give my opinion. I didn't say
You
what
did
men
though.
should. Hold on. I didn't say what men should do or men shouldn't do.
You just did.
No, 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 no. Based on what men have been describing,
Ah, okay.
I'm addressing what men say protect, provide, and give. Provision is that a man is going to be funding the household because the woman is going to be at home with the children. That means the
That's
mortgage.
traditional.
That means health care. That means food, drinks, all that.
To
So
you,
I asked you when we started talking about the struggle of, I'm trying to get you to tell me, explain to me, how is that not struggle love if I gotta help you? If you supposed to be the authority, you supposed to be in control,
well,
you supposed to be providing, why do I have to help you and then you get to be in control of me?
Right.
is that not your role as a helpmate?
It's
I'm
not
just,
a
I'm
help,
just
but
being
you're not a
facetious.
helpmate.
Now
It's
hold on, cause let him, cause he got to be responsible for his point, and we can't answer it.
I
So
never made a
now,
point on struggle
hold
love.
on, buddy.
I asked Ayanda the question. I didn't make a point on struggle
No,
love.
no, no. You no, you asked the question because we're moving, like we're moving so fast because you don't want to commit to the point.
What am I
So
not committed
do
to
you
so I can commit
believe?
to it?
Hold on. Either you believe, do you believe in this biblical
I never
masculinity?
said that.
Okay, I'm asking, Jojo.
Okay.
I'm asking. I'm asking. You got me, brother. You got me fucked up. Cause I'm
How?
at, cause I'm gonna tell you why. Cause I don't be lying like these other folks. When I get dysregulated, I'm gonna just go ahead and let you know so we can talk and communicate. Let me tell you why I'm getting dysregulated and getting frustrated. Because every time I try to stick to something you say, you move me to something else. Because first we was talking about the gender roles. Then we started talking about what is struggle of. Now we talking about what does it help me. Then you say you ain't
Ayanda
trying.
interrupted the
Then you
struggle
say you
love.
not
I
trying.
didn't bring that up.
I wanted to interrupt. Okay,
I did interrupt. I did.
and I wanted to bring it back. She did, and I wanted to bring it back because I wanted to talk about something specific. And
Sure.
her interruption led you to say, "What ain't that what it's supposed to be? Ain't y'all supposed to be the helpmate?" And
Right.
then I'm like, okay, well, do you think we supposed to be like, do you believe in the biblical term? And you was like, nah, I never said that. So how are we gonna get down to what you're talking about? If every time we try to pin you to something that you're saying, you say that you not subscribing to none of it. So then what we talking about? Because I just
I'm
want
not
to know
asking.
what
I'll
you
tell you.
believe so that we can understand how you view the prompt. So let's start over. Let's just reverse it. And I'm gonna calm down and I'm gonna be chill. I'm gonna be submissive. I'm gonna be docile. I'm gonna be a lady. I want you to help me understand what it is that you view about the gender roles and how the relationship should work. Do
Mhm.
you think it's similar? Do you think YT men and black men have a similar relationship with their women, or do you think it's different? And if it's different, how do black men show up in their position as a man?
All right. So ask me one of those questions at a time because you said three. My memory ain't that good. What's the first one? My view on gender roles?
Yeah, yeah. What type of relation? Let's make it simple. What does your relationship look like, and how do no? Let me make it simpler. What is masculinity to you?
Hmm. Masculinity to me. Uh just a blanket definition, all the things that are usually associated with a man. The characteristics, the behaviors, the traits, the traditions. That's just masculinity as a whole. It can vary from person to person, but I think if we're talking about relationship wise, like how would I be masculine in a relationship? Is that what you mean?
Before you go there, because that's okay. So you gave me that. So what is femininity to you? How do you interpret femininity?
Hmm. Uh,
Me.
um, I don't know. Just the
Okay.
usual,
If
the
nothing
usual
else, do
things
you
that.
think do it change depending on the person?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So masculinity is dependent on the person and femininity is dependent on the person. Okay, cool. Now,
Right.
in your relationship, how does it show up? How would your masculinity or manhood show up for you in a relationship? And what would your person's femininity or her womanhood, how would it show up for you? Your ideal relationship with your role as a man in masculinity and her role as a woman in femininity.
Mm. Uh, I'll start with me because I'm a man. It's easier. My masculinity would be um not necessarily the go-to thought process like being tough and uh steadfast and firm and all that. I think you can be masculine by also being soft with your woman. Being a place of comfort for her, but then at the same time showing her that you have the ability to change that if need be when it comes to a situation of like God forbid, protecting her or just taking care of things, problems as they come around. Like you said, what if you need a new washer and dryer or something that you can fix handy with yourself? Um, like, for example, I work on cars. I'm good with that. So, like, if my wife ever had car trouble, I'd be like, hey, I'll take care of that for you. There wouldn't be a financial strain on her or myself or just being able to problem solve for your woman. I think that's the best way to describe being masculine within
And
a
what
relationship.
about, but what about the how would you provide? How
Well,
does
that
the
is
provision look?
that
Or
is
would
a,
it be 50-50, 70
so
30?
so I don't like simplifying provision to strictly monetary, but if we're talking only financial, I think it can vary from partner to partner, but the best way you can do it is when you get together with someone as a man, you'll say, "Hey, I'm willing to take majority of the financial burden. Let's lay out our finances, and this is what I can take on my shoulders without feeling like I'm drowning." And then if that marries up with whoever you're with, the two of you can just make that conscious decision. I know when I was with my ex, we got our first place together. I paid damn near all the rent. New York is dumb expensive. The rent was like 2,100. I paid 19. She paid like three. You know what I'm saying? So because I knew where I was with my money, that's what I can take on my
But you
shoulders.
paid that, so the rent you paid the majority of the rent. But what about the other bills and groceries?
The only thing she did was groceries. I mean, because she was just better at that than me. She would yell at me whenever I go food shopping because she said I'm forgetting shit. So
Okay,
Yeah, because y'all don't know what y'all are doing in the grocery store. Oh
and
my
this is the last.
god.
So this is the last thing with this, so we
all
can.
right, they do that on purpose.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
So
They
hold
do.
on.
Uncle Tom.
We definitely don't do that on
So hold
purpose.
on, Jojo. Hold on. Okay, so with that being said,
Hmm.
what is it that why would a woman need to why do you get to be the authority if that's the case, right? Why are you the authority if she is still having to financially contribute and you're saying it could vary, like the masculinity looks this way, which is very similar to what femininity is, and her femininity is quite similar to what you would say your masculinity is, so it seems pretty even. Why
Hmm.
do you get to be the authority? What is it about you being a man that makes you the authority to where it's even under attack, like manhood is even under attack, if based on what you're saying, you talking about y'all cooperating and it's like whoever can afford whatever, your money just happened to be a little bit longer than hers, that's why you took on the brunt of it. But why do you get to be the authority? What is that?
Well, can you specify authority? You talking about like decision making? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, why are men the authority when men start this, when based on what you're describing, why
Hmm.
are men the authority?
Um, I've never been in a situation where it was like, well, I say goes and I'm the final say. Like I don't think any logical man looks at it that way. I think majority of men just want their word to have some kind of weight to it, I guess you could say. But like, I don't think a reasonable man is looking at the relationship saying like, yo, what I say is the final say. I don't think that's kind of realistic.
Okay,
But
so we gonna open it up, y'all, because I just wanted to really try to follow some type of logic, and I'm gonna be honest, JoJo, there's nothing because it doesn't make any sense.
how is it not making sense to you?
I'm
I
about
think
to,
that's very clear.
I'm literally about to tell you. I'm gonna tell you why it ain't making no sense. because you said that you agree with the prompt that men are under attack because women want control. But
Yes.
you're not saying anything. But then when I ask you, well, then what is it that men like? What is it that men need to be the authority of? You said that it ain't that they want to be the authority; they just want to be heard. So manhood is under attack because
Can I
men want
summarize it for you?
heard.
Can I summarize it for you?
Okay.
So everything I just used as an anecdotal, right? As far as um, providing financial stability to whatever extent whatever person can do, right? Uh, Having that masculine quote unquote role as far as problem solving and, like you say, decision making and all those things are under attack now because there's a common growth, especially within the online community, where you have women. I'm not saying you, but you have women that are saying you don't need a man to do these things. So that is why I'm saying the characteristics and traits that are often associated with men, which is the things we just went through, are now being displayed as something you don't need a man to do. Hence why it is under attack. Is that clear?
But I think the issue with not needing a man to do something is because a majority of these men can't. So you
I
ever
agree
been in
with
a
that, but that's
situation where
but Ayanda, that's what I said originally when she said, "How can men get that respect back?" I said they need to make themselves respectable first.
okay,
I did say
okay,
that.
Why do you
It
want
sounds.
us to
Oh,
need
go on.
you to do those things for us?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Say it again.
Why do you need us to need you to do those things for us?
Um, I would say fulfillment.
purpose.
I think you know how you have those that ideology that from a young girl's age they're being trained and programmed into wanting marriage and et cetera, et cetera. I think the flip side of that is that young men are often being tailored into the direction of being able to have and maintain a family. So a lot of men get that sense of fulfillment and gratitude when they feel like they're needed in their adult life by the person that they like. That's kind of like the, I guess you could say, the prize at the end of it all. Men don't necessarily want anything financial or even gift giving often. Like a lot of men within their relationship get a lot of gratitude from just feeling the thanks from their woman. Like I saw a post a guy put on. He was saying like, I don't know how men don't like providing for their women because I get a kick out of my girl calling her friends and saying, "Oh, you know, my man took care of this for me. That drives me crazy." That's what men love. Men love the fact that a woman is proud to have them and want them. That's what drives men. So that's the best way I could sum it up.
So why do women need to allow men to do this? Like why is it that a woman has to make herself smaller to make you feel good?
I don't think it's the woman doesn't necessarily have to make themselves smaller. Again, I'm only speaking from my perspective, but I don't think logical men mind their women having a career, mind their women having money. I know I wouldn't, but I'm just saying, it's something that you do. Like women always say, "Oh, we don't have any power." Women have a lot of power, and you guys don't even realize it. Like you could get a man to essentially do anything you want. It's all about your delivery and how you come to the person. Like no, I'm being for real. I'm being for real.
No,
Like
I'm serious. I'm serious too. I agree.
like you could have the most quote unquote masculine, uh, uncontrollable man. You could have him in the palm of your hands. It's like you women just have that thing. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like you don't have to necessarily make yourself smaller. You just have to make him feel big. That's the best way I can put it.
It sounds like.
What's the necessity for like gender-based masculinity and femininity? And according to what you said earlier, you said it was a learned thing.
Hmm.
So where is this necessity for men and women to have to do these things? Where is this coming from?
To do what things exactly?
To
Like the
be,
gender roles?
yes, the gender roles. Where is this coming from? And why do we need to adhere to these like specific rules?
I I don't think I'm old enough to answer that question. So I just think it's just one of them things that's been
I guess continuing through history. Like it's just the way it's been. It's always
So
been.
it's made up.
I don't think it's made up.
It
Somebody started
absolutely
it, but
is. It absolutely
I think these
is.
things feed ego. I think it's all about the egos getting fed. I
oh yeah,
really
that's what I said. Yeah, make them feel big. Yeah.
Yeah, but like we don't need to center our like we don't need to revolve around men's egos. Like what about our egos, you know?
No, I didn't say you
Like,
have to. No, no, no. By all means, I'm not saying pause your life for a man. That is not what I'm
but these
saying.
expectations do require us, like as BLK said, for us to shrink ourselves. Like it does require us to basically lie to you by
Does it
saying
though?
that we meet you for the things that you
Well,
listed.
I think that's what most women do in the instances where these men think that women are like dainty and submissive. She's just very good at manipulating
It's
you.
lying.
She could
Women are not
easily,
useless without men. Like
yeah,
Right. Yeah,
like
but I'm
she
not. I'm
can
not
open
repeating
that
it.
jar. She can open that jar of like tomato sauce, but she'll pretend that she can't and have you do it, and you'll feel
But
good
that's what I'm
about it.
saying.
Like,
But I agree. agree. But I'm that's not. the I'm thing. not. They I'm don't not mind once being again. lied to.
that's what I'm
They
saying though,
don't. They
Joel.
don't.
wow,
They
Like
know them ideas. They know the ideas aren't theirs. They know they didn't. Like they know she could have did that shit on their own. What they're asking women to do is to pretend.
yeah, you
They're
want to
not
simply
oblivious
pretend.
to it. But I mean,
hmm
some things.
Exactly. I'm
No, you want to
concluding
simply
that
you want to
my
simply
line
say
of questioning was that this whole rules of what a masculine man is or feminine woman are made up, and we have to pretend to exist in them just so you guys can feel good.
Well, you
yeah.
don't have
I
to
land.
pretend to exist in anything. I'm just saying, like, you're asking me essentially how men are wired, and I'm just giving you the answers. You don't have to subscribe to it or anything. I mean, I'm just saying.
You also don't have to subscribe to it either.
I correct. I agree. But
Right.
all I'm
And men in
saying,
general don't have to subscribe to it. They choose to though because it benefits them.
no, this benefit. Hold on,
Exactly.
hold
And
on. Let's
also,
pause there, right there. Hold on.
you
Let's pause
said
there.
wired, and then you
Hold on.
also talked about how we were
Can I
all
finish?
taught
Can
these
I just finish?
things.
Can I
So
finish
is it
one second?
wired, or is it nurture, or is
Can
it
I finish
nature?
real quick before I lose that thought? Because I want to address what she just said.
Hmm.
You said men are doing this because they benefit.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm telling you this right now. I was not benefiting spending my money in my last relationship.
No,
That
you
was just
were.
something. Hold
No,
on.
you were.
Can I
You're
finish, please?
lying.
Can I finish, please?
For that punani.
Because
Eh?
you talking
right.
a lot, and there's other people up here. So
Well,
no,
you're
you
asking
ain't
me
saying
questions.
shit. You're
You were the one not
lying.
speaking.
No, no, I don't care.
I
You're
don't.
lying
He has not
because
been
like you got
constructive
some
to the
weird. Y'all had no,
conversation.
no, no.
Go
Because
ahead.
why the fuck would you pay the rent on your
Go ahead.
own, right? Because like
Because
if your
I was
mind,
taught that was the
sir,
right
I
thing
don't
to do.
care. Shut up.
Don't
You've
ask me
been
a question if you don't
talking
care about it.
and
Why
your
are you getting
tone is
emotional?
fucking annoying. Shut up. I'm
Because I'm
talking.
not yelling at
No,
you.
no,
I'm
no. You're
sorry.
not the only one
Like
up
what?
here.
Okay, you can have it.
Damn.
You can have it. Go ahead,
Hey,
yell.
we was all up here. You came up here. You think it's all about you. Damn.
The host
No,
asked me a
there's a
question. Can I
shut up
answer it?
then. You say
Like
you're gonna
what?
shut up. I got it, remember?
Go ahead, yell. Go
Let
ahead.
me have it. Thank you, the fuck provider. But here's the thing. The weird part is y'all into that weird shit. You gonna pay your money, you gonna pay all the fucking rent. Cause in the back of your mind, you like, ooh, I'm that nigga. I'm the man. I'm the sole provider and shit. Nigga, that's why you did that shit. It's for very selfish reasons. Because y'all be insecure as shit.
hmm
But anyways, let somebody else respond. What's up? I see you though. Cause this
Hey.
nigga fucking boring. It's too late to have that boring ass voice. Go ahead.
Yeah, men are under attack because women won't control. I don't, I feel like men are under attack. They feel like they are because women don't care. I hear things like all the time, like 4B movement, they're mad at that. It's not all men until the some man or whatever. They're mad at that. The bear versus the woman, they're mad at that. Soft life, they say, oh, women now men have a soft life. Like everything a woman does, a man is mad at. So it's more control over there. I was even on a panel when they were discussing the reasons why women divorce at a higher percentage. And a man said, well, that's why we need to change the laws to where y'all can't divorce. um, Most women, when they do say something about men, they don't want nothing to do with them, and men will say you will be single for the rest of your life. So I really see it's the other way around. Um, a lot of women are okay being single. Men think it's the end of the world if you're single.
Exactly.
Um, ho-
how can men take back their masculinity? By just being a better person. I don't think it has to be masculine. A lot of men are not masculine, whatever that means. I mean, it's the patriarchy. Some men think masculine means you can't cry, or masculine means this and that, but they don't think it means being a good person. That never comes to their mind. Just doing the right thing never comes to their mind. It's always about control or ego. So I think they need to just drop masculinity, period, and just become better men.
And it's crazy to me that men have to work so hard to like force us to be with them, play mind games, literally try to make sense of their bull that they're
It's
trying to sell us. Like
control.
they have
It's
to work so hard. Like if it was so natural for us to be with you and to be your
right.
helpmate, why would you have to work so hard?
I think right now, before black men can try to have this narrative to lead, they have to be better people, and they have to lead us out of oppression first. It's I mean, I think it's backwards. You want us to come in the household and lead us in the household, but we still got to go outside, and you're still oppressed too. I think it's very hypocritical when BOK men talk about passport this and other women this and other women are better, but if we talk about facts, everybody feelings get hurt.
Right. They love to say that
You
whatever our
know,
opinion is
it's
based on
it's
forcing
punching down.
actual facts.
It's punching down because it's like you want to lead, but you can't. You don't lead. You only want to lead in a household. You don't want to lead in the world. That's the problem. There's more young NBA boys than Martin Luther Kings. That's the problem.
And he has his background too.
It's just
Hmm.
like funny to me because they literally be so desperate to be in relationships. They be desperate for it.
If you
But I
ask a
think
man what
that's
they think our purpose is, just to create children and
and
to be
just
with
to
a
be
man.
with them. But the wild thing is like, they pretend that being single is some sort of end of the world insult to women. But the
It's
reality is
projection.
they are the ones who
Hmm.
can't handle being single. They're the
Hmm.
ones who cannot tolerate their own company. They don't
Hmm.
even tolerate each other's company in terms of community.
As far as community, I mean, there are some BOK men that are active, but as far as when things go down, who was out there really doing the backwork?
Because
BOK women.
the emotional labor they expect to come from us. They only see the time to be vulnerable and open when they're in a romantic relationship with a woman. So
Hmm.
they put that on us. We also do like unpaid physical labor for them. Between those two things, like we're definitely doing a lot of unpaid work for them. So of course they
Yeah,
benefit from relationships.
exactly. And when you hear him describe the perfect woman, it's like a slave. It doesn't, it
Like I
doesn't
said,
sound
it's
appealing.
we smacks slaves, y'all.
That's our
Instead
DNA.
of them paying to literally like paying off dads to just marry us off, nowadays they just do their little manipulative words and like force us by taking our rights away on those things. It
But
is
that's
smack
where it's
slave.
back.
They want a
Mhm.
smack slave. And like they
Yeah.
also want their mama at the same time. It's weird.
But when
It's
you own something, the thing is, I this is where I always get confused, right? Because I'm like, I agree, they want you to be a slave in a sense, but then it's like you got to understand, you want people to be a slave, but then you also want the slaves to help,
Yeah.
like to provide. Like it's backwards. It's like
Emotionally.
They want
the
mommies and daughters. They want both.
yeah, like the master owned everything, could provide everything. Like I know it sounds very horrible to say, but if that's the context we're looking at it in, it's like you can't expect her to meet you halfway and then think like that's a real partnership. That's a real handshaker right
Hmm.
there. That's like when you do business, that's like when you close a contract or a deal. You guys are equal. You're shaking hands and you're like, okay, we're gonna move forward with this contract. That's not like a cute, romantic, sexy, dainty ass relationship. That's out the window. If I have to like use my brain with you and like come in and like do the things that you're expected to do, and then on top of that still be dainty. And I love the word dainty because that's what they want. Like, I can't, like, no, you have to pick one. Either I'm
I,
gonna be dainty or I'm not.
right. I also think that they look at the YT man and think that's the same reality. But BLK women rarely got to stay at home and not work and live the dancing life. That was YT women. Why? Because YT men could afford it. BLK women always had to work. Rarely were we out there not, holding our slack. So that's I don't understand that either.
And it's weird to me that they always say working, providing for your family, being independent is feminine and it's like from God and on all universe or whatever. But why is that the rules of femininity uh, not across the board? Why is it that it's isolated to white tea women instead of black women? Why is it that we as black women or Native American women or other countries, even like other white tea women in other countries are different from the white tea women here and have more of masculine traits? Why is it that it's so isolated to the white tea women we see here, but they say femininity is a natural aspect of a human being?
Because it's
Because they
raccoonry.
and also because they get it from the YT men. If BLK men were leaders, not just by, be quiet in the household and by the Bible, but leaders in thought and ideology for their women, we wouldn't be compared to YT women because we didn't grow up like that. We didn't have that same system. We always had to work. We always were partners. We went through things together that they didn't. You know what I mean? They all already had an economic advantage. So that's the thought process. I think BLK men need to stop looking at other races and other, you know, people and thinking that it reflects them when they can literally have their own thought process and create it for themselves.
Yeah, because I'm going to be honest, I don't care what YT people do. I'm going
Me either.
to.
And a lot of YT women ain't happy either, so I don't understand
Exactly. I tried
the
to say
comparison.
the divorce rates are still high when BLK men date them, but the men on here didn't want to hear me say it, but it's true. Like, they're still not happy either.
And also,
Exactly.
again, like YT women, like white teen women were watching another white teen woman be dragged out by these white teen men, and they were like, "Sucks to suck." But if that
Well,
happened in a group of black women, you got me. Ooh, Lord! Like
yeah,
there's a sense of community because we are not the same kind of people,
we're
and so
not.
it's weird to
Exactly.
me that there's this need for femininity. They say that femininity is natural; it's in our DNA, and make this like law of humanity, yet it doesn't fit every woman globally.
They're
So
just
it's a
listening to
lie.
they're listening to the patriarchy. They're listening to people, but they're listening to the ideology of white men. What's a single black thought that has nothing to do with white people in America as far as relationship? I don't see it. As far as a household, I don't see it. It's either the Bible or what white society believes.
Yeah,
I don't see our black.
the whole nuclear family thing spawns from like white supremacy as well, like white standards, where you're
Hmm.
isolated from your family and you're expected to just on your own, just what two people raise up a family where in different cultures throughout the world, it's the village, it's the aunts, it's
Hmm.
the uncles, it's the
Unity.
cousins, it's the
Hmm.
TTs down the street, it's the village that's bringing up a child. YT people are the ones who decided to break that community
Hmm.
and isolate it within like one unit away from family, away from friends. We don't need to follow that. We can do something different and probably should do something different.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm. I agree.
Hey, I gotta step down. This was a bomb conversation, and actually, Tara, if you drop me down, it won't like
I got you. I'm trying to
Thank
figure
you,
out where the fuck
baby.
Mia went at.
I'm right
But yeah,
here. I
me, I
Okay. Well,
love
good
you
night.
guys. Bye.
Thank you
Love
for hearing me. I
you.
appreciate you so much. I stepped away for a second, then I just caught the end, but I know y'all was cooking. The fuck you mean? I look, I already know. I see you came up here and shut the shit down.
Mm. Yeah, I
I
try
hope
to give a little bit of perspective on it. I just think we as a whole can do better, but the real leaders have to lead. I
well,
mean, to be fair, them niggas ain't no leaders. Like to be Right. fair, I'm just yes, saying that's it, how we it's lost because not we gender looking at these based. niggas and they never been leaders. They wasn't Mm-mm, never being supposed to be followers. the leaders. Yeah.
they
I
admit it
think
though. Like this the thing. Like they admit it. That's why whenever we push back on the conversation, we asking them, "Well, what is it like? What does masculinity actually look like? What is it?" And they change it because they don't want it to be having resources because they don't have
right.
no
They don't
resources.
have right.
So it can't be that they have resources. They minimize it to them taking a trash out and
Right.
protecting, but the protection comes with a caveat. I'll protect you. My protection is the last result. You can't wear nothing, you can't say nothing, you can't do
Right.
nothing, you can't go nowhere. And if you do all those things and somehow somebody come find you and mess with you, then I will protect you. But I can't protect you if I'm out at work and I'm gonna work 80 hours a day.
And
Hey,
the
I
hold
got
on,
something to say about the
real quick.
um.
Hold up. We've been babysitting this nigga for hours. Like
Oh.
this, I thought this motherfucker went home or something.
I
You
did.
came
I
back.
thought he was sleeping.
Nobody got paid to babysit you, sir.
Hey, who the prototype or Ian?
Yeah, that nigga just been coasting this whole time. Now you about to try to censor the shit around him. You been waiting all night to be censored.
He didn't say nothing earlier, so he
He
might.
about to. He about to say something
Well,
now.
Santa, why
But
you got a
I,
problem with everything I do, or like every time I
I
come
know
over,
your
what's the
shit. You sit
problem?
there. You sit there like a
Chill,
fly on the wall for fucking hours, confused about what the fuck going on. And you like, here go my
chill.
opportunity. I'm about to get these motherfuckers to censor me. Listen, nigga.
But it's okay when somebody else do it.
I also
Chill.
like to. I want to add about they Did you provide subscribe? protection. And
Oh,
he ain't even subscribed.
Mia, come back
No,
if I can
no,
read the prompt,
Bill.
man.
This nigga need to be subscribed to something. Cause ain't nobody pay us to babysit you. And now you want we not about to send you nigga support the live. Fuck all that. You had money to drop decks. You can subscribe to the hoes.
I don't subscribe to the man that you talk about, so that ain't got nothing to do with me.
You know what I'm talking about? That bullshit.
I send my $5 back. That's what you
Nigga, please.
do.
Nigga, send me $5 right now.
This
I
motherfucker
was
want
just about to
he want the
cash up you,
$5
Mia,
from
but I
8
said
months
I'll come
ago,
up
some
here and
shit.
say it. I was just about to
You
cash
owe
up
me
you first.
money. If anything, you owe me money. That's crazy.
How?
Cause you be in my motherfucking presence, nigga. The fuck? I'm babysitting you. This shit is crazy.
I mean, you're doing a good job. I mean, what
No,
you want?
nigga.
Kudos? Kudos, Terry.
Subscribe to the
Appreciate
hole.
you. I
Subscribe to the
appreciate you,
hole.
Terry.
These niggas love to be in our space. Don't want to support nobody.
Same thing tomorrow. Mm-hmm.
Where Dex at? Dex in
Oh,
here?
please leave him alone.
Oh, let
Please
me.
leave
I'm
him.
about to see if he in here. Here we go.
Bring
Hey,
this.
Yonder, you ain't gonna help me here, Yonder? Juju,
Can't
Kurt,
pay you no
anybody?
mind. Stop looking for a lifeline. Dex, you ain't gotta say nothing. Just come up here and sit on the panel.
I
There we
mean,
go.
hold on. Hey, give me mud power, Mill. Let me mute that man.
I wish I would
Man,
give you
shut the
my
fuck up and
power.
pay
I
your
mean,
money.
Leon a mud. Come on, bro.
Hey, prototype,
Leon,
prototype. You
Leon,
need to pay
don't.
up.
Why you hating on Leon? What up, Dick? Talk your shit.
What's up,
Hey,
Mia? What's up, Tara?
No,
Fuck
I
him,
needed
Mia.
you to do
Fuck
something
Tara.
because something about you, Dex, drive these niggas crazy. You ain't gotta say nothing, Dex. Just sit up here on the panel with it. Motherfuckers, cause they be wildin'.
damn, it take 30 y'all for one prototype? That's crazy.
No, just take Dex.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, damn, you made me lose my damn thought.
He
You
ain't
ain't
have a
had no
motherfucking
thought.
mouth.
You ain't never had no thought. The fuck?
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what I was saying.
What we talking
Um,
about?
Tara, come on, bro. Chill,
I
bro.
mean,
I know
trying to
you
say,
excited, bro. I know you excited to prototype here, baby,
sir,
but
you
just
been here for
chill.
hours. Nobody's excited. That's the thing.
I can't tell. But anyway, um,
Felt
You
like
sleeping?
it. I also want to just add, men saying that they give protection. How do y'all give protection if y'all are the perpetrators? As soon as something happened to a woman, the first person that's in question is the man that's in her house.
Lord.
It,
Tell
it,
me
it,
about a
it,
time
it
where
it can't
black
be first. It
men,
can't be
hold
both.
up. Tell us about a time where black men started a movement to protect black women.
Right.
So to us, like, tell us about a time these motherfuckers, even when the millionaire man march, wasn't them motherfuckers trying to get picked? A bunch of pick me's marching and shit. Where's the time when y'all motherfuckers stepped up and showed us some fucking protection? Because I'm
But
not seeing
hey,
it.
but if we gonna have the conversation, let's have the conversation. But just plain and simple, bro. Like we scared, just like y'all live. Like how can we protect? Basically, we got to protect ourselves from y'all, from the others. How can we do that when we just as scared as y'all?
Well,
Okay, well,
don't say
I
it.
like that you actually admitted it.
Right.
That's what
Honestly,
it really
yeah,
comes down
honestly.
to. Basically, women are braver than y'all because
You're also
Right.
scared of each other.
y'all
Right.
have more power than us, but we're still fighting for ourselves. If anybody has a fighting chance, it's y'all against other men, but you're not choosing to do it.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
they
Right,
why
in
they
but
be
theory
on
that's not the
and
crazy
that's
part
why they
though.
be on these panels arguing with us because they cannot
Right.
argue with a man.
Like super combative.
But
They have
they
that's not
don't
the
even
it's only
crazy
gonna
hold
be
part.
men
weak.
accountable for
They
like
can't because they're scared.
they don't even hold their like creepy friend who does
They
creepy
can't
shit accountable.
because they're scared. They're scared of them.
Yeah,
The
they're
only
scared of each
you will
other.
see
Yeah.
a man. Oh, the advice. If you a leader, you supposed to be leading other leaders.
Right. Thank you.
Can
That's a
I
great
say
point.
something real quick?
How are you going to present yourself as the leader, but be like, well, what are we supposed to
Yeah,
do? We're
So
scared.
can I say
What?
something real quick?
But hold
it's
on,
the
let
truth.
me
I'm
finish.
glad. I'm glad the
Let me
protocol
further
being
my point.
honest because that's the truth.
Let me
Yeah.
further my point though.
Don't blaze him too much because he about to lie.
So what I'm saying is before y'all carry my points to the end of the earth, I was about to say that we're scared of the understanding factor. Like it's no understanding between us. Like how can we say that unconditional love exists when we can't like uh progress conversation. Prime example now. Like we should be able to get along enough to either like just see the direction of where we want to go in life. You know what I'm
I don't want to get along with people who think that I'm lesser than them.
Right.
saying?
And I
That's
think
not
it's I
everybody
think it's
doctrine though.
I think it's hypocritical how y'all claim, not you probably, to be
No, it's him.
leaders,
He said it too.
but need so much help. If you are a leader, you are a lead. No leader said if you're a leader, you influence people to follow you. If you're a dictator, then you force people. So if y'all a leader, that means you have influenced people to follow you. You don't have to make nobody follow you. You can't
But
make nobody follow
I,
you.
I want
If
I want
someone's
to keep it
not
I want to keep it
following you,
real with you
if
though.
somebody's not following you, you're not a leader.
I want to keep it real with you though. Like I know I'm 30 years old, right? And correct me if I'm wrong. Black men, we got grandfather into that title. Like we do it just because
We
society said
won't.
right, but nobody stood up and said, hey look, I want to provide, I want to protect, I want to do this. No, so of course we gonna suck and be ass at with something we didn't sign up for. So all I'm saying is at this point in 2025, can we revise how we look at things?
This
Like
nigga crazy. This nigga done lost his marbles.
I mean, look, how can y'all argue the
Who told you
standards?
to do that though?
Like how can
Black
we
women.
argue the standards that we never set in place, bro? Come on,
All
it
right,
don't make
what's
sense.
the standard? The fuck?
Mm.
Yeah. And E wanted to say something too. E might can answer the question.
Nah, I wanted to ask a question. I didn't want to answer that. But, to the woman on the panel, this is just for some clarity. Are you guys in a relationship by chance? I know.
Why do y'all always
Oh
do
my
that?
god.
No, because you
Everybody.
know
I
why?
mean,
No, so
it's
let me
just
answer that. Let me
so,
answer that. You know
oh
why?
my
You know why?
Because they
goodness.
think that
Because I
Hold
women.
find
on,
myself.
let him answer.
No,
Let him
let
answer.
me. Hello. I was
Go
quiet for a
ahead.
minute, so I actually I do not get interrupted when I say this. Um, right? Because I find it very odd that I'm in spaces with women who's in relationships about the in relationships with these black men that they're speaking about. I just find it very odd. You guys are in a relationship with a black man,
I'm not.
but you're up here talk. Not saying all, but there's a lot of women that are in spaces like this, but they're in a relationship with a black man speaking about black men like this. How do you find like? Is your man okay with this? How do you find it okay to
Date
sit up
white
here in these
men too.
conversations and do
That's the
that?
same
We
thing
date
you
white
do
men
though, E.
too.
But that's the
And
same
but
thing.
Ayanda, you're not
but
dating a
We
black
white
men
man.
date
Your
got
man.
Hispanic
we
Hold
men.
on,
Hold
Ayanda,
on.
your man is black. You're not dating
I'm
a white man.
answering it. Hold
My man's
on.
not black.
But hold on, y'all. I'm answering it. So first of all, because they can. But second of
Right.
all,
It's funny,
that's the
crazy.
same thing you doing, E. You will literally start with
I'm not in a relationship with no one though.
no, hear me out, E. You'll be like, you like the other day you went in on me. I ain't even get to defend myself. I should do it right now, but I ain't gonna do that. The other day you went in on me, like you dog walked me, and I didn't get a chance to respond. And you was like, "Love you, Mia. I love black women, but da 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 da." And you went in, so it's like if you value black women, and I'm assuming that you want to be with a black woman, why are you going from panel to panel talking shit about black women?
I'm not. I share my. So let me answer that. I don't talk. No, 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 no. I'm sharing my frustrations. I'm looking for results, but I'm not getting that. Instead, I'm getting the same thing that's happening on this panel with the three men that's on this panel. We're sharing our frustrations. We're sharing our anecdotal experiences in a way to get some type of answers into why it's happening. But instead, we're getting the fingers being pointed. We're getting debunked of everything that we're saying. I haven't heard anything positive, and for the ones that's in a relationship with a man, I haven't heard anything positive about a man that came out of anybody's mouth up here. I've looked at each and every one of you guys' pages, especially Tara, and I've seen nothing positive about a man. I'm just seeing everything negative.
Not
So my
emphasis on me.
Men
That's
so
gotta
my
stop
crazy.
so
being
so hold on. So
sexist.
let me
Like,
finish. Let me
this
finish.
is the
So my
prime.
question to the woman on the panel:
this is a conversation
can
about
we hold
the
a
This
topic.
conversation?
right.
Hold on. Can I finish what I'm saying? My question is to the panel, to not even to the panel, to the woman on the panel. Can we start enlisting things? Because this entire conversation is no way or nowhere towards going towards a solution. It's just man or this, man or that. But you guys are under,
Okay, so let
this and
me.
that and third.
Why did you get
Can
on this
we find?
panel?
No, 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 no. So can we start talking about a solution where both parties can take accountability for their actions?
Okay, so wait, two things. First of all, what accountability do women need to take?
A man.
That one, they are one part of the choosing process, and
Oh.
two, right, two, that you're not always, that there's no such thing as perfect. I hear I've done everything that I can. That may be true, but there's something that you may have been lacking in
So the
that you
one,
probably
so
didn't know.
okay,
Hold on, that you probably didn't notice that your partner did is the reason why their actions are their
okay,
actions.
I know
And then for
E,
them,
but hold on, slow down,
Women need to
buddy.
be responsible for men's behavior.
So
here we
yeah,
go. See,
no,
here we
but
Yeah.
go.
hold on, cause
Those are
what
my
you
points.
hold on, maybe y'all can't hear me, cause I need to
No, I'm sorry.
let me get off this mic thing. I know I'm old. You know how old people, you know, you get old when you be talking, you be covering up the mic because you don't have to work these contractions. That's how I be over here. So I ain't mad with nobody because y'all probably couldn't hear me. But anyway, E, sir, you just said that women are the one half of the picking. So you saying that women are picking these deplorable men, and that's the accountability they need to have. They not
Yes,
being
that is true.
deplorable. They not so what me so answer me this. Why is it that because if I pick the bad man, how is that me? How am I hurting you? Because I picked the bad man,
Right.
and I'm upset about me picking a bad man. But I picked the bad man, and I'm talking about that bad man. How does that hurt you when I'm not doing nothing to you? I'm not harming you. Nothing. Even if you say because I picked that bad man, I can't I can't date you because I take myself out the market. That doesn't hurt you because you don't even know if you
It
would like
actually
me.
does in a way, and
No,
I'm going
it
to explain to you
don't. It
how.
don't hurt you if you don't even
So
know I would be the one for you.
let me explain to you how it does in a way. Um, Let me explain to you, right? It's how it hurts me is because you get, and Tara, this is not me attacking you. This is just me using
No,
you as
you
an
attacking
example.
me.
So how it hurts me is because you guys come up here, you guys share your anecdotal experience. I'm not knocking you for it. I'm not knocking you and saying that your anecdotal experience is untrue. It hurts me by when you guys sit up here and project. Not saying anybody on the panel. I'm just saying that this does definitely happens, and project what's happening to you, and you use words like men, right? And a man that may consider himself those, not even those men that you're speaking about, but a man at the end of the day, you can say this on these panels, and a woman like Tara, who already has made her mind up and won't ever change her mind, regardless of what she encounters or however, she's going to stick to her rhetoric and not change her mind. It can be very dangerous and hard,
Shout out to
right?
me. Y'all make sure
Hold
y'all
on.
watch my
So
content.
it can be very dangerous and hard when these men that had nothing to do with the last thing that that man did to you, it can be very hard for them to try to encounter you because you've already
So,
made up your mind about men,
so
right?
what?
Because
She's
but
one
hold on,
person.
Hurley, can you let me finish, please, so I don't
It's
forget what I'm
just
saying?
nobody cares about your
Let me
ego.
finish to what I'm saying. I didn't say anything about you.
Okay, so
If
Harry,
Tara comes away, let her
hurry up.
respond. Let me finish.
Okay, Harry B, because I'm about to respond to what you
Got
just
you.
said. Go ahead.
So when you are encountering women like Tara that already has made up her mind, that won't change her mind about the man based off her anecdotal experience, you now
I'm
have
not
to
anecdotal. That's wild.
you now have to deal with those last decisions that those men that was in her life. You have to deal with that on top of trying to prove yourself 10 times harder that you are other than or different than those men that she
You
has
don't
encountered.
have to deal with it.
Okay,
Just
so
But
hold
he
Okay.
on.
did.
I got a
But
point.
he had a lot to say about me. That's crazy. My
Tara,
anecdotal
you've made up
experience.
your Tara. I've
Sir,
listened to
calm
you on
down.
this
this is not
panel.
Calm
societal
down,
harm.
sir.
Let
Calm
I've
her
listened to
down.
you
let
on this
somebody.
panel. I'm not crashing out. I've listened to you on this
Damn.
panel. I
Calm
haven't
Hold
done
on, so
anything
Tara
against
can
down.
you.
respond because I want to make a point. Go ahead, Tara.
Not just real kid shit. Shout out to me. Fucking promote my shit. Y'all going I got a whole fucking series I did. I spent like a lot of time doing research. I did 48 Laws of Power, focusing on how men and patriarchy use manipulation on women. Like I broke that shit down. It's 48 videos, it's a playlist. Go watch that shit on my page. It's very insightful. Shout out for E for promoting my shit. Like, yeah, my shit is fire. You right. You right. You got it, sir.
Tara
That's
voice,
it.
Tara voice so fucking cute. That's what got these niggas fucked up. They be melting over there, straight,
Mm-hmm.
straight. I can't say it, but anyway. So E, this the thing. So you are saying that because of women's bad experiences with men, they may project that onto other men. They may make the assumption that because of their last situation, that you might be just like their last, so they don't want to deal with you. And
No, it might that projection might influence other women to think the same way. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's a projection onto the man, but it influences other women. Like I said, such said person, right? That I mentioned before that won't change that. They never experienced
okay,
that.
so
Now
other
they'll hear it,
women will hear me
hear
complain
this.
about my ex.
Yes, they would hear this. They would say, oh, so men are like this. Men are this and that and the third. There is, you know what I'm saying? And
Okay,
then
so I
they'll
know you
take that and
explained
run
it,
with
but don't go into it because then I
Yeah, they'll
can't.
take that and run with it.
I know,
Like,
but I'm gonna lose my point because I heard you. Okay, so you clarified that you was talking about it ain't that particular person is off the market. You don't care about that particular person being off the market. You saying that particular person may be off the market or take herself off the market, and then she influences other women
correct.
who be like that.
That's
So,
the goal.
so, so you don't. So, do you think that men who speak negatively about women influence other men to not want to be with women?
Right.
I definitely do think it's both ways, but more so for the men. The men are encountering these same issues just like the women are. So when the men get in these spaces and they're speaking, they're all agreeing on certain standpoints rather than a man being able to influence another man who's never been through it. Because I've seen in those type of spaces that men that try to do that influence and shit, another man will shut them down and be like, no, 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 that ain't me. I ain't never experienced that. Versus the woman that has possibly never experienced what that woman is talking about. She sits up there and she act like
How would you
she
know?
understands what
That's
she's
How
not
talking
would you
about.
know that?
no.
How do I know? So let me explain to you. I'm gonna say this.
No,
I've been
no,
on
no,
You
no, no, no.
I've
It's a
would,
rhetorical
I've been on
question.
hundreds. I would even say thousands
Sir,
of panels over the past five
if
months.
you, but
And
my
I can
thing is,
tell you that I've sat from my
insane.
experience, I've sat in spaces like this and watched
and
it
you
happen.
know what another woman is thinking.
Based off their change of rhetoric throughout the live, yes. I can tell
My
that the
thing
woman
is,
has
No,
somehow.
the
I don't
difference.
believe it. My thing is
No,
this:
See, all of
we will
that, okay,
have
but all of that doesn't even really matter, right? Because a girl could say
right,
dudes ain't shit and then she could literally kiss you all night. Like, listen, it
yeah,
doesn't
right,
matter
My
if,
point
like,
exactly.
it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, your one on one experience with a woman, that is not, you cannot base that off the fact that at a majority rate, people say men ain't shit. Men do the same thing. Men say, "Oh, these women are 3 or 4 they ain't shit."
right.
Guess
mm-hmm.
what? Y'all be on our phones. I love you, baby. I miss you, baby. Kiki kiki kaka. Listen, you act a certain way when you're in spaces with other men, of course, and women do the same thing. But when it's one on one, it's very different. So we're not gonna sit here and pretend that the issue with men and women in relationships right now is because both sides have barbershop talk and salon talk. Like that's been since the beginning of time. Women are always gonna say a million things about men, and men are always going to say a million things about women. That's not the real issue here. The issue is a majority of black men, and I'm going to keep bringing it back to that space, is that
That's the problem.
you're not in places in life where you can be 100% leaders. You don't feel 100% confident in those spaces. You live in a society that is against you as a black man, and now you have to lead a household and a woman in a society that
Yep.
works against you. So the real
Hmm.
issue is that confidence that you guys lack, regardless of the job you just got, regardless of the car you just got approved for, regardless if you are seemingly doing well. The point is that you guys don't function with confidence in certain spaces that majority white tea men and a lot of these other men function in. And it's not even your fault. It's not even your fault.
Right.
You have an entire society working against you. We acknowledge that. But where it gets fucked up is we acknowledge that everything is against you and you still harp on us. You get mad at us because we're fully aware of that. You're fully aware of it and you're not comfortable and confident in your own spaces. And you make us the problem. You don't say, "Oh, the white tea man is the problem." You don't say that society is the problem. You say a BLK woman is complaining too much and choosing the wrong
So
nigga.
so
But
Ayanda. So
also, can I say something too?
we're you're right. You're right in so many ways. However,
Uh,
we say this because you guys are making it seem like it's the white tea man, white tea people, the patriarchy that's against us.
It
You
is.
guys
It
are
is.
at time by time, you're right, time by time, but you guys are joining that same white tea man, white tea woman, and patriarchy and aligning against
You're
us.
joining.
So are
You're joining.
y'all.
Hold on.
Listen, but
y'all
Yo, so
listen,
when
always
I
the
hold
take
on,
it
reason
guys,
why I
real
so
quick,
say
real quick.
this,
Y'all date
serious.
outside your
because
Hold on, I
race.
got y'all real quick,
there's
real quick.
spaces like this,
We're
Ayanda, that's
not
proving
joining.
that to be
Hold
right.
on, no.
You guys are.
We are not
Y'all date
joining
outside your
white
race more
tea.
than
We
we
are
do.
not joining the
Right.
white tea race.
Yeah, y'all never gonna understand.
You BLK men did.
It's okay.
You BLK men did.
Right.
We did not choose. You chose that when you decided that when they gave you a little piece of something back, they took your pie and gave you an eighth back. And then you went against us. You sit there and you say, black women are too strong. They're too independent. F your degrees, F your money, after this, after that, after this. That's black men talking to us. And then you want to sit up here and say we're teaming up with white tea
Right.
men?
Honestly, like,
You guys are in these
tea out
But
spaces. You
yourself
guys are in these
because
spaces,
my thing
creating
is
these
this:
spaces.
that
You guys
this
are
is
in
the
these spaces,
problem.
creating
honestly,
these
that's a
Like
slap in the
spaces,
face
Because
that you
you
and
just
it's
guys are
said.
it's
creating
not
this
a slap in the
environment in the
It
face.
real world,
is.
We
D.
You are
are.
actively
can I
telling
say?
women.
Okay,
I'm
These
sorry. Go on
spaces,
before I
demand.
see you.
So
Can I say
gonna do,
Wait, wait,
if
something?
wait.
we're
I
gonna,
see you wanted to
Can
say
I?
something. I.
Hold
s-
up,
y'all.
y'all. I see you've been trying to talk for a while.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go on.
Okay, thank you. I just feel like it's so hypocritical that we will have a whole conversation with the prompt right there, be discussing the prompt, and then you come and say we should be talking about this. Go find a live like that. Go create it.
we're not coming with
My thing, I'm
solutions.
not
Let
done.
her
I'm
We
not
can
finished.
sit here
land.
and talk all day.
Let me
What is the
land, sir.
solutions?
Let me
We're
land.
coddled and
Go,
spoiled.
sir. Go make a live and talk about solutions. I think it's so hypocritical because there's
God,
so many lives that you will see where
there's
you
not
know plenty of
enough.
women. Hold
I'm
on, E.
talking. Hold on, I'm not finished. If you want me to hurry, when you get upset, you tell people, "Let me finish," and talk for 5 minutes. Let me do it.
5 minutes is crazy, but go ahead.
I
Was.
think it's so hypocritical that y'all would say, "Well, what about the solutions? You are the leaders. Make the solutions." Make the solutions. Go make a live and make the solutions. You cannot come over here. We're answering a prompt because obviously we have some idea that we want to talk about. We answer it, and then you're mad at our answers because this is not the live you want it to be. Go create the live. That's the problem. Y'all follow us. Y'all want us to do not all, because I know it hurts people's feelings. Y'all want us to do everything. You do it. This is a perfect example of what we're talking about in real time. Do it. Make a live. I can see if you was like, "Hey, y'all, I have a live on here where I'm talking about solutions. Come and follow something." No, you're mad at us because we're talking about what the prompt said.
No, I'm not mad at you
Because
guys.
Well, you have a
the thing
problem with the
is,
So, ma'am,
prompt.
I'm not mad
If
at that. I'm not mad at
well,
that
he
at all.
go
doesn't
Okay.
want
Let me
solutions.
clarify.
if
Let
you're a
me
leader,
clarify.
hold on. If you're a leader, go do it yourself. I know
Never
your
said that.
clarifications, sir. You're saying why can't we talk about solutions? You can. She wants to talk about what she wants to talk about. That's his- that's that's the whole point. Y'all
You could
not
even talk
leaders.
about a solution now. You could even do
We're
it.
talking. We are. You know what's crazy?
Y'all want us
No,
You're
to
you're not.
talking
I'm
stop.
about,
trying to
ma'am. Look at
tell
that
him.
Y'all
second. Do
want
me a
us.
favor and look at that
Hold
second
on,
topic.
I'm not done. Y'all
Do
want
me a
us
favor and look
to
at that
stop
second topic.
talking. Hold on 1 second. Y'all want us to be quiet about how we feel. We don't have to. We can
Hmm.
talk about how we feel. We can talk about our ideas. We can talk about what we see. It might hurt your feelings, but if it hurts your feelings, do better. Don't come and tell us how we should see the world because you don't like the rhetoric about men.
No,
We don't like it either.
No,
I didn't say that.
We
So
don't like. That's
you didn't have
basically
to
what you're
say it.
saying.
I didn't
You
say
don't
that. No,
have to.
that's what
You
you
don't
took it
have to
as,
say
ma'am.
it, E, and then you're getting upset. And
I'm not
let me talk.
upset. I'm not
Your
upset.
voice, your voice
It may
is
sound
saying,
like that, but I'm telling you,
"Sir, you
from
are,
me
sir,
being in my own
you
body, I'm
don't
not
even let me
upset.
say anything, sir.
Okay.
You're so emotional about it. You don't even let
Hey,
me
Man. So
say
when a
anything."
woman
hey,
do it,
E, E,
it's
E,
crazy.
E. Listen, E. You stand there kind of annoyed. Let her finish, and then you'll get a chance to talk. You've been just over talking everyone, and people giving you the respect for you
And
to
over,
talk,
no,
but
no,
you're
no.
not
We're
doing
not
it.
gonna sit up here and do
I
that,
don't give
Oh
a
ma'am.
my
fuck,
gosh.
dude.
We're not gonna sit up.
Listen, I don't care about
We're not
what
gonna
you want to do, right? I listen.
lie.
I don't care what you want to do right now, but let her finish. Let her finish, and then you'll get a chance to talk, right?
You want to crash out. He's crashing because that's how you know the true energy is not about finding solution. It's about
No,
us. It's about us being quiet.
it's about Tom
That's what it
policing
is.
us
It's about
so that we can
controlling
cater
us.
to his
This
ego.
is the reason why. This is the reason why this. I'm not like this. I'm this and I'm this. And nobody even said anything particularly to you. So my thing is, if you are such a leader and all these things are wrong and blah blah blah, go make a live and make solutions on your live. How dare you come to something that everybody is talking about and try to say, "Well, y'all, you proven the point in real time." That's my point. How can men get their masculinity back? By leading, by going to their own life and leading
Demand it.
Okay, you're the same.
it.
Okay. You're the same one that also said that same one that also said a man can't lead if he doesn't have nobody to lead, right? So it doesn't start with the man coming up with solutions. He has to come up with solutions with the woman and how they can better their situation.
But this
And
isn't.
but
It
Sir,
hold
you're
doesn't
on,
not
shouldn't
making
be
no sense.
fair.
hold on, because we were just sitting here talking about let me fit to me stop speaking so other people can speak, right? So let's do the same thing here, right?
Y'all
We
give me the
when we're coming with
60K, please. Please
when
tap the
we're
screen. Give me the 60K.
when we're talking about a man going out and finding the solutions, no, the solutions start. You guys are having the problems, right? So we have to find the solutions with you. How can you know what I'm saying? How can we do better? You guys let us know. We'll meet level grounds with you. We'll say, okay, that makes sense, but but you can also do this so that way I can be better. It goes both ways. It's no, the man has to this and then the third. No. We have to work together. And this is the problem within the black community now. This is why we cannot progress in life because it's the men versus the women. We are facing ourselves. We're not against the white people. We're not in challenge with the white people.
It
All right,
wouldn't be.
we just keep hearing the
We
same thing.
are in challenge
Wait,
with ourselves. And I land
well,
with
all
that.
right.
You repeat that. You repeat that way too many
Dex,
times.
Dex,
Thank
shut the
you.
fuck
Let
up.
hold
Pull
on.
up, pull
Let
up, pull
Dex
up, pull up, pull up,
respond. Let Dex
I
pull
respond.
up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up.
that
This
man was
doesn't make no sense. You said
Thank
this way too many
y'all.
times. You're repeating yourself. It's all
yeah,
right. We get it, right? But
yeah.
here's the thing. Here's the thing,
Wait,
right?
E, hold on, E, because I got a question for you,
I
E.
got
Hold on.
real
He's
fast.
about to crush y'all.
Wait, hold on, E. Let Dex finish because I
She
got.
ran.
Wait, E. Let Dex finish real quick because I got a
He just
question.
talked about
Hold on.
cutting people
I
off.
know, but you was repeating yourself, and I want to ask you a specific question. Just let Dex interject and finish real quick, and
Nigga's a
then
panderer.
hold on. I want to address you. Go ahead, Dex.
Here's the issue, right? You're saying that women have to tell us, right? But when women telling us, right, you guys don't want to listen. Women been complaining about the harmful behaviors. Where it comes from? It comes from us. The beliefs that we have, using religion, like how a lot of men came up here, that we believe that women supposed to submit and all these type of things, like lead. They explain to you why if a man by himself is leading, if something happens to you, the whole family falls. Like literally, they've been laying out everything, but you don't want to listen to women, right? You think that men supposed to lead and they're not supposed to listen to women, while you don't want to admit the actual problem, which is us. We don't want to hear the faults of us, and you want women to just stay with us to then try to figure it out. No, if you're supposed to be a logical person, which men always come up here, you and all would say it. You're supposed to be able to logically think that we are the problem. If we look at history, right now it's going on. Men literally taking away women's rights. They're passing laws to actually force women into to birthing kids again. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Literally trying to take them out the workplace. When they took away DEI, women is part of that, trying to push them back in the house. And women are pushing back at it. It have things you could literally look and see where we are going wrong and change it. We don't need women to actually be with us for us to figure this out. And that's the issue with you. You want to still be there so you could have access to women, so you don't have to actually fix yourself. You're putting it onto women now and making it seem like women have to do some kind of work to help you fix yourself. No, fix yourself. Be honest with yourself. Women been saying what we have been doing wrong.
Big up
You don't date
yourself.
unless I don't know if he dates men, right? But women been complaining about what men have been doing in detail, and you guys don't want to listen. That's the issue. If you can't come up with a solution if you don't want to admit that
Okay,
you are
you're
the
repeating
problem.
yourself.
You're right, Dex. You're right.
You're
So,
right.
how you
Okay.
feel about that, E?
How do I feel about that? Okay, so once he mutes his mic, I'm
He's
gonna go ahead and say,
pandering.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
what he's
he's
going to
definitely.
say.
Hey,
I mean,
hey,
multiple.
hey,
Hey, hey,
hey,
no, 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 Dex,
listen.
you're done. You're done.
Listen, no, I
You're
don't.
done.
Listen. Let me just
You're
set
done. No, no,
something.
no,
I
no,
don't
no.
really
Don't
care
talk
about.
to
I
me.
don't really care
He's
about what
not
you
going
say,
to
You're
right?
be
done.
productive
Yeah,
in this
I don't really care about
conversation.
what
You're
you say, right?
done.
But listen. I'm a mod here,
That's
so you
cool.
relax,
Let him finish.
right?
Okay,
I
E,
listen.
let
If I
him
want to
finish.
You
talk,
Cause
I
just
can
asked
talk
me
over
how I
you,
feel
right?
about that. I'm
But
hold
just
on,
trying to
don't
E.
be
respond.
like that,
Wait, let him
because I
finish.
could
Cause
be like that too.
let him
So
finish.
don't do
Cause I'm
that.
about to respond. I want to respond to you. Go ahead, Dick. Say what
Don't
you
do
gotta
that.
say so I can ask him a question. Oh, you finished it? Okay.
I can go. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So go ahead. E. I want to understand how you feel about it.
Hey, I ain't the only one in the chat calling him pandering. Four other women did, but anyway, it's disingenuous for
No, they
him to
didn't.
sit up here. It's disingenuous for him to sit up here and say that
You
we
can't
are
count. You can't
okay.
count Eve.
Okay.
He was the only one that said it.
Okay.
Just lying.
Okay.
Not you said it and everybody else said it. That's
Okay.
crazy.
Four other.
Okay.
I'm literally looking.
Pull up your chat because you have easier access to it. Pull up your chat. You'll see four women that said he's a panderer. But anyway,
Four,
however,
probably
Let
one.
out of Mia.
Are
can
those
I
women in the
talk,
room with
please?
us?
Thank
No, don't
you.
lie. You ain't. Don't lie to
Thank
Mia.
you. So,
Ain't nobody
real
said
quick.
it. You
Ain't
said
nobody
it.
said it.
Okay. Okay. Let me just screenshot this and just
It's
pull it.
called being facetious. It's
Point.
Yeah, I'm
calling
just
being
gonna I'm gonna
facetious.
say this. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna go because I can see
Just
what type of
focus on
vibe
your
this is.
point,
No, no,
bro.
no,
However,
no, no.
But then
no,
don't.
Mia,
He's
because
not going to
I
He's going
want
to
to. I can have.
disrespect us and then leave.
Mia,
He's
the
going to
reason why I'm going
disrespect us
to
and then
Mia, the
leave.
reason why I'm going to leave is because I do not feel comfortable in sharing my.
We don't want to hear that
Right.
shit anyway.
Right.
Fucking leaving. Just fucking leave.
Fuck out
Fuck
of
off.
He
here.
doesn't. He don't care about no making solutions. Come on now.
Y'all
They,
fucked up what I was
some of
trying to
them do.
do. I wanted to drop the panel with him talking.
Oh.
Cause I gotta go to
What's the whole
bed. But
panel
y'all fucked
though?
it up. Cause I wanna go to bed. I gotta go to bed. And I didn't
Damn.
want y'all to be talking.
I'm sorry.
I didn't want it to be y'all talking
Can I
when
say something real
I
quick
said
before you
like
go?
when I would go
Who's
to
got
No,
bed.
let
fever?
JoJo say something real quick before we go. He been quiet for a while.
Okay.
Like, we all share different thoughts and disagree and all that, but at the end of the day, we all black, so I love y'all.
Ah!
JoJo. JoJo smooth. JoJo got some baby mamas
Yeah,
though.
don't he?
I ain't got no kids, man.
Love you too, Ayana. That nigga got some kids. Either you got some baby mamas or you got some motherfuckers in somebody's couch somewhere.
I ain't
Talking
got
about
no
love you,
kids,
Peachy,
man.
unblock me. Talking about
You are
some
not
love you,
blocked.
everybody. No, I'm blocked.
So
Unblock
hold
me.
up.
Maybe
Yeah,
Good
Why?
maybe
night.
Hold up.
somebody's
Why
part of the
prototype ain't want to say nothing when Dex came up here?
Scared. But I
Ooh.
gotta he can't we can't start him, y'all. I gotta go to bed. I gotta go.
That
They
Okay,
been
good
Hold
night.
up, Mia.
where all the
Mia, what
animosity
the
come
fuck,
from, though?
Mia, you
what?
so loud.
I gotta go to work. I be falling asleep. I be damn near about to fall asleep at work.
Ma'am, I was trying to get him talking so you could drop the. I'm over
Oh,
it.
Hey,
Whatever.
Mia, you got
Go
my
to
cash
bed.
up. You got my cash
hold
up,
on, let me
Mia.
see if I gotta
You ain't got to read it, though. Don't read it. Ain't for everybody.
nigga, now I'ma read it.
Hey, do what I want
That
you to
nigga
do.
said, do you wanna be my girlfriend? Check yes or no. Nigga, you need to go to bed.
Yeah. Now drop everybody.
No, I wanna drop you.
Go ahead.
No, cause it ain't funny no more. Cause everybody left, they had trauma. Good night, y'all. But I want to thank y'all for coming. I thank y'all so much for the support. Oh Lord, we ain't get no answers, but hey, maybe next time. Look, Tara, I made 7 days straight.
We'll see you tomorrow. What the fuck? What's that supposed to mean?
It might be Tuesday, Wednesday, something.
No,
But
it ain't. We'll see you tomorrow. What you talking about?
I know I ain't gonna cuss y'all
You
out
say
because
you gonna be consistent, ma'am.
I am being consistent. I need to make some content. Jojo, you gotta follow us so I can I want the opportunity to curse you out. You be behaving. I want to catch your ass slipping so I can really go off on you.
I'm not. I'm Hold not. on. Let me.
Man.
Hold I'm on. a Let me cool promote dude, my man. I shit don't be real arguing. quick. Hold up, JoJo. Real quick, before she dropped me while I'm talking. You gotta put this live on YouTube. Y'all follow my YouTube, yo. I'm trying to get more What's your fire. Help YouTube? a black woman. I It's in just my followed you. bio. All right, I'm gonna It's check in it my out. bio.
And
And
subscribe
watch
to
my
my
shit. Y'all go. He was mad. Y'all know my shit good because he was mad, y'all. Go watch my shit. I'm gonna
That's
subscribe
it.
too.
Yeah, subscribe.
Okay, yeah. Throw some money. Throw some money on the panel. You right?
I can't believe E crashed out like that. He be getting along sometimes and then he just be cutting up. My arch nemesis. But yeah, JoJo be in the
He's
community
young though.
center
That's
showing his
why.
ass, but whatever. What you said, JoJo?
I said he's young. He's young. Savvy.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, hey, Savvy, subscribe to me too, cause look, y'all. I swear to Bob, I'm gonna make I'm gonna make more content other than just like posting random videos of me and my outfits. I'm gonna really do. I am going to make that my mission in the next
I'm gonna
couple of
hold
weeks.
her accountable, y'all. She should.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna say, but
Yeah, you do.
no, my name. Well, hold on. Savvy must want your. Tara's is in her bio. Mine is at the top up here. At Drika, my YouTube is at Drika C.
Bet. And then
Yeah.
play the lives in the background. We gotta get our watch hours up.
Oh yeah, cause I gotta. Oh yeah, that's true. Hold on, it's Drika C. And I gotta get 50 subscribers to go live, right?
Yeah.
All right, we going okay. But all right, we can be see this cycle. All right, good night, y'all. Thank you, Sarah, for being up here. Thank y'all for coming. Thank you, JoJo, for staying until we it's over my head right now, Savvy. Yeah. It's right up there. Um Thank you, JoJo. You want to stay on the panel with us and support. You know, that's what, you know, look at you. I'm trying to be a good man. Hallelujah.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one.
All right. Good night, y'all. All right, BZ. Like blue
Right.
eyed devil. See you next. All right, let me get out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I got to get out of here. Good night, y'all. Thank y'all so much. I love it. I get so emotional every time. Oh, Jesus. Lord, he good to me. Lord, the Lord's been good to me.